Hello, hello, everyone, and we are back. We are back with a new session about shorebird stopover sites in the Pacific Flyway. And as a reminder, this session we'll have both Spanish and English presentations. So if you hop on to birthdaylive.com, you will see both of these will be transmitted over on Facebook and YouTube. But if you go on birthdaylive.com, it'll just be easier to choose which session you want to watch, either with English translations or Spanish translations. So everything will be all in one place. But hello, everyone, again. Thank you so much. Like I said before, we are going on a little virtual tour of the Pacific Flyway. We're going to stop over some sites where shorebirds stop during their amazing migration journeys. We are going to start all the way from Panama Bay with Rosabel Miró. Then we're hopping over from Panama Bay to Sinaloa, Mexico with Juanita Fonseca. And then we're going to go from Sinaloa to Baja California, Mexico with Abril Heredia. Then we're going to jump over all the way to Humboldt Bay in California with Dr. Mark Colwell. We're going to go from California to Fraser Estuary in Canada with James Casey. And then from Canada, we're going to end our migratory journey along with our shorebird friends in Copper River, Alaska with U.S. Forest Service Aaron Cooper. So welcome, everyone. Thank you to the presenters for joining us today. The first session will be in Spanish, así que gracias a Rosabel por acompañarnos.
So, thank you, Rosabel, for being here with us. We're very, very excited to have you here. And thank you very much. The floor is yours. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone from Panama City in Panama. We're showing you a little bit of the area that we're constantly coming here to work and to gather information of migratory shorebirds. Right now, we have a low tide that is about to go up. That's why you see a lot of mangroves that are exposed or wetlands. We're in the side of old Panama, but right behind the mangroves, we can see the first city that was settled in the Americas, where the Spaniards arrived. The first city in the American Pacific. That's it has grown, and a lot of those mangroves work for not only for protecting the shoreline, but it also gives um, to the mudlands. It helps those mudlands that every year a lot of migrating shorebirds come over. The side Panama Bay is considered one of the five top or most important sites in the Western Hemisphere for migrating shorebirds. We have counted more than 1 million of migrating shorebirds, pretty much of the Western migration. Many of these birds, when they migrate, they stop here in these mudlands that you see here, which, the interesting part that the bay has is that when we have a low tide, it has an extension a little bit over 5 kilometers of mudlands that are exposed, which makes this very attractive. Give me a second. Hello. Yeah, I was receiving a call. I'm sorry. We were talking about the fact that around
Lo que pasa es que hoy estamos celebrando
what
también.
happens is that we are celebrating today the Global Big Day. So many journalists want to know how things are going, and normally my team is in charge of counting all the shore areas of the city to try to gather information of species of shorebirds that are visiting us. So right now, In about 2 hours, we're going to have the birds right here. Once the tide goes up, maybe a colleague of us can share this with us. We have the black-bellied plover, the black-bellied plover was in the telescope. The semi-palmated glovers, another western sandpipers, and we have local birds. One of the latest that we can have here in this site is the pink spoon, roseate spoon, and that's pretty much one of the main attractions here because normally they are not that close to the city. They're more towards the east of the city in sites that are not very um, where people is not present. So the site is spectacular for not only gathering information or doing scientific research, but also to do some environmental education. And actually, one of the main things that we do at this site, we don't only talk about the history of Panama, how this first city was created in the Pacific Ocean, in the Americas, just right here where we are. A couple of years ago, we just turned 500 years as a city. We not only talk about history, but we also talk about how that history, how this is related with this nature in this site. And the good thing here in Panama Bay is, as we have a large number of migratory birds in their in the mud, in the we have different going soaring through the sky, flying. We have more than 3 millions, and everything from here in Panama Bay, in the city of Panama. Could you get it? Let's see if we can try. Let's see if our magic can work. Let's see here. Let's see if we can do a little magic here in the telescope. We have the black-bellied plover that is beautiful. Look at the plumage. This is one of the most frequent species here, and we didn't talk about it, because we're playing with this. One of the main things that we didn't talk about was talking about the species of birds that visit us here. We have the western shorebird, we have the gray. Okay, tell us a little bit about this. She came over here with her baby. Just tell us a little bit about this. She's a biologist that's working with us. I don't know if you can hear Stephanie.
Un poco mejor, un poco mejor.
Súper. Hola, hola, ¿qué tal? Sí, mi nombre es Esther. Y bueno, aquí vino ella también a participar.
So she's here participating today as well. So here in Panama Bay, we can see 40 out of the 46 species that we have registered. I'm sorry, I can't hear very well.
También hemos estado viendo el
Playero
Sobre-
blanco.
playero blanco, ¿cierto? Que es el Willet, que es la tringa.
Yes, the shorebird that is called a wilbert. Sorry, the volume is very low. I can't hear very well what she's saying. Thank you, Stephanie. So here we also have Jennifer, who's the one that's helping us with the efforts of environmental education. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do here about the importance of Panama Bay?
Nosotros aquí traemos a los niños a que conozcan el
We bring kids so they can experiment, so they can get familiar with the birds that visit us, and so they can also see how the city continues to grow and how this has an impact. And so we carry out educational journeys in which they come and they spend the morning with us, and they see how the birds are fed, how they enjoy the migration in the month of August. And this is an experience that they're not going to forget about. And so they can experiment. They can have this experience in Panama Bay. So when kids are here, we also teach them about the threats that the birds face. And so here we can see a group flying by, and they're starting to arrive, and the water. Well, one of the biggest pollutions that we have is the pollution in the water, and it's not only about plastics, it's the pollution of the water sources. Like you can see as an individual here about the species that I was mentioning before, which shouldn't be here, but they're here now. And it also teaches the kids that these wetlands are very important for the shorelines in the way that we need to keep these ecosystems healthy, because they protect the shorelines from the water, from pollutants, from erosion. So we have a lot to learn. We do great efforts to communicate the importance of the site, not only for Panama, but also for the rest of the migratory route. So if there are any questions, we will be glad to share our knowledge with you. And we are going to talk more about the topic. Thank you, Rosabel. I know that Panama is one of the most important places for raptors migration, so I am glad that you have this opportunity. What did you say, 40 out of the 45 species of shorebirds that you have? Yes, in this area in particular, you can see the 46 species that are at the Panama Bay. And here today we've seen 40 out of those 45 species of shorebirds. Wow, that's great. And I can see that you're also carrying out great work with kids, which is very important when we talk about conservation, which is getting children involved and teach children, like you saw in the previous session, that we are hearing from conservation initiatives from kids all over the world. Yes, and we're not only educating children, but also the authorities and also the adults. And so that helps in the conservation efforts greatly. Thank you so much, Rosabel. So we're going to see if there are more questions. And Rosabel, if you can stay until the end so we can have a Q&A session, but if you can't stay, then we understand. And we'll be sharing questions that we see on Facebook and on the other platforms that we are streaming. So now we're going from Panama to Sinaloa with Juanita Fonseca. Hello, Juanita. Thank you for joining us today. It is a great pleasure to have you here. And I don't know if you can tell us a little bit more about the place where you are, the importance of the place where you are for shorebirds, migratory shorebirds that travel through that area. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen.
¿Ves dónde?
Can you see where? You should have the permits to do it. Yes, I just can't find the file. Sorry. I mean, I have it here, but I can't see it. Hold on.
Mientras quiere empezar a hablar un poco del sitio donde está.
I don't know if meanwhile you want to talk a little bit about the place where you are. Well, I already found it. Okay, great. Are you seeing it? Yes. Okay, then let's start. I am in Mexico, like you will said. Okay, so I'm gonna play the video, and just so you have an idea of the place where I work is in Mexico, in the northeast region, sorry, northwest region, particularly in Ensenada Pabellones, which is in the center part of the state of Sinaloa and is one of the most important places of the protected areas. Actually, is part of the protected areas of the California Gulf, and it's also an important area for conservation. It's a wetland, and ever since 2008, approximately, it's part of the hemispheric reserve of shorebirds as a protected area internationally because of the amount of shorebirds and waterbirds that it holds. About 300,000 birds come here, and we've registered even up to 400,000 that come here during the winter. This wetland includes a series of shore lagoons and different types of ecosystems related to the wetlands that allow to have a wide diversity of waterbirds and shorebirds. And this is a video because this is not an area that you can access easily, so I wasn't able to be physically there today. But as you can see, there are many, many individuals that travel to this spot during the winter. The most abundant one is Alibis mauris. We've seen over 300,000 individuals during migration dates. And also, the Buceta americana is one of the most popular species here, and 10% of the global population is here. So we have other shorebirds like hippodromos, we have dogs. The white pelican, it's also a species that we get in great numbers at this site. And as you can see, this area is protected by a barrier of mangroves. And so when the sea tide is lower is when the birds start visiting these wetlands. This area is about 45,000 hectares. And when these areas are not available for birds, they move to other wetlands or to areas that have a higher altitude beyond the wetlands. However, this area has also had a lot of development because of aquaculture. So after the mangroves, there are a couple of shrimp farms, and in that part, that's where I have focused a part of my work. To see what species or how the birds are using this site. Here we can see pictures of of the Ensenada Pabellones Bay. This is a group of Calibris mauri. And what I was saying, when the sea tide is lower, there's also an area that appears, but also next to this wetland, there is a big development being carried out, and there is a great modification of the landscape because of water farming. And here we can see part of the wetland. And this is reflected in the entire shoreline of Sinaloa, particularly. And as we can see, we have the mangrove area and the shrimp farms. These shrimp farms are really close to this area, and they get the water from these places. They make water channels to be able to pump the water to this sort of ponds. And these are used by the birds as a place to rest, but also they feed there, especially when they are harvesting the shrimp, because the water levels go down, and all of these ponds are a place where birds can feed themselves. But the use of these ponds are limited only for a couple of days. That's because they don't have an ongoing flow of waters. When the harvest is over, the water starts to get dry because they no longer need it. So its availability, it's only temporary, which is from when the harvest begins, and it only lasts for 3 or 4 days. It depends on the ponds and where they are, because some of them are closer to the gates, and sometimes the sea tide is higher and the level of water increases. But we can see that a lot of shrimps, when they empty the ponds, they harvest the shrimp, but they find ponds that are up to 100 hectares big, and we have left just small ponds of water, way smaller. And so fishermen go and collect the shrimp that are left there, and this allows birds to use these places for longer, because these internal channels within the ponds and these paddles that are formed, puddles, I'm sorry, allows for the birds to have access to food for a longer period of time. Here we can see the puddle. This is a farm that is next to Ensenada Pabellones Bay, and we can see that many birds, specifically Calibris mauri, which is the most abundant one, we can see thousands of individuals using this place. And I forgot to say that the harvest season it starts in October. So that's also a season in which we see a bigger number of birds. So the harvesting period matches the migratory cycle of the shorebirds. So they move along the ponds where fishermen are harvesting the shrimp, and so they visit the sites and they feed themselves there whenever they are available. Here we can see a group of libosas. There's one feeding themselves. This is where these type of birds get their food most of the time, and we can see that the limosa, they use their beak to catch their prey, and then they go somewhere else where they have access to water to clean the excess of mud to be able to eat their prey. But they also like to prey on other animals, like insects that cannot be recorded by the camera. It's small insects that are living on the surface of the water. Like you can see this individual. We cannot know exactly what prey they're catching, but what we can see here is that there was some sort of disturbance. Maybe there was a predator, so These species did not fly away, they just crouch. And this is the western sandpiper. And this is another bird that also feeds itself on the pond, in the ponds. Over 40% of these birds feed themselves from there. We can see that they're collecting their prey here. So they may be abundant in certain ponds. It's not always fun to work in the farms, as you can see. Sometimes we have obstacles. They're very muddy areas. So sometimes these type of things happen, especially when we're trying to take samples of sediments. And in this video, what I wanted to show you is that because of the farms, there are ways to transit so they can move around easily. So they feed themselves from the pellets, which is the feed that they give to shrimps, because there's a truck that passes by and sometimes they drop food, and so these birds also feed themselves from the pellets that are used to feed the shrimp. And this site is also a nesting and breeding area for at least 4 species so far from the ones that we have registered. And we have local species, and they lay about 4 eggs. And here the nests of these species, we can see that they place their nests in the surrounding areas of the ponds, because the pond has enough inclination or a slope that allows birds to nest there very easily. Other species sometimes place their nests on the roads. I think that we have pictures of that, of some individuals that you can see. This is the Hematopus mexicano. They are very protective of their nets, but they're always protecting it. So they allow you to get close, but not that close. And they also alert all of the other birds and let them know that you're approaching. This is another nest that is on the road, but this was not attacked and we did not have major consequences because it's not where the trucks drive by, but right next to it. So what we do when we find some chicks, we take measurements, we weigh them, and we can see how fast they can grow. We also band them. This is so we can later, if we find them in natural areas in which we have found a couple of chicks, and then years after, then we find them as adults. So we've known them since they were born. This is another chick. And you can see that this is beautiful. They're very charismatic and very beautiful. And on these sites, well, they feed themselves on these ponds that have kind of a shoreline, so we don't know exactly how well they can do or how bad they can do. We have the American Austero, other water birds like the ones that we've been seeing in the pictures. We recently saw a couple of nests of those species in these farms. And the Austrero Mexicano, we haven't seen that much, but we know that they nest in this area. Like I was mentioning before, the development of farms is very strong in this area. And so these are the results, are videos of 1 or 2 farms in particular. So these sites are truly important when we talk about the loss of habitat for these species, not only as a place to feed, but also as a breeding and nesting place. And in some farms, like in this one, there are a couple of areas that are destined as reservoirs. So what they do in these areas is that they use dirt, they dig it out, and they use it to restore the paths between the ponds. So we have deep ponds, but we also have this type of pathways that species use to put to nest. And because it's not transited at all, only during the periods in which they restore the areas, it's a safe place within the farm. It's not easy to access, but not everything is happening in this place. These places also have different disturbances or predators like hawks. And these hawks visit every year, and their favorite prey are the Maoris because it's the most abundant one. So there is a high level of predators for the Western sandpiper. And as I was saying, not everything is happiness. During the harvest season of the ponds, many birds start to use the muddy areas and also the shrimp that becomes exposed. And so there are many cranes, for example, and sometimes because of the mud, they don't get very lucky because there is some sort of conflict in because farmers think that birds affect their shrimp production, but what we have been trying to do is to approach producers and explain them how birds use these sites and try to find strategies or ways to be able to protect them. My work so far is trying to find or trying to recommend better practices for these sites because we know that we can't stop this type of development, but we can make it sustainable, especially working on farms that are already in place in this area. So we're trying to have this production system like shrimp farming to join conservation initiatives like we have seen in other places where they have been, well, I don't know if we can call it successful, but there have been efforts in trying to put these two things together from the side of the producers and the side of the conservation. And so there's a lot to do, but we're on it. And that would be all. I don't know if you have questions. Do we save it for the end? Are they for now? Well, it's super interesting what you just showed us because even though that this is a developed area and where there are producers that you need to deal with is still an important point, not only for nesting, but also for migration, for resting. So I'm really glad that that this land is used not only by humans, but also for shrimp, for birds.
Sí, súper interesante, genial. Muchísimas gracias.
Super interesting. Thank you so much, Juanita. I had never seen a shrimp farm like that before and so big or at such a big scale. Yes, they have huge ponds. They have ponds that are from 20 hectares to 100 hectares, but the amount of farms that we have in the area is huge. It's about 80,000 hectares of shrimp farms here in the area of Sinaloa. Well, I'm also happy that everything is used, even the food that falls off the trucks. And so we don't have any questions so far, but we do have comments like, what a beautiful site. And so thank you so much for participating, Juanita, and for your work, because it's very important, the work that you're carrying out there. Thank you. And well, for Mexico, because it's such a big and diverse country, we're not leaving Mexico yet. So now we're traveling from Sinaloa to Baja California. So we're still in Mexico, but it's a different area with different birds, different stories. So right now we have Abril Heredia. Thank you, Abril Heredia, for joining us. It's nice to see you. Thank you for everything that you do. I don't know if you can tell us a little bit more about what you have to tell us today. Sure. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be able to share this series of sessions with you. Unfortunately, I cannot show you the site live, but I did make a presentation for you guys that I hope is going to transport you there. I am going to share my screen. So we can start. Can you see it? Yes. Thank you. Well, the Todos Santos Bay is located on the northwest of Sinaloa, for that Juanita showed us. Let me just put the presentation up right. Okay. So Todos Santos is in the northwest area of the state of Baja California, which is about 85 kilometers south from San Diego. It is within the migratory flyway of the Pacific. Here in the map, I also pointed out other places in the peninsula to give you a context of the important places of shorebirds that we have in the California Peninsula. I think that also you can see the San Diego Bay spots and the Salton Sea Bay. This Todos Santos Bay has the famous city of Ensenada, which has 500,000 people, and they have a commercial and a trade port. This is the only one that has a Mediterranean climate, which is great for wine, and it has a rainy season during the winter. The rainy season happens during the winter. And the network of shorebirds reserves incorporated Todos Santos since January 2017 as an important site within the network, because here at the bay we've seen important fractions of the red knot, over 1%, which is a subspecies that is specific from the Pacific, and it is endangered here in Mexico. There is over 1% of the snowy plover, which is also endangered in Mexico. And we have over 1% of the marbled godwit, which is also threatened here in Mexico. And we have important number of the willet. Out of the 21 species, main shorebird species that are acknowledged within the Pacific flyway here at the Todos Santos Bay, we can find usually 13 of those species. We have 2,091 hectares of important habitats that we're going to mention, we're going to explain. And these are important both for the species that breed in the area and the species that only use it as a stop site in their migratory flyways. So the first habitat is a rocky shoreline, intertidal shore, that it is in the northern part of the bay. As you can see, we have a couple of structures. I think that we can see the port part back there. And here in the rocky shoreline, we can find emblematic species from throughout the rocky shoreline along the Pacific flyway. Here we have the black turnstone, the black oyster catcher, and the surfbird. The three of them have different migratory strategies. Actually, the black oyster catcher is nests at the bay. The black turnstone is more towards the southern part of the northern west part of Mexico, and the surfbird travels all the way to South America. And they find their food in the rocks, mussels, limpets, barnacles. Then we find another habitat which is very important, the Cypress Lagoon. This is a freshwater wetland. It's very small and it's separated from the ocean by a stripe of dunes. And here we can see a great amount of species, both water birds and land birds, and both migratory and local birds. So a couple of years ago, well, what happens is that it depends on how strong the rainy season was during the winter. There is a part that can get flooded. So we have the main body of water, but there is land next to it that sometimes gets flooded, and that has been important for the resting places of the willets and of the long-billed curlew. So we used to have gathered about 200 willet and long-billed curlew, and they were there for about 2 months. And we could also see how they were molting their feathers and how the willet started to get its new feathers. So whenever this land did not get flooded, we could also see groups of long-billed curlew, and they also eat insects or snails. And about habitat, they also share it with other migratory birds like ducks, American pigeon, northern shoveler, and some migratory birds like the American pipit and the white-crowned sparrow. Then we have another habitat which is very important, located in the southern part of the bay. It's Punta Banda, which is a shoreline lagoon that is 7 kilometers long. And it is important internationally. It is a Ramsar place, and when the tide decreases, we can see a muddy area that can expand up to 4 square kilometers. And this is important for all the shorebirds, because as the tide goes down, we can see the marble godwits, dowagers, dunlins, western sandpipers, semi-palmated plover, and maybe not as numerous, but we also have raider and laser yellow legs. And there are also other species that feed on seagrass. And in this site in September of 2016, we found an individual, a red knot individual that was carrying a green tag on its leg with a code. And through a photograph, we were able to identify the code, and we traced it back. It was 1JC, and it happens to be that 1JC had been banded on August 1st of 2016, which means a month before we saw him, but it had been banded in Nome, Alaska, which you can see on the map. You can see the route between Nome, Alaska and the Todos Santos Bay. It's about 5,000 kilometers. between Alaska and Mexico. We don't know how long that individual stayed. We just didn't find him anymore. But we know that one of the most important places for red shore birds here in the California Peninsula is further south and is the Lagoon Complex Guerrero Negro, Ojo de Liebre, which is a very important site, also acknowledged by the Reserve Network for the Conservation of Migratory Birds, but they get way bigger numbers than what we get here at Todos Santos Bay. So the knowledge about the connectivity among sites that species use during their migratory routes, it is very important in order to assess the threats that we can find in each of the sites. And so that way we can focus our efforts in conservation and habitat management. The sandy beaches that we can see at the Todos Santos Bay are maybe one of the most important habitats, because out of important habitats, this is one of the most important ones out of that, because that's where the snowy plover nests, which we know is threatened, and also the least tern, which is a main species of Mexico, and also shorebirds are especially vulnerable to all the human disturbances that is always on the rise as we see more modification of the landscape in the shoreline, and we see bigger urban developments, and the access is just increasing, which brings more people to the shore. And also here at the Todos Santos Bay, we have a very important habitat of the long-beak curlews. And I want to focus on the topic of the disturbances, and I want to tell you what we have done so far at Todos Santos Bay regarding that. And all of the activities that we carry out, like running on the beach, walking our dogs, either with a leash or without a leash, the aircrafts that travel by, the vehicles, the drones, the boats, everything makes a sound, everything has an impact, and all of these actions and people have an impact, and so the birds react. And it happens in a similar way as you would respond to a predator, as they would respond to a predator. So imagine that here the birds, they come to the beach and they need to feed themselves, they need to gather strength and energy, both to stay here throughout the winter in the best shape possible and to get fueled up for the energy that they need to travel through their migration flyway. So this is the important part about the disturbances. More than defining what a disturbance is about knowing or paying attention to the situation that exists and that may represent negative impacts for shorebirds. So how do birds reply or respond to that? Well, there can be a change in their behavior, but there can also be a change in their distribution because disturbances disrupt important activities. That's why, because of these disturbances, maybe the birds are not getting the food that they're supposed to get, because if they have to be watching out for motorcycles, or if they see a dog that approaches them and they have to fly away, then a lot of flying events can avoid them from gathering the energy that they need, and also they increase their surveillance, which means that they have to invest time in all of these actions that are only responses to the disturbances instead of just focusing on acquiring the resources that they need. And also the changes in distribution on the sites regarding the patterns of human presence. And we've also seen that places that have very high level of disturbances just are not visited by the birds anymore. The birds are gone. So here at the Todos Santos Bay, what we did between 2016 and 2017 was a project to evaluate the patterns of use in the different habitats of the shorebirds. And we were interested in getting to know if the abundance of birds changed regarding the levels of human disturbance in the different habitats. And we did document that most of the events of the disturbance events were done by people, and also by dogs without a leash, by vehicles, by raptors, and others. And we didn't find any relationship between the levels of shorebirds and the disturbances, but we did find an alarm sign about the dogs, because the dogs as a source of disturbances was the most likely to happen in to which the birds have a response to it. And everything about the human disturbances is very important to acknowledge, because it may increase or may have or may derive in other effects, like the destruction and the degradation of the habitats, and of course climate change. But anyway, a little bit of the solutions and conservation efforts that we're carrying out here at the Todos Santos Bay. Terra Peninsular, which is an organization, has organized two festivals, one in 2017 and one in 2018. And these are activities that gather different sectors of the community. People and children get involved, they learn about migration, and something more practical too, regarding mitigating human disturbances in the bay. We started with a campaign that is called "The Beach is for Everyone." It is not directly my project, I want to say, but is a project of a colleague, and we are working the internship program of shorelines and peninsular land. And basically what we do is we protect during the nesting season of the snowy plover, we protect the nests in the best way that we can to avoid any disturbance to the nests. And one of the things that we do is that we place cages that exclude the snowy plover from predators, for example. So I'm going to show you a video that my colleague let me borrow to show you today, so you can see how these tiny cages work.
Qué lindo.
Sí, está
It's
súper
so
lindo.
cute. Yes, it's super cute.
Ay, ay, ay. Y ya, eso fue todo.
And well, that was that.
Ay,
Thank you for
muchísimas gracias,
everything.
Abril. No, primero
Thank you,
que
Abril.
qué
Well,
genial que
I
puedan
think that is
encontrar tantos
amazing
pajaritos
that
en los hábitats
you
y
get to
muchos
have so
animales
much
que viven en los
diversity
hábitats en su vida
of
migratoria.
habitats and of
Y qué
animals.
importante
And
cuidarlos
we
y
can
tener
realize how
ese
important
detalle. Yo sé que eso
is
hace
to be
mucha
aware
diferencia.
about
Sí, te quería
disturbances.
preguntar si había una manera de encerrar las áreas cuando encontraban un nido, pero el video abajo ya, el último ya enseñó y qué eficiente parece que es, que el pajarito sale y vuelve y se queda ahí tranquilito y salvo. Sí, muy,
Sí,
muy bonito trabajo. No tengo preguntas ahora del público, pero hay saludos de Jaime Martínez y Elena. Muchos saludos a Abril.
ok. Muchas gracias, saludos.
Hoy de Alison Q también de Amigos Alados. Manda saludos.
Listen, also from
Muchísimas
Winfriend.
gracias, Abril. Genial
Thank you,
trabajo.
Avril.
Claro que sí.
Was an
Gracias
amazing
por
job.
acompañarnos.
Gracias.
Y no a usted y por el
Thank
buen
you.
trabajo que hacen también.
Thank you for your beautiful job.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Well, so now we are going to travel from, oh, there was a question, había una pregunta.
There was a
Si
question.
solo les pone las
If
hojuelitas
only
a
you
los
just
snowy
put
plovers o a otros
the
animales,
birds to the
también.
snowy plovers or to other shorebirds.
No, ahorita solo
No, only for snowy plovers.
¿Alguna razón?
otras aves.
Is there any reason for that?
Pues, bueno, es que no sé
Well, I don't know if
también haciendo algo similar para
doing something
el charrán
similar
mínimo,
or
porque de hecho el charrán mínimo y el snowy plover
the snowy
viven
plover
ahí en
and
colonias juntos, entonces no sé si está habiendo un manejo
I don't know if
por
there's
parte de alguna organización ahí en la bahía para proteger de esta
if there's an
manera
organization on the bay to
los
protect
nidos.
these
Pero
people.
yo creo
Is
que buscando
the
ahí
lead
en la página
turn,
de Proesteros, por
the
ejemplo.
Lister and snowy blower? Probably in the Proesteros website we can find out.
Bien, que viene. También tiene más saludos de Pato y Pixie.
And we have another greeting from Pato and Pixie.
Mucha gente apoyándola.
Muy bien.
A lot of people
Muchas
supporting
gracias.
you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Abril. That's a great job. Thank you.
So now we are going to travel from Baja California, Mexico, all the way to Humboldt Bay, California with Dr. Mark Cowell. Welcome and thank you for joining us today. We're very excited. This has been amazing. What lucky birds to get to just stop in all of these beautiful places along the way. So thank you, Mark, and welcome. Very happy to have you.
It's nice to be here. I hope you can hear me fine.
We can hear you, yes.
And I'm trusting that the wind will not make it more difficult for you to hear me.
So far, so good.
It's a beautiful day here, but the wind is supposed to come up and blow very hard. So hopefully it won't muffle the sound of my voice.
Look at that blue sky, though. That's incredible.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation and the opportunity to participate in this wonderful event. And I'm just going to spend 20 minutes bragging about Humboldt Bay because I've lived here for 32 years and I teach at Humboldt State University, which I can see on the hill to the east of me. And it's a great place to study shorebirds. So I'm not sure whether you can see behind me here or, you know, there's a wide expanse of salt marsh that's just over my head. And then beyond that is Humboldt Bay. Humboldt Bay, named after Alexander von Humboldt, who never came here, but certainly spent time in South America, especially Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, etc. Humboldt Bay sits at about 40 degrees north latitude on the Pacific Americas flyway, and it is in California the second largest estuary, second only to San Francisco Bay. And so on the flyway, birds stop here and breed here and overwinter here. We have a rich assemblage of shorebirds here year-round, although we're coming up on the period in which there are fewer species than at any other time of year. So Humboldt Bay is a large estuary, a tidal lagoon, and the site, the Humboldt Bay complex, is certainly a WISERN site. It was recently elevated to a hemispheric site based on some recent work that local community members and students at the university and I completed, in which case we estimated almost, well, it's not quite, 1 million species of, or individuals, sorry, 1 million individual shorebirds of many species migrating during spring. I realize I'm talking fast and I'm supposed to wait.
You're good. I think they haven't said anything about the translators not catching it. So,
All right. So we're at the end of spring migration here. Really, it's tailing off. And right before I went live, there was a flock of several thousand western sandpipers here on a tidal flat to my left. The other species that are coming through right now, I heard semi-palmated plover giving its chirp call, but lots of the other species have already moved on. There are long-billed curlews and marbled godwits that are here in the non-breeding season through the winter, and they have already left to breed, and some of those birds are almost certainly sitting on nests or laying their eggs. Just over to the northeast of us in the Great Basin and prairie areas of North America, there are other species that both move that direction, avocets, American avocets. And so there's a group of species that are local sort of wintering birds that move a short distance to the prairies and Great Basin, but most of the birds, species and individuals that come through Humboldt Bay breed in the Arctic, right? So western sandpipers that come through here are by far the most abundant species during migration, especially in springtime. And 3 years ago, I mentioned students and I working with community members ran a series of surveys and estimated that there were probably 500,000, minimum 500,000 western sandpipers using the bay in April, right? So here we are in May, and that pulse of birds coming north from as far south as Peru, where they overwinter, are all on their way north and probably eager to get to the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta where they breed. Now, 3 weeks ago, I was down here with my spotting scope and my binoculars and had a hard time reading what was a band on a western sandpiper that was a yellow flag, and that tells me it's from Peru. And a graduate student, Eva, from Simon Fraser University, and I've been in touch over the years. We've had a couple of the birds that she studies in Caracas in central Peru that have shown up here on their way north. So it's like a needle in a haystack to find that kind of bird. It's a marked bird in a sea of 500,000. All right, so May is one of the biggest on the Pacific coast. It's also a very important port for the local area. So there's some port development that has occurred over the last century or more. And there are also activities on the bay related to the production of oysters, food for people. And those things impact shorebirds. Are we still fine with the wind?
Yeah.
I know it's picking. Okay.
Thank you for checking.
Okay, so I'm looking out to the southwest, and the habitats of Humboldt Bay include broad expanses of intertidal flats, and they're mostly fine sediments, muddy, silty sediments that if you walked out there, you would be sinking up to your ankles, knees, and beyond. So most of the intertidal habitat to the south and west of me, where the bay is, are these fine sediments. And that supports a rich community of invertebrates that also feed the birds, right? The other habitats that are important in supporting the diverse and abundant shorebird community that uses Humboldt Bay happen to be rocky intertidal habitat. So at the harbor entrance to the bay, humans about 150 or maybe 140 years ago constructed rocky jetties. And those jetties host things like black turnstones, wandering tattler, black oyster catcher, surfbird, rock sandpiper, right? That's very specific habitat and not very much in its area or extent. So the tidal flats are principal, then there's rocky intertidal. If you cross over the dune systems to the south, to the west of us, and go to the Pacific Ocean, there's a broad expanse of sandy ocean fronting beach. And there you have sandwings in particular. That's the most notable species that you would have on the beach. To the northeast of me, you know, I can't really show you all these habitats, but I'm going to talk about them. There are pasture lands that used to be part of the tidal marshes that you see behind. Those pastures in the winter become very wet with the rains that are common here from November through February into March. And they flood and create freshwater ponds of varying depth. So lots of the birds that feed on the tidal flats, when the tide's in, move into those pastures to feed and or roost. All right, so maybe some of you are really up on your shorebird biology and sort of diversity, but worldwide, if I were to ask you how many species of shorebird are there?
Ooh, can anyone out there answer?
This is one for my my class.
Your students watching.
Shorebird class here at the university, and they're getting their finals this week. 215 species scattered amongst the families that include sandpipers and plovers and avocets and oyster catchers. And then there are the thick-knees, for instance, and the coursers and Pratt and Coles, the Magellanic plover, right? So we could go on and on. 215 species of shorebird worldwide. That's an approximation. How many have been observed at Humboldt Bay?
100.
Whoa, that would be really impressive. Half of that, but 52 species.
That's still a lot, yeah.
Yeah. How's the wind doing? Do I have to find shelter because it just picked up?
Oh, I can still hear you. I don't know. Is everything okay with the translator production? Yes, yeah, they're okay.
All right, so 52 species have been observed here. And I'm trying to think, have I seen all of those 52 in the 30-something years that I've been here? Well, I added a few that were really special that came from Palearctic flyways on the other side of the Pacific. Wood sandpiper showed up here. Anyway, that's one that I just added to my eBird list last year. But 52, that's a darn big number.
It is.
So I just published a paper with some of my students that looked at the Humboldt Bay complex, and I compared the diversity in the winter of shorebirds up and down the Pacific Americas flyway from as far south as into Baja, and actually even farther south for where the data were available, and then north all the way into British Columbia. Fraser River Delta's coming up, right? But even Alaska. And obviously, as you move from north to south along the Pacific Americas Flyway in December, the diversity, the number of species increases, right? It goes from just a few species like rock sandpiper that are up in Anchorage down the coast. And well, the question then becomes, what's the typical winter assemblage species diversity for Humboldt Bay? It's about 25 species that winter here at any one time. I mean, you can find some rarities here and there, but 25. And if you go farther south, you add a few more. Okay, you've already had an Atlantic America's Flyway session.
We're doing that afterwards.
Okay,
a little later.
So here's the take-home message. You want to be on the Pacific coast in the winter because the weather is nicer, and if you're interested in shorebirds across those latitudes, if you compare Humboldt Bay to the comparable latitude on the Atlantic coast, the average diversity is almost always higher, right? And some of that might be because of the moderating effects of the Pacific and allowing birds to win. I mean, there's lots of hypotheses here, but the Atlantic coast, from as far north as Canada, in Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, etc., down through the States, United States, the diversity is almost always higher at any site like Humboldt Bay compared to the same latitude on the Atlantic side. So lots of diversity and lots of individuals here. We have a winter population that numbers about the 25 species, and it's mostly peeps, right? The small calidridine sandpipers like Dunn and Western sandpiper. So over the years, I've had a lot of students work with me on projects related to the breeding and the non-breeding birds here, and we know a lot about them. How much more time do I have?
About 3 more minutes.
Okay. All right, let me just make a comment back to the conservation threats on the bay. To my left here in the north represents, there's some Western sandpipers that have come in. They're sort of thinly scattered on this tidal flat. But the area to my left where these Western sandpipers have settled to feed is newly created or restored habitat that was formerly behind a levee or a dike. And it was breached about 6 years ago to allow tidal influence. So we've got a lot more habitat than we used to have here on Humboldt Bay, simply because the bathtub is being broken by these breaches in the levee. Couple more comments. The major threats to birds here happen to be global warming and sea level rise, and maybe that new habitat can afford a little more time, but it's still not very high in terms of sea level. The other human caused habitat effects out here happen to be oyster culture in the middle of the bay. Now, you can't see it, even with binoculars, it's hard to see at this distance, but there is a fair amount of culturing of oysters in the center of Arcata Bay, which is the north side of Humboldt Bay. And fortunately, the south end of the bay, it's a big hourglass, the south end is protected within the Humboldt Bay National Wildlife Refuge. So there is some potential threat here of continued expansion of oyster culture. And fortunately, Audubon, California, and the National Audubon Society are spearheading efforts to make sure that that's done in a wise and intelligent way to conserve the habitats for shorebirds.
Oh, Mark,
All right.
that's amazing. That's amazing. What a cool site. What amazing. Let me start my video here. What amazing diversity of habitats, diversity and abundance of birds. Super, super cool. And too bad we were about a month too late to actually see all those birds. But also, I'm no, it was still super cool to see the place and learn so much about it. I'm also jealous of your students and all the cool projects that they get to participate in.
Yeah, if there are any students looking for a great place to study shorebirds for undergrad and grad school, Humboldt State University.
Yes, Humboldt State University. Noted. Thank you so much, Mark. That was awesome. Thank you for
Thank you
being
for
here.
inviting me.
Yes, of course. And thank you for all the amazing work that you do there. Very, very cool.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. So now this is really cool. I'm getting to see all of these new sites too, all the way, like I said, from Panama. We are now going from California to Canada with James Casey is gonna talk a little bit about the Fraser Estuary and the type of habitat they have and what kind of shorebirds they see there. Welcome, James.
Hello, hello.
Thank you so much for being here with us, and I'm excited to hear what we have to share.
Excellent. Thank you so much for hosting me.
Of course.
And it's been a great trip so far. I'm happy to be one of the stopover sites on the way north. We in the Fraser Delta are roughly 700 square kilometers in terms of the KBA behind me. So what we did for our stopover site is we had a couple of staff go visit 3 locations. One is to the very north, the Sturgeon Bank mudflat. One is the Roberts Bank mudflat, and then right behind my head, which you can't see, is the Boundary Bay mudflat. So I'm gonna try playing a video here that lets you see what's happening at those mudflats right now. The main shorebird species we have passing through our Dunlin our western sandpipers, and then we also have an overwintering population of Dunlin. So those two are around in abundance. Once we've played through the video, we'll come back and talk about some of the other species that are here as well. So I'm going to get started here and hit play. Hi everyone. I'm joining you today from the Fraser River Estuary Western Hemisphere Shorebird Reserve Network site that is located in the southwest corner of Canada. It is also on the traditional unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples. The Fraser River is 1,300 kilometers long, and over thousands of years it has deposited enough sediment to build up the largest delta on the west coast of Canada. If you look closely, you can see here the Fraser River winding its way through the center of the image and creating this large delta on the edge of a region known as the Salish Sea. The Fraser Estuary Wishing Site is hundreds of square kilometers and has been designated as a site of hemispheric importance as it supports over 500,000 shorebirds during their migration north. From the perspective of shorebirds, the Fraser Estuary is composed of 3 large mudflats. At the northerlymost section is Sturgeon Banks, which includes Iona Island and the northern arm of the Fraser River. In the middle of the delta is Roberts Banks. This is where the majority of the freshwater discharge from the river occurs. It is also the location of Brunswick Point, which is where most of the western sandpipers stop to feed on their northerly migration. Then, in the southern portion of the delta, is Boundary Bay. Historically, the Fraser River used to discharge into the bay, but no longer flows this direction. However, the large mudflats it has left behind are important to Dunlin, both during feeding, but then also as an overwintering site. There are 3 shorebird species that the Fraser Estuary supports in globally significant numbers. The western sandpiper, captured here in a fabulous photo by Jordan Puttyfoot. And then we have the Dunlin, and this photo is that last shorebird on the far right of the log. I love this photo because it helps highlight how much larger the Dunlin is than the western sandpiper. And if you look closely, you'll see a black patch on the belly that most Dunlin have when they're flying across the Fraser Delta. Hi folks, I just see a message here that the audio is being a challenge. Is that correct?
Yeah, because we have translators listening in and doing the the Spanish version.
Okay.
See, I think it was in the max volume though, right?
Okay. Yeah, it was at the max volume. What we can do is I can just talk to the video. So
Okay.
if my audio is coming through,
It is, yes.
I will turn down the volume, and I'll just have to remember what I was saying at one point.
Oh no.
That's okay. So this is a picture of a series of Western sandpipers all along the log, and then right at the very end is a dunlin. And I like I was saying in the video, I really like this particular picture because it helps us compare what we're seeing out in the videos coming up here between what is the larger dunlin on the far right and the smaller westerns. And also, if you, one of the helpful tells in the field is if you look at the dunlin, on the breast of the dunlin, you'll see a black mark when you're on the delta. So we have that black chest on the delta. So yeah, a really helpful image there. And then we also have globally significant numbers of black-bellied plover, but mostly when they're in the delta right now, they're in their non-breeding plumage, so winter plumage. So they don't have a distinctive black coloring that we see later on. But we don't have nearly as many of these black-bellied plovers as we do western or dunlin. So we will have a few thousand of these, whereas we have hundreds of thousands of the western sandpipers. So this is a flock of mostly westerns. If you look closely, you can see some dunlins. So we often have these large mixed flocks, which make counting a challenge. But we're going to start off looking at dunlin. So these are some dunlin from the Boundary Bay area that were captured by David Bradley here a couple, or maybe a week ago or so. And so you can see they're foraging at the edge of the water, the intertidal edge. And in the background, you can see some of the mountains that are to the south in the US. So if you, this would be sort of the Puget Sound area, which is the last stop before hitting the estuary. And in a second here, we're going to see them get spooked, and we'll see that flocking behavior that they go off into the air, that they kind of respond to some predator or some birds flying by. In this case, it might have been an eagle, but often there are peregrine falcons hunting the delta, and that's a growing, the recovery of the peregrine falcons are a growing story in the delta in terms of determining how many are present. Here we're looking at Roberts Banks. So this is that flocking behavior over Roberts Banks. This one is mostly, I think, westerns, and they aggregate, like I said, in roughly all in very, very large flocks. And so the Fraser estuary supports around 90% of the global population as it moves north. The Roberts Banks area itself is supporting 30 to 60% of the population at this location called Brunswick Point, which is what we're seeing in the video right now. And so out there, there's a mix of Dunlin and Western sandpipers. And this is probably a flock we think of about 30 or 40,000 out there. And what they are doing is feeding on a substance known as biofilm. So it's a very, very thin mucousy substance that contains diatoms made up of diatoms that are very rich in fatty acids. And so it looks like they may be probing for insects. If you can, I'm just going to pause this video for a second. Right in the middle of the image, you can see what is a dunlin. And if you look closely, right at that pond in the middle, you can see that black belly on it. And then out on the shallower flats, you'll see the western sandpipers. And so the westerns are actually not probing for insects like they do at other locations, or invertebrates like they do at other locations. They're using their tongues and slapping it on the mud, using it like Velcro to pull that slimy layer off the mud that is rich in that biofilm. And so that's what causes them to aggregate in such high numbers at this site. Here's another shot from a morning count, trying to estimate how many are stopping over. Really a challenge of birding at the estuary is getting the timing right so that you can get a nice close-up shot of the view of the birds and be able to identify them. It's a difficult challenge to identify on a day like this and get a count of how many are out there. But it's still a lovely place to show up at low tide and spend some time birding. So thanks so much to Graham Sorensen for capturing this video a couple days ago for us.
That looks so beautiful.
Yeah, it's a lovely piece.
Wow.
And so what's amazing is if you can get out there and you can, this is, like I said, on a peak day, you could see 100,000 or so Western sandpipers at this location. Over the course of a couple of days of migration, we get, like I said, 30 to 60% of the world population at this one mudflat. And just stopping for a second, in the background, you can see the port infrastructure that's currently at the Fraser estuary. And this is one of the main threats to the estuary in terms of its continued function. Mark was talking about the challenges of port development. I think we've heard from a couple of the stopover sites this challenge. The government of Canada, through its organization, Vancouver Port Authority, want to expand port infrastructure at this site that would interrupt the flow of water across this mudflat and thereby interrupt the abundance of, or the productivity of that biofilm that's so required for the Westerns as they fly on. So we'll keep playing along here. Yeah, here's another shot of that port infrastructure. It's really just right adjacent to the mudflats. So that's an issue of concern. And here's a nice close-up of them probing into the mud and feeding there. So this is, if you're lucky enough to capture a nice close-up of the birds there. Maybe if you're coming to visit in person, one suggestion would be to try and time your visit so that you get the birds on a rising tide. So as the tide comes in, they move closer and closer to where you can bird from, to the edge of the flats. And so that gives you that chance to see these birds up close. So you can get some of these lovely photos, such as the one here by Jordan Puttyfoot. This is another shot.
So pretty.
The other morning from Graham. And just be quiet and let it play for a sec.
So beautiful.
Oh, he's found something out
Oh,
there.
wow. So how's the weather there on a morning like this?
So the weather on fairly, I mean, it is sunnier than most parts of the lower mainland, and it's cool. But it's like you can see here, this is the other site, the mudflats out at Iona Island. So we're up at Sturgeon Bank, and you often get a nice sunny morning like this. It's windy, so because the sound was off, you guys didn't hear the wind going by the mic, but definitely being out on the flats like that, you heard it with Mark. It's often windy, so you definitely need to dress a bit cool. But yeah, it's pleasant, and especially right now. So this time of year, as the Westerns go, we're into spring, so it makes for some pleasant birding. So yeah, we're gonna take a quick jump now to the Iona Island location. So we're looking out over Iona Island. Right to the south of us from this site is the the Vancouver International Airport. So this site's only a couple of minutes from the airport. If you ever happen to have a short layover in Vancouver, birding at Iona totally makes sense. It's a great site year round. So this is where we've seen our largest diversity of birds. We're over 260 birds, I think, at this site. And we got swallows, and yeah, the swallows are here now. The warblers are coming in. And just the other week, I guess we had Yusuf from Bird Canada was able to capture a short little clip of Dunlin feeding on this mud flat as well. So it'll just come up here in a second.
Wow.
Yeah, there we go. Let's let that play. This is, oh, look at that go. So again, they've been disturbed and go into that. So that's a few hundred Dunlin just foraging along the beach, but a nice close up. It's got lucky there to capture it nice and close. And so those are kind of the three sites that you would be visiting if you want to see the westerns this time of year, or the Dunlin. This is a site from back in Boundary Bay, a place called Mud Bay, and it's a shot I just wanted to share because it kind of captures a lot of the issues that are playing out in the Delta. So in terms of conservation concerns, I would say our top two concerns right now are port expansion, as already mentioned, and climate and sea level rise. So we're like many other coastal wetlands along the coast, struggling with coastal wetlands. So here's a shot from Mud Bay of a coal train that's bringing coal to the Roberts Bank terminal to be exported. And so the carbon emissions from that coal are part of what's driving the sea level rise issue for us, resulting in coastal squeeze. And this infrastructure itself is actually at risk because of coastal squeeze. So the dike you see in this photo and also the bridge are going to need to be upgraded to address the sea level rise issue. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we maintain that room for the mud and marsh habitat that you see in this photo, as we need that inland migration to be enabled. And even while we're dealing with the struggles of climate adaptation, there's this ongoing pressure to expand the terminal at the Delta and having a footprint, not just at the terminal itself and the mud flats that we saw, but also all the associated infrastructure. So increasing the rails, making more parking lots, widening the highway, more container storage, and big warehouses and that kind of thing being placed onto the Delta. So it's something to think about as we move from this stop to other stops. It's, I think, one of the lessons from this journey that we're on along the flyway is that these western sandpipers and the various shorebirds that are migrating along are birds that we share. And while they're a marvel to observe, we really do need to work together to try and protect these stopover sites at Roberts Banks and others that are at risk. So that was a quick video of some of the sites and some of the that you can see if you come. I'm going to jump from the audio to from the video to a quick presentation then. So that's that. Okay, so let's go from there to a PowerPoint. Because there's a number of other species that you can't see this time of year, that if you're coming, but that are present in large numbers on the Delta as well. So basically the Delta is both a stopover site for the migrating westerns, but it's also a major overwintering site. So a lot of the Delta doesn't actually freeze during the winter. So that means a lot of local BC species and then also species like Dunlin come down to the Delta and overwinter. And so in total, we have around 24 bird species that rely on the Delta in numbers that are either nationally or globally significant. So they trigger those IBA standards. A lot of waterfowl, snow geese and mallards and widgeon are overwintering here. Dunlin, as I said, are overwintering here, and then also a lot of raptors. And so it's all of that bird diversity in the winter also brings a lot of birders. And so we have over 90,000 birders a year coming to visit, and roughly so far we've been able to account for about $11 million in revenue flowing from that bird watching, which is an important part of the discussions here. And as we were hearing in some other presentations, it's really that complex of habitats that's really important to maintain. So the estuarine waters are key to the coastal birds, and the fish species that are in there, and the bivalves feeding that coastal bird populations, things like western grebes or scalps or golden eyes, that kind of thing. And then there's the intertidal flats, which we were just seeing in the video, which are supporting those migratory shorebirds. And then lastly, the farmland habitats are particularly important for waterfowl and geese, and also some songbirds like swallows, aerial insectivore species. And so it's that matrix that's so important to maintaining the abundance and diversity of the birds. So I'm going to hopefully play this one. This is Boundary Bay yesterday afternoon, and it's going to quick scan of the habitats that we were just talking about. So in the background of the video, you can see the mud flats. In the foreground, you can see that salt marsh habitat. And then as we come up over the dike here in a second, so here's the dike, over into the agricultural ground field in the back. And so this is the farmers' fields that are so useful to waterfowl. And then we also see the Dunlin making that jump up over the dike and using the farmer's field for roosting habitat at night, and also foraging for invertebrates in that field. This is a shot that's not from this time of year. So like I said, it was an overwintering ground. Most of the snow geese will have moved on by now, but we get, I think this year we had 200,000 snow geese or in that range in the Delta. So we get these large flocks of snow geese on the fields. And the farmers play a really big role in contributing to this. So there's a program that I'll mention later, the Delta Farmland Wildlife Trust, that's important in helping the farmers plant cover crops and maintain forage habitat for these birds. So we really appreciate the efforts of the farmers on that front. It's also a major overwintering site for raptors. So this is a year-round resident, the barn owl. And it's at its sort of most northerly extent in the Delta here. So we have a few of these. It's a species at risk. This is a short-eared owl that like to hunt the marsh habitats. We also get a number of hawks, northern harriers, bald eagles, peregrine falcons. So a large range of raptors that you can come visit. And then I wanted to talk about some of the other species that this Delta supports as well. So these are salmon, juvenile smolts on their way out to the sea. So the Fraser River itself supports 7 species of salmon and is our largest salmon producing river, thanks to the Delta and Farmland Wildlife Trust for their stewardship activities and helping farmers implement practices that maintain the productivity of the agricultural lands, both in terms of helping them make a living, but then also in terms of the role the agricultural land play in supporting waterfowl and other bird populations. So a big thank you to that kind of positive co-benefits of that landscape. And then I just wanted to end on some research that we're undertaking on the Delta. And so over the last year or so, we've been installing MODIS radio telemetry stations at various sites over the Delta. We have some questions about how the Donlin and Western Sandpiper use the Delta, how long they stay on the Delta, how many of them pass through, do they have seasonal preferences and that sort of stuff. And then also, when do they leave? That was sort of an unknown. We know when they're all gone, but we don't know when individual species are moving through and how long they're staying. So we've been putting up some MODIS stations and then also putting MODIS tags on some of the Dunlin species to help us track their use of the Delta through the year. And this has been some great work from Amy McDonald's with Birds Canada and other partners. And just last week, we think we saw the first Dunlin start its trip north from our winter tagging. So we had this Dunlin move from the Roberts Bank area that which you just saw to the Iona beach, where you saw the video of a few thousand on the beach there, up to a more northerly location at Point Roberts last week. So we're watching the stations now to see if they move further north or if that was just a day trip. We'll find out. That, I think, is all I wanted to share with you today. Yeah, if you had some questions, let me know.
Thank you so much, James. That was amazing. I have a lot of comments here on the pictures and how, especially the owl photo. People are saying that that's amazing. Really cool videos, really cool pictures. Really cool to see so many birds all at once like that. I do have a question here from Colombia. Christian Murr asks, what is known about these birds in migrations to the Amazon in South America? And he also sends greetings from Guaviare. I'm not sure if that's how you say it, in northern Amazon of Colombia.
Okay. So there's two projects that I'll mention in response to that question. I would say we know some, but not as much as we would like about the migration of these birds into the Americas. And one challenge is understanding the difference between site-specific information and population-level information. So these birds are very mobile and could respond to disturbance or threats by jumping between sites, or we could see them actually being impacted at a population level. So to look at that question, Point Blue has been leading an amazing project called the Migratory Shorebird Project to help us have volunteers at each site go out and monitor populations, and they're compiling that data to try and figure out what's happening at a population level, and then looking at site-specific threats to see if there are correlations. So definitely get in contact with Point Blue about if you have questions around that kind of information. And then, yeah, the MODIS tower that I ended out on, the partners are just starting to establish the network on the Pacific coast. So we have a very, very robust network on the Atlantic coast, which I'm sure you'll hear about later. But on the Pacific coast, we don't have that many sites yet. So I think the Fraser's lucky in terms of having a number of stations up, but we're looking for partners to expand other MODIS stations too. So yeah, get in touch with the MODIS team or myself and to help us understand the movement between the sites. I'll leave it with that.
Very cool. Thank you so much, James. Thank you again for joining us today, and thank you for the great presentation. And we are going to move now. We keep flying north like the shorebirds do, and we are going from Fraser Estuary in Canada and ending our trip, our journey together. This has been very, very cool. I think we're gonna end our journey right now at Copper River, sorry, in Alaska with Aaron Cooper. Thank you so much for joining us, and we're happy to have you. Oh, you're muted, Aaron. I'm sorry. Yes.
Hey, good morning, and welcome to Alaska.
Thank you.
It's great to see James's presentation. So the birds that we have here just left the Fraser River Delta, and so we have a lot of birds here right now. And so it's about mid-tide, and I'm out at Hartney Bay, and you can see the mudflats behind me, and it's kind of an expansive part of that's accessible from town, part of the Copper River Delta. And so I'm going to go ahead and switch views here. So I'm going to go ahead and I have some folks with me as well. So I'm going to go ahead and switch views, and you can see out here in the Delta. So we're going live. We're out in the field, and can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so right behind me is Hartney Bay, and it's an extensive mudflat, and we get a lot of birds that pile in here. But around the corner, it's a little subset of the greater Copper River Delta. The Copper River Delta is a 700,000 acre wetland located here in South Central Alaska. And we have about 50 miles stretch of mud and about a couple miles wide at low tide even. So it's just expansive amount of mud, a lot of places, a lot of habitat. And we get upwards of 12 million shorebirds that migrate through this area every spring. And so the Western sandpiper is just one species, and we get about 80% of the population, which is about between 4 and 5 million birds. So right now, you don't see a lot of activity, but in just a few short hours, there's going to be the birds are out there, but they're just spread out, feeding on the mud. And as the tide comes up, they get more concentrated. And so get concentrated next to the shore. And we do have quite a few. So there's all sorts of adaptations for shorebirds, but some that probe in the mud and some that kind of glean off the top. And so some shorebirds really like this grassy area that I'm standing in right here. And we have some visitors just over the way. And we're going to do a little, maybe see if you guys can see some shorebirds up close.
Ah, that's super cool.
Can you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to scare them too much. But yeah, they're feeding here in the estuary on this in this grassy area, picking the bugs off the top of the grass. So just and they blend in so well with the background that you don't even know. Many times you can't even tell that they're there until you almost, they speak up in front of you. So it's a pretty very productive place, and we've had a great week here. Right now, we're in the middle of the Copper River Delta Shorebird Festival, and yesterday there were about, I want to say, 12,000 birds out in this area. But on the flats, I was on the flats just a couple days ago. There are hundreds of thousands of birds feeding out there. So it is, and these birds double their weight and then head straight to the breeding ground from here. And so this is a critical stopover for the health and nesting success of the birds that use this area. And so, and it's a great location. It's right on the south, the tip of the northern part of the Gulf of Alaska. And from here, the birds, after they're only 2 days to double their weight. So that's an amazing amount of eating. So they spend a lot of their time focusing on getting food before they head north. And I do have today a couple of guests with me. And so I'm going to introduce Dan Ruthroff from USGS. And he is a shorebird researcher, and he's been doing a lot of work on shorebird diet. So here's Dan.
Hello, everyone. Dan.
Hi, Dan. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, happy to be here. This is my first time at the Shorebird Festival, actually. So yeah, really great time to be here. And I'm here for the same reason the shorebirds are, to play on the mudflats. The birds are here because these mudflats just hold thousands and thousands and thousands of little clams that these birds love to eat. So what I have here in my hand is some of these small clams. Their species is called Macoma baltica, and these are what the birds are here to do. They're here to eat these little clams and crush them in their gizzards and put on weight. So these shorebirds don't have teeth, but they have very muscular gizzards, and so they probe in the mud for these little clams, and they swallow them whole, and they crush them in their gizzard. They're very soft-shelled, and they have lots of really good high energy flesh. These clams, they spawn in the spring as well, and so they're full of they have very large gonads at this time of year, and the shorebirds, that's very fatty food for them, and they put on a lot of mass by eating these clams. So they're out there on the mud flats, just fueling up on these clams, these macoma. And there's also lots of marine worms out there, polychaetes and other invertebrates. So all these birds are here, and like Aaron was saying, these birds have different sized bills to do their different foraging adaptations. The godwits are probing very deep for the larger macoma. The dunlin and western sandpipers are feeding on the surface on the diatoms and the biofilm, but they're all here for one thing, and that's to take advantage of these amazing mudflats and their super productivity, which thankfully in Alaska, we have really pristine and intact wetlands that so many sites throughout the Pacific Flyway are heavily impacted by human activities, but these birds can reliably come here every year and know that there's going to be, abundant food resources that they can take advantage of and continue on to the breeding grounds. So yeah, spectacular resource up here.
Great. And the connectivity between this site, and that fitness level, I mean, you've studied that in the past. I mean, so this is pretty, it's very important for the life cycle of the bird. And because what percentage of a body weight do the birds give up to lay their eggs?
Well, it's a good question. Shorebirds lay very large eggs as a proportion of their body mass. Like a Western sandpiper, I did a lot of work on the breeding grounds on Western sandpipers. A female Western sandpiper weighs 28, 30 grams on the breeding grounds, and she lays 4 eggs. She lays them over a period of 5 days, and those eggs weigh about 25 grams. So in just 5 days, she's, mobilizing nutrients and laying eggs that almost equal her body mass. So she needs to arrive on the breeding grounds in really good condition to be able to do that. And they derive most of their nutrients for reproduction on the breeding grounds. But they obviously need to arrive in good conditions. So to be here on the Copper River Delta and to improve their body conditions so that they can arrive, at a site in Western Alaska, like the Yukon Delta National Wildlife Refuge, they get there as the snow is melting. It's still very cold where they're going to breed from here. And they need to get up there in good conditions so they can, find the little spiders and the invertebrates that are just starting to come out of the tundra so they can lay their eggs. So yeah, it's critically important to them.
Great. And we may come back to Dan in a few minutes, but I also want to talk to you about, so we have some great shorebirds that migrate through here, and there's shorebirds that still have questions. We're asking questions about the life histories of many of the shorebirds still that come through this area. And so we have Janelle Larson Temple from Alaska.
Larson Temple de Alaska, ¿te quieres presentar? Clara, buenos días desde Alaska a todos. Yo soy una bióloga que se especializa en especies en peligro de extinción en Alaska y estoy aquí en Córdoba. Y el Rosalary es una especie que no ha sido tan estudiada. Entonces no sabemos exactamente lo que comen acá en Alaska y yo me enfoco en investigar qué es lo que comen. Y también me enfoco en la conservación de bahías. Es un área muy remota, entonces no ha sido muy investigada.
And take a look at that habitat and look at the birds there. And so this is the first year of the study. I don't have any preliminary results to share with you all, but I'm really excited to be here and start answering some of those unknown questions.
Yeah. So Janelle, how do you determine what a shorebird eats? Like, what do you have to do to figure that out?
So one of the things we'll do, Dan and I are going to collect shorebird poops. And so we'll actually sit there, look at them in a scope, watch them, and once they produce some droppings, one person will stay at the scope and point to the next person and show them where that dropping is, and then it's their job to go collect it. They might scoop it with a stick or a flat rock, put it in a vial, and they're probably eating a lot of those macoma, those little pink shells, is what we think that they're consuming. And so you can actually take those and the little broken fragments of the hinges that are produced in that poop, you can measure those and you can look at different ages and size classes and determine what they're consuming. Of course, some things might get dissolved, if they're eating something like herring eggs, you probably won't find those in the poop. So there are other ways you can look at that. And we'll probably start with just doing some observations, but we think that they're likely feeding on those little pink shells.
Excellent, excellent. And do you know much about the connectivity with red knots? I mean, in other places. So is this similar work being done? What other things are being done along the flyway with red knots?
Yeah, here in Alaska, Jim Johnson is doing some work on the breeding grounds, and so they breed in the subarctic and Arctic regions of Alaska as well as Russia. And so in the Nome area of Alaska, they're looking at where these birds are breeding. They're also looking at chick survival. And we're interested in red knots, particularly here in the Pacific, because they've been declining over several decades. And so we wanted to investigate, well, Jim's looking at chick survival and nest success, and I'm looking at site-specific locations. And so there's connectivity here in Alaska as well as Russia and down in Washington and some of their stopover sites, and then these birds overwinter in northern Mexico.
Great. Well, thanks. And so we may come back to Janelle if there's some questions at the end, but we're going to go ahead. I don't know if you guys saw that, but she had a little shorebird flyby while she was speaking. So at this point, we're going to start talking about, so we heard about what's going on in Alaska, but we're going to actually talk to Jim Chu from the Forest Service International Programs and talk to him about the connection of birds to Latin America. Why is it important to connect birds from here to places along the flyway?
Hi, Jim Chu, Forest Service International Programs. Pleased to be here. Up here in Copper River Delta, Alaska, and Aaron mentioned and others have talked about this connection. And we see a site here that's relatively pristine, and these birds come through here. But if they don't have healthy places that they're stopping over, then all is lost. So we need to make sure that all of the sites are being managed and being used wisely. So we're working with partners from Chile all the way up to Alaska to make sure these sites are protected. And so we work with the communities, we work with government agencies, with non-government agencies to make sure this happens. So reaching out to people that have an interest in these areas is keenly important. So that's what we try to do. We've brought many of our partners from Latin America up to this site to see that they're connected. Their community in Colombia, their community in Peru, their community in Ecuador or Panama or Mexico is connected to the Copper River Delta. And so they feel that they're a part of something greater than just their own community. Just as the people here in Cordova see that, hey, they're part of something larger. So it's really a great partnership. And this partnership was started by a few folks in 2001. It's called the Copper River International Migratory Bird Initiative. Aaron Cooper is a big part of that. And we're just trying to make those connections with partners who have the similar interest and awareness of this habitat. So if you have any questions or comments, I'd be willing to talk to you about that.
Okay, so all right. So yeah, we're at this point, we're willing to take questions. We have a nice expert, folks from the Copper River Delta. If anybody has questions for Jim, myself, Janelle, or Dan, they can feel free to ask them at this point. If everybody, we weren't quite sure where we were on the time frame, keeping up to time. So yeah, is there any questions out there from the audience?
Yes. So hi, thank you so much, Aaron, Dan, Jim, and Janelle, all of you guys. I don't know who the question would be directed to, but there is one asking about, is the arrival time this year typical or has it changed with climate change?
I think that the arrival time was right on time. So we have this little range. It can go from the 3rd of May to the 8th of May. And what we're seeing is peak right around the 6th, 7th of May. So we are not seeing an early arrival of shorebirds.
Oh, that's good. And how are the numbers of shorebirds coming through this year?
They have been fantastic.
Nice.
It has been an incredible festival. So our high tides have been, I was a little worried. Our high tides are kind of on the weak side. It's called a neap tide. It's in between the full moon and the new moon. and that's the moons rule the tides. And so the water isn't coming up super high. So there's not a lot of movement between high tide and low tide. I think the height of the tide today is only 8 feet, but in some shorebird festivals, we had a 12-foot tide. And you can see how the topography here is really, it's not, you know, it's not a big slope. So just a few inches change or a foot change in the tide is a huge difference in the amount of water or amount of land that's covered up by water.
Very cool. I guess a follow-up question, is this a good indication of shorebird numbers overall?
That is the $1 million question, isn't it? So what was mentioned earlier, the Migratory Shorebird Project is trying to nail that down. They're trying to look at all these connected sites and look at trends. And we've been doing that for over 10 years. So we're starting to get some good data. I think that imagine trying to survey an area that's 50, or if you include Controller Bay. So if I look at the whole Copper River Delta complex, we put a Controller Bay in there as well. And that's 70 miles of mud. And you have this tide cycle that goes in and out. So trying to get a count on birds from in just a short period of time and that distance is a challenge in a place that's this big.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Well, thank you so much, Erin, and Dan, and Jim, and Janelle. This has been amazing. I want to invite all of the presenters and all of you guys too to turn on your cameras. And yes, thank you all so much. And thank you. This has been I've had such a great time. This has been so fun and interesting and informative. We went on a trip all the way from Panama to Alaska, and just learning about all of these different habitats, the different shorebirds that visit each of the habitats. So thank you all so very much for your willingness to be here with us, and for all of your work that you do. It's so important. We are so grateful to have people like you guys on the ground. And I hope you guys all have a great rest of your day, and stick around for the Atlantic flyway a little bit later on today. So thank you again so very much to all of you.
All right, bye.
Thank you. And I think next up, we have Miguel. Are you here?
Yes, I am, Barbara, but I gonna talk in Spanish.
Hola, Miguel.
¿Cómo estás? Vamos a regresar acá por 5 minutos.
Well, we're going to have 5 minutes with an expert. We also invited Isaín Contreras, who's going to share this space with us, and he's going to answer a question that we have especially for him. I don't know, Isaí, if you can turn on your camera and your microphone.
Okay. Hola, ¿me escuchan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Excelente. Isaín.
Perfect. Isaín is a great friend from Venezuela, a bird expert, from Mexico, and he's going to answer the question from the video.
Isaí, mientras que activamos el video.
So, Isaí, while we activate the video, oh, here it comes. Okay.
Hola, ¿cómo están todos?
Hello.
Mi nombre es Gypsy Canales. Tengo
My name is
13
Gypsy
años
Canales.
y
I
me
am
gustan las
13
aves.
years old and
Mi
I
pregunta
like
es, ¿por
birds.
qué
And my
algunas
question
aves
is, why
migratorias
do
cambian
some
de hábitat
migratory birds
y se quedan a vivir en
change
ambientes y
habitats
diferentes?
and they decide to live for a while in a different country? That's a great question, Isaín. Why do migratory birds change habitats and then they stay to live there, which is a completely different habitat from the one they were born? Well, first of all, thank you for allowing me or for inviting me to participate here. I want to thank the girl who sent the video all the way from Nicaragua, and some of the answers that I could give about why birds change habitats Well, it's because it is
necesidades
to
alimentaires.
satisfy their needs, their food needs. And also another reason might be that we find birds in very rare habitats because it also depends on how tired they get when they're migrating. There are moments in which many birds already ran out of energy, and maybe we can find them in parks or just on the ground or in places where we wouldn't usually find them. So it depends on certain factors, and a lot of them are going to be related to food and rest.
Excelente, Isaí. Muchas gracias por
Great, Isain. Thank you so much for answering the question. And for those of you who want to know more about Isain's work, in about 15 or 20 minutes, he's going to give a presentation about bird sounds at night migration. He is a specialist in recording night birds. So he's going to be participating in this conservation topic. So now we are going to invite Sheilda Diaz, who's going to tell us about the other programs that we are managing. Sheilda, you are welcome to open your camera and your microphone. Sheilda is speaking from Puerto Rico in the mountains that are near her home. So welcome. Introduce yourself and tell us what you're going to talk to us about. Hello, good afternoon, directly from Puerto Rico. I hope that it's not going to rain. I'm going to be presenting the program that I am in charge of. And I'm going to introduce the Latino Heritage Program because there's a whole team working in Environment for the Americas to be able to have students have experience with different species and different habitats. So I'm going to share my screen. Yes, go ahead. I'm going to turn off my camera.
Vale, estoy presentándola.
Okay, so now you can see it, right? Yes. Well, as I was saying, Environment for the Americas is there to provide opportunities to connect people with nature. And one of the opportunities that we have is through internship programs. I did not realize that I started my presentation in Spanish. I was going to speak in English, but whatever. Here's the team, part of the team that works with us. Daila is the director of the Latino Heritage Internship Program, and so she teaches a class to interns. This year, she has a total of 33 interns, and we need help in order to organize that. And to do that, we have Griselda Landaposa, and she's the internship associate. And we also have Chanel Tebaran, who's also an associate. And we have our director, Susan Bonfield, because without her, none of this would be possible. And Chu Yu, who is a graphic designer. So behind the scenes, we have a whole team that is always working on that. We are the face of the program. We are in charge of coordinating the program and that it works. So who are Environment for the Americas? I'm sure that you've heard this before, but because we want to be formal, we are based in Boulder, Colorado. We were created in response to the World Migratory Bird Day, which we are celebrating today. And our mission, the real mission, is to create a workforce where we have different cultures. And as you can see, we have a team that has a huge heart, and we want to invite all youth that is starting to get involved with conservation and with education. So it is important to us to provide these opportunities to young people, which are a minority within the federal agencies that fight for conservation. So we created a series of internships, but the one that I'm presenting you today is under national parks, but there are other internships that that are based on the U.S. Forest Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Foundation, etc. So the team that is working with us from the National Park Service include Ernestine White, who's the coordinator of the whole program of National Park Service. So they're the one providing the funding. Kirsten Jarvis is the one that manages the scientists in the park and Mosaics in Science program, and Chelsea Binning is the one that is the assistant of the youth programs. So she's also been in charge of managing the Latin Heritage Internship Program, which we're going to call the LIM for time purposes. And I promised Dalia that I was going to speak about this. So the Latino Heritage Internship Program was created back in 2013 and is managed by us as partners. And it is designed to provide internship opportunities in national parks for adults, young adults that identify themselves as Latinos. So it is an important opportunity for Latinos. This is a paid internship. It's not unpaid. So they spend between 11 and 12 weeks in a park, and they carry out projects along supervisors from the National Park Service. And these projects are very different. They can range from a science project, an education project, to an outreach project. And so they have 11 weeks to work along with experts in the park to be able to obtain an experience. And in the last week of their internship, they have a workshop in which they present what they worked on along with their supervisors. So Mosaics in Science, which is the one I manage, is also associated to the National Park Service. It was also developed in 2013 because we knew that there was a big need of integrating minorities to this program. So this Mosaics in Science includes not only Latin people, but also Afro-American, Asian, and other communities. So the goals of these programs is to be the vehicle so young people could have access to this type of experiences. This is also a paid internship. And in the case of, I forgot to mention, there are two types of internship. We have the PLC, which is Public Land Corps, and this helps interns because they get a certificate where the intern is going to accumulate experience hours that are going to be helpful for when they want to request a job at a federal agency. So how does this partnership work? The National Park Service has this umbrella program, and us as Environment for the Americas, we are the partner that helps managing this program, and that's how we have Mosaics in Science and LHIP working in a very similar way. The LHIP has a responsibility to identify those parks that need an intern. They need to work with the supervisors to develop a proposal to be able to compete with other parks, and we choose a park depending on the budget that they have, because not all of the parks that request interns have the opportunity to host one. We classify them, we assess them, and then we pick the parks where we are going to send the interns. And they also help. The National Park Service provides the funding, so all the interns are able to present their projects. The PLCs get a certificate so they can accumulate hours in case they want to work with an agency in the future, or if they want to work with a direct hiring agency. So maybe they go to work with another authority, but those hours are going to be helpful for them, because if they're applying for a certain position, then maybe they need a DHA certificate, and they focus only on the interns that have that certificate. As I mentioned before, in Environment of the Americas, we work with other federal agencies, and not all of them as the one like the Latino Heritage Internship Program, and not all of them last from 11 to 12 weeks. There are other programs that last for months. We have also one position that is for an entire year, and that is a wild experience. So this is just a summary of what I've mentioned before. The resources, the links available are here in this slide. And of course, I'm more than willing to share all of the resources to whoever needs them. And as an example, I want to share the experiences of two interns. The first one is the experience of Griselda, who participated in Mosaics in Science twice. She worked, well, first of all, Griselda graduated a little while ago from the Colorado State University with a major in wildlife conservation, and now she's working full-time with Environment for the Americas. In 2016, she went to Denali National Park in Alaska, and it's worth saying that Griselda, being a Latina with a low resource family, said that going to Alaska, it was only a dream for her. So when she requests this internship and she is informed that she has been approved, she says that it has been one of the best days of her life. So she went to Alaska in 2016, and then she went to 2017 to Everglades National Park in Florida. And in her experience, what she did was work on her project and living her dream, right? So part of that experience was working on a project. In the case of Alaska, she had to be a field technician. So she was assisting this team of supervisors. And so it was about carrying heavy equipment to the field, carrying out the monitoring, and her work included, she was being paid to go hiking to the mountains, to go camping, and then wake up very early to monitor different species. So it's any biologist's dream. And I would have loved her to give this presentation because she gets so much excited, so much more excited than me. And so she presented this project in Washington, D.C. Among the things that she did was creating an acoustic file of the Denali summer bird population. She was monitoring from stations that she set throughout the park. So she was creating a collection of metadata where she was recording the sounds in the stations. And she also set sensor cameras to be able to carry out a complete monitoring. And of course, she talks about all of the field trips that she had to do. She had to go backpacking, backcountry, and you have to be very brave. So she needed to use GPS because there are no pathways as such, and so she had to use her skills. I'm not going to say anything about Alaska because the pictures speak on themselves. When she was back in Florida, she was a science technician, but now a herpetology. And she used the experience that she gathered from last year. So she was chosen to carry out another acoustic monitoring. But in this case, it was about reptiles and amphibians. So she compared these two acoustics to be able to provide results. And from this experience, what she liked the best, this one is particular, was presenting her project because it was very different from the other presentations that she saw. And she was the one that led the presentations because of the experience that she had. So she assisted other interns in presenting their projects. So that's on Griselda's behalf. And Julian Gutierrez was the Latino heritage intern that worked in Fire Island last year, 2020. And he also participated in 2019. He's been part of the program twice, which is the maximum that they can participate in the program, only twice. And he was in Hopewell first in 2019. He was in charge And in Fire Island, he was also in charge of the community outreach, but because he was in the pandemic, he was very creative in his position. So what he was doing was taking a lot of pictures to to be able to present them in a virtual way. He was in charge of doing short videos where he would go to a specific place or follow a specific route. For example, in Fire Island, there is specific populations of species, so he was in charge of identifying the nests and take visual records to communicate the information to different camps, institutions, and schools to give visibility to the park. As I said, he never stopped doing the tours, and the park did have visitors. I visited back in 2020 to see how he was doing, and he was doing tours through a glass, but he continued to give presentations and he continued to gather material as well. When they started opening the pathways to tourists again, he already had materials that he could offer personally or digitally. All of this, once it was gathered, he was able to create a whole program. Fire Island has a full virtual program and Julian created these videos himself. These are short videos out of different topics and with the colleagues of the park. So now they have the resource. If anyone asks for information or requires resources about specific ecosystem or species, they can provide videos from Fire Island. He also did translations. He also was feeding the social media, and he also interviewed the director of the national parks. And David came to Fire Island to visit during Latin Heritage Week. He visited Julian and other Latin people that visited the park while they were celebrating their week. So he was able to share his work with the director, and so he had an interview, and the program was able to have a lot of media attention because of that. So we all want to congratulate Julian because of his great work. But he says, well, I was working, but I had a lot of fun. I had amazing mentorship. And like Kathy in Fire Island, he never stops talking about everything that he learned thanks to the Latin Heritage Program. And both presentations were done by interns. This is a presentation that they did to be able to promote the program, to talk about their experience, and so other people are motivated to join. And well, that's all on my behalf. I don't know if anyone has a question. I don't know if I went over time. If I did, I'm really sorry. No, it's perfect. We still have 1 more minute for a question. Okay, so I think that it is amazing that there are so many young people getting together for this program, because beyond the experience, they have fun. And you, as a conservation leader in the Caribbean and in Latin America, do you think that this program can be replicated in other countries in the future? What are the expectations to combine it to other programs in the future? Well, this program works because these programs usually have a 3% diversity, and that's why we started to implement this program, because in the Caribbean we are diverse, and in Latin America we're also diverse. I think it depends on the organizations themselves, and I think that it's a human need. We need to have young people passionate about conservation, so we have them working because they want to work. We had over 800 applications for our programs, and we only can choose 120. we can only choose 25 out of those 800. So if we're getting 800 applications, then something is working out. So if we could replicate this program in Puerto Rico, then it would be aimed to the needs of conservation, but aimed for young people as well. Great. Great, Sheldon. I think that this is a model program and it's going to be very interesting to see how it grows in the future. So now we're going to move on to the next presenter, and we already heard him. He was one of the experts that share the knowledge with us. And now we want to extend the invitation to Isaín to come back to the screen so he can give us his presentation. Thank you, Isaín, once again for being here with us. So first, tell us about what you do, where you're from, and what you're going to present today. Thank you, Sheila. That was a beautiful presentation. I'm sure that there is a lot of people that are interested in your programs, and I'm sure they will get in touch with you. I'm from Mexico City. And well, I'm in the southern part of Mexico City, and here at home, we are implementing stations to monitor night birds. I understand that this is a third station in Mexico. The two previous ones that I know about are no longer working, and we want to have that baseline. So as years go by, we can identify population trends and to improve the practices that we need, and so we can understand better night migration. I am a member of the Amigos Pajareros Observation Group. We are well, Jose Ramon is a coordinator. I'm a trainer for the Urban Birds program here in Mexico City. It's a beautiful team, and so we're always trying to work for the best. Well, Isaín, then share your screen with us so you can give your presentation. You can see it, right? Okay, we're starting. Yes, we can see it. First of all, thank you so much again to Miguel, to Danny, to Susan, and the entire organization for Environment for the Americas for this series of presentations and for this Migratory Bird Festival. I'm going to tell you a little bit about night sounds. I am going to direct it or connect it to the work that we're carrying out here in Mexico City, and to take on the motto of this festival, which is sing, fly, and soar like a bird. I think we've all heard about night sounds, or when we think about animal sounds of the night, we think about wolves, or we hear the frogs that start making sound at night, or if you're a birder at heart, you can hear the owls. And traditionally, we know that nocturnal birds are the ones that sing at night. So we have a series of species. We have owls that are the ones that are usually the ones that make those sounds, but those are not the only ones that make night calls. These nocturnal songs, we can also find them in other types of birds. Even in urban settlements, we hear birds that start to sing hours before the sun rises, and this is mainly a consequence because of the light of the cities and because of disturbances that wake birds up and they start to sing. And males that want to be more successful than other males, so they start to sing before other individuals. And this is basically just the context of these nocturnal sounds. But we want to use this as a tool to know what's happening with the migration of the birds that go through Mexico City, like we have heard today. In the Migratory Birds Day, there are different flyways among the Americas. along the Americas. And a lot of these routes or flyways have been studied through different methodologies, through banding birds and recapturing them, using different colored bands. And now we use radio transmitters thanks to technologies that allow us to have important details of the movements of these birds. But we're interested in this topic because we know that most of the passerine birds travel to the migration sites at night. So what does that imply? This brings certain advantages. For example, they avoid high temperatures that we could have during the day in tropical areas, and also they avoid the presence of certain predators. So how can we monitor night migration? A couple of years ago, naturalists or ornithologists used to look at the moon and they saw the shape or the silhouette of the birds that were flying by. And that was a way, not a very scientific way, but that did provide some information about the bird's movement. And as technology advanced, we started to use technologies that could be applied to humans, I mean by humans, to start understanding migration phenomena of the birds. And that could be the case of meteorological radars that give us an idea of the huge amount of birds that travel on certain seasons of the year. And also recapturing birds, or capturing and banding them and recapturing them. This band has a unique code, and there is a point of capture A, and if there is another researcher that has the luck to find that individual again, that's how we start to get a better idea of the flyways. So the topic that we're interested in is recording night calls. So before we get into that, I'm going to say the difference between a call and a song. These graphs, as you can see here, are spectrograms, which represent, it's a graphical representation of the sound, which is represented by X, which is the time, and Y, which is the frequency that which this call has. So the higher it is in the graph, then the sound is higher. So the bat, for example, would be the one at the top, because us as humans, it's so high, the sound, that we cannot perceive it. And so the lower in the graph, then the lower the sound is. As we can see in this graph below, they have different shapes, they have different lengths, and it could be the same fraction of the song but repeated over and over, or it may last for longer, it may have a wider range of notes. And so songs are more complex than calls, and calls are only a moment or an impulse that creates a very short and simple image. That's what we mean by calls. So the night calls to fly are usually very short, and that's that. And although migratory birds do produce it, not all species make calls at night. And those migratory species that do provide calls are always going to be vocalizing during the night. So that is important to consider when we set our station to identify the calls. There have been proposals of ideas of why these night calls happen and what benefit it brings, and some authors speculate that is to keep the group together through night migrations, and others have proposed that these are signals that are inviting the rest of the group that have found a site to rest, to be able to continue, to be able to find points where they can rest. Once again, this is a graph representation of the sound. These are two night calls of two different species. On the top part, we have a W sound that is a yellow chipe and a zorzal de anteojos. The first one was a warbler. And talking a little bit about the history of the night calls, we need to talk about how we developed different devices to be able to listen to music and to listen to recordings, as I was saying before. When we did not have this technology, the only tool that ornithologists had back then, it was just the ability to identify the birds that flew by and just using their ears. But technology started to evolve and we started to get better equipment, more technologies, a wider range of technologies to be able to be sure of what we were listening to. A while ago, we were using only our ears, and now we have options. In recording, we can use microphones, recorders that facilitate the task of listening to the night calls. And it was around the year 2000. And I don't know if you can see it because here in my screen is overlapped with my camera. But this bucket, it's a microphone. It's a specialized microphone designed by William Evans and is going to survive any type of weather and is going to amplify the bird calls and it's going to be easier to detect the night calls of the birds. And so in the particular case of this work here in Mexico City, we started with a curve, which is a picture that you can see on the top left. But we were limited because the weather conditions. For example, the fall migration season, it's also the rainy season here. So it was very likely that we were going to be rained on at night while we were recording. So we were at risk of losing the entire recording equipment because of the rain. And a couple of weeks later, after we started recording night calls, we were able to buy a specialized microphone. And as you saw in well, you can see in this video very quickly, we installed it directly on the rooftop of the house. And it's well protected against any type of weather conditions. And in the next video, this is the actual processing of the data that we gather. This microphone gives you samples or energy pulses that you have to be checking on the screen and listening to know if we are dealing with a bird call or if it's just a noise that was produced by other animal or other thing that we're not interested in, or a human noise, like a car maybe, or I don't know, klaxon. Okay. As I was mentioning, at first I had the option to collaborate in Sinaloa, and the station is called Llamados Nocturnos al Vuelo, and generally we found more species than here in Mexico City. Another information worth highlighting from these outcomes is that in Mexico City, we've had a bunch of information that just comes from noise. And it's obvious at certain point because we're in the middle of a huge urban settlement. And in Sinaloa, we were not in such a big city. And we know that Mexico City is a monumental city. So there was a lot of noise from the animals of the neighbors, from the traffic, from people, etc. And in a general way, these are the results that we had in Sinaloa. We're not going to be able to listen to it because of the time, but I want you to realize that the spectrum that we have in these images is different depending on the species, which allow us to identify which individuals we're listening to. So here we see the completely differences. This Caradrius semipalmaris looks like like a line in comparison to the Cataris ustulatus that is an ascending line, and the Cerophaga petechia, like we saw before, it looks like a W. So as we said, well, I think that this presentation was great. So the Sarapito ganga, which is the species that you can see here, is on the slide, is one of the focus species or the main species of the festival today. We knew that this type of bird traveled through Mexico City. Some colleagues used to identify them and they used to say like, well, maybe they're traveling by, but we only saw it once or we only heard it once before starting recording, and it's a bird that is really difficult to find out in the field. These are just a couple of species that we find in Mexico City thanks to night recordings, the Huitlacoche, which is not a migratory species, but it does have night behaviors that are very interesting. The Playerita tacolita and the Playero solitario have a very similar calling, so we cannot identify if it's one species or the other. But we also had the possibility of listening to these two species, and the species that we wanted to find in our night calls, which is the Sarapito. And you can see that the spectrum is very similar, but if we're going to pay attention to their frequencies and how wide the spectrums are, then we can find clear differences. And once we start to get more familiar with this methodology, then you start to find differences that are more detailed. So why was it important to find this bird? If you can find a map or a field guide, you can see that during the migration, this bird is all over Mexico, basically. However, if we check the literature from North and Central America, it says that it's a rare migratory bird within the country because Mexico City is right in the center of the country. And Melendez and collaborators in a publication about birds of Mexico City, it says that it's a fall migratory bird that is very difficult to catch. So once we started to look for available data, we found that before 2020, there were only 9 records in Mexico City of this bird, which is incredible because eBird has been around since 2000, and by 2020, there's only been nine spottings. It's a very rare bird. And now here on the map, you can see the spots where we have recorded callings of these species. So to carry out this work, we were strongly influenced by a colleague whose name is Anuar Lopez. He works in Texcoco mainly. And when it's a migration season, he practically goes every day, and he's found a lot of baltramias, which is this kind of birds. So if it's traveling to the northeast of Mexico City, then probably they're traveling also through the south part of Mexico City. So this was an amazing work because we were able to find 151 callings of these birds in the fall of 2020. And I'm saying callings and not individuals because it's very complicated to talk about individuals. Because out of these 151 callings that we recorded, maybe it was a single individual that was calling a group of 10 of 20, which is what Anuar Lopez has seen in Texcoco. So maybe the individuals that travel At this point of Mexico City may be way larger than 151. So night callings still, there's a need to understand a lot about them still, and they could be really helpful. We could apply them to programs and studies that could help birds. For example, there are studies about recording the sounds of birds and relating them to the incidences of birds crashing against windows or glasses. And there's also been used in wind parks. And so we can provide good information about schedules, timing in which migration of specific species is stronger. So these air turbines or wind turbines can stop working at that time so birds don't collide against the wind turbines. And it could be applied on other things that could benefit the birds and their conservation. And what can we do as citizens that love birds? Well, we can feed these databases with the recordings of callings, because if we see a species and we are sure that we are seeing that species, we can record the calling, we can upload it to this platform, and these are going to be very helpful for people like us who are learning from the night callings of the birds. So I just want to thank Environment for the Americas and the entire team, Danny, Miguel, Susan, because of the invitation, for the space. And so thank you so much for your time. And in 2 days is Mother's Day. And so happy Mother's Day, Mom. I don't have a picture because you don't like them, but that would be all on my behalf. Thank you. Thank you, Isaín. Well, we had some questions for you, but I think you replied them while you were giving the presentations. They were asking, was there a way to have access to the databases of the sound recordings, and you just showed it on a slide? And do you have any advice to learn about bird sounds at night? Yes, actually, William Evans. Well, I'm going to stop sharing my screen because then I forget. And I don't want to get in the way of the festival. William Evans, in his website, All Birds, he has publicly available the work that he carried out in 2002, I think, in which he uploaded all of the night call recordings that he has identified. And one question that I had in mind is, how do they know that this species is making night callings? And I think that is something very beautiful, because a lot of the things that he did was record animals during the day, birds during the day, and he realized that some callings were repeated during the night. So my recommendation would be, if you're interested in night callings, in learning about that, then don't be afraid of recording just small samples or small callings of the birds, because sometimes we think that the bird songs are the only thing that we can study, that is going to provide us more information, but the callings maybe are not as attractive. These are like smaller or short pulsations, but I would say don't be scared, just record everything as long as you're 100% sure that it is the species that you think it is. And that would be my recommendation. Thank you, Isaín. Great recommendation. Maricel is also saying congratulations for your presentation. So I invite you to come check out the chat on all of the platforms so you can see the questions and you can reply to them personally.
Very exciting, this presentation about bird cities. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Isaín. That was wonderful. I'm going to have to get up on my night sounds. So I'm excited about that. Yes, we are so happy to have Brian Lintz on today, and we're going to try something maybe a little difficult. We're going to try and have a live visit to a bird city dedication, hoping that some of our staff can get on using their phones like other presenters have. But Brian, welcome.
Got to unmute myself. Hi, thank you for having me.
Great to have you on today. So Brian has been involved with the Bird City program since its inception, or almost since its since it was created?
Since 2014, and it started in 2009.
Oh, okay.
So close.
Okay. So the way that we learned about Bird City was, well, I guess back maybe in 2010 or 11 when we were watching World Migratory Bird Day events, which were then called International Migratory Bird Day. And we noticed this growth in the state of Wisconsin. And one year we had, International Migratory Bird Day events in Wisconsin. The next year we had more. And we got up to, I think, 60. And I said, wow, what is Wisconsin doing? So I called around. I said, hey, what's going on in Wisconsin? There are all these migratory bird day events. And they said, oh, it's because we have Bird City program. I was like, oh, great. So that's when we first got connected to Bird City programs. And we're so excited to be more involved now. And Brian, I guess I thought I'd let you start by talking about the history of Bird City and what it means to be a Bird City.
Yeah, I have a PowerPoint I can walk everybody through,
Sure.
kind of with the history and where we're going. And
that sounds good.
I don't need the full 20 minutes, so I will try and make sure we've got time to sneak over to go to the live presentation.
Yeah, I can't tell if anybody, I don't know, Griselda, if you're out there and still on, it looks like they had to pop off. So I'll check in on them while you're doing that.
Well, feel free to cut me off if we need to go to them for a minute.
Okay, I will. Thanks.
Thanks again for having me. I'm here to talk about Bird City and the larger Bird City Americas program that ABC and Environment for the Americas are putting together right now to launch in the very near future. I work for American Bird Conservancy. I am the director of the Bird City Americas program. I am also the Glass Collision Program Manager. So you might hear me talking about both things. Previously, I was the director of Bird City, Wisconsin, and I am the current board chair. So the first Bird City program to be created was Wisconsin's, which was created in 2009 and recognized its first cities in 2010. The basic model for Bird City is what Tree City USA did with 2+ marks because we wanted to ask for more. So Tree City more or less says you have to manage your community's trees, have an Arbor Day foundation, and spend a certain number of dollars per person on your tree community. And we've liked that idea and it's been very successful. But the thinking was, birds are something that captivates everybody. And so we can probably ask for more for birds than you could ask for trees. The spread of the program from Wisconsin has seen it grow to a number of other states in the United States with other states currently in the works. And to help kind of work with this spread and provide people more resources who would like to do it and spread it further than just this, mainly the central United States, we are creating the Bird City Americas program. So Bird City itself has a couple tenets or things that are kind of central to how it functions. The first is that there has to be municipal buy-in or involvement. So the elected officials and the city employees themselves have to be involved. They don't have to do everything, but they have to do part of it, which ends up going a long way for conversations about anything that has to do with birds, because those people will then say, well, we're a bird city, should we be doing this? So even having them involved at a very basic level is an important thing to influence conversations. Bird City also provides recognition. So communities get 2 street signs to put around the community, flags, banners. When you get your initial recognition, somebody, at least in Wisconsin, will drive out and give a presentation to usually the city council or the mayor or at a public event that the city will choose, which is what Sue is talking about in Colorado. Because this is a big public kind of, a big pat on the back for everybody who is taking good actions for birds. And then the third part is providing resources and guidance. So this gets to the next point. A lot of people want to act to do something good for conservation and for birds, but they don't know what to do. And not knowing what to do is a big hurdle that keeps a lot of people from doing anything. And Bird City is their guide. So it provides, you know, a number of steps that people can take that they know they can trust will be the right thing to do. Resources to help take those steps, guidance if you have questions, and then someone to also help you connect with the ask in Wisconsin is not what somebody would ask in Mexico and is not what somebody would ask in Argentina. But these 6 categories can fit no matter where you are, with the specific actions kind of being adapted and changed so that they're right for the community. So, you know, we've mentioned that there has been spread of this, and that's led us to create Bird City Americas. So we are here creating Bird City Americas because the Bird City model has been popular and successful. One of the hurdles to it, though, has been the amount of effort that goes into setting it up so that it is something that is manageable for each new program. And so a lot of advice and guidance is useful, but there was never really an organization designed to provide that. The Wisconsin program did as much as we had been able to, but you know, our goal was to run it in Wisconsin. So we helped where we could and realized that we always wanted to do more. The other thing is there are some resources that are difficult for any one of these programs to create that we are going to be creating, like a large website where everybody can have their own page with an online application system and a bunch of ways to connect communities together that wouldn't happen any other way. There's also a motivation for doing this for consistency, so that when you have a Bird City program, no matter where you find it, it more or less means the same thing. You know, this is not a big thing where the only reason we're out here is for branding or anything like that. But you want to have people kind of recognize throughout this network that they're all working towards the same kind of conservation goals. So the Bird City America program is a partnership between American Bird Conservancy and Environment for the Americas. We have very significant support from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, from both their Region 3 program, which is the Great Lakes region in the United States, and then through their Urban Bird Treaty program. So they have been a terrific partner, and I expect that, I hope that that will continue going forward. Our initial goal with the Bird City Americas is to have these programs throughout the Western Hemisphere. So you can think about, you know, I like to think about it, well, that's, you know, the whole Western Flyway. So when birds migrate, let's connect all of the people who share the birds that migrate through their areas. The way the program is going to be set up is that American Bird Conservancy is in charge of the overall coordination and building of things like the website and the resources. But then when it comes to putting it actually on the ground and coordinating what happens within regions, ABC is working in the United States and Canada, and Environment for the Americas is working in Latin America and the Caribbean. So in terms of, you know, how are we going to make this work? One of the reasons why the Bird City programs work in each state is that there are local and regional networks that are the keys that make it work the way it does. So if you can think within your city, you're more likely to have a network of people within your city, but you don't know everybody in your city. And this helps you build the network where you are. But then taking a step further back from that, having a program over just your region provides connections in your area that are outside of your city that can also be really beneficial to your work. So the goal here is not to organize this so that it runs out of one city and that one city is running everything. The idea is to create these different regional networks and then link all the networks together. So in the United States, we are aiming for self-funding, locally owned state programs. So Bird City, Wisconsin type programs in every state, where we're providing resources and guidance and connections and adding value by adding all these larger connections. But the local programs have to pay for themselves. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we're gonna, I believe the initial model is to use Environment for the Americas World Migratory Bird Day regions, starting with a pilot program. And with both of these, there is definite potential to evolve in the future. One of the things we're working hard to do is make sure that this is flexible so that, you know, as the situation changes and as different, you know, options come our way, for example, national programs that would then work within their regions. You know, we want to remain flexible to try and make sure that everybody who is interested in participating is able to. So we will be providing the model and the branding, the website and the online applications. The online applications are a very hard part. You know, when you have 2 cities applying for Bird City status, it's not so hard to manage. In Wisconsin, we have about 100, and they have to renew that periodically. And doing anything 100 times is time consuming, let alone reviewing applications if people are just emailing you things. So we're working very hard to make this as easy as it can possibly be, so that as many places can do it as possible. The training and ongoing advice, you know, the goal is to have the people who run current bird cities be available to help the places that want to start one. And there will be ongoing questions and advice that will be important for everybody. Coordinating the programs themselves. At the moment, I don't think any of the existing Bird City programs has ever worked together on anything. And there is a real potential for programs to work together, but they really need somebody a step above to look for those opportunities. And that's what we will be doing at ABC and Environment for the Americas. And that kind of gets into the potential for grants and regional projects. I also hope to build inter-program connections through a big tourism network. So the people in the communities will be able to go in and talk about where to bird, who the guides should be, where to eat, where to stay, build support for the local efforts by, you know, maybe charging a bit for some of those things. And we'll have a big map that will show all of this. So when you go travel, you can say, well, I'm going to stay in a bird city. And when I'm there, I would like to meet some of the people who do the things that I do for birds. And then, you know, we can have connections and go birding together. So I mentioned the simplified 6 categories. This is what we are thinking at the moment. You'll notice the only thing I will point out about these is that habitat is in there twice. And the first one can be met by anybody. So if you've got a great private individual or a land trust or another organization that does a nature center that does a bunch of habitat work, that is great there. But every single community, like the community government itself, controls some habitat. And because that's the case, there's a separate category for them to make sure that they have to do some habitat work because they all have the ability to do it. And it often just takes some small changes and they can be managing it better for birds than they currently do. These are all based around really addressing the largest threats to birds: habitat loss and degradation. The threat category includes cats and window collisions, climate change, and then education is a big threat to birds because lack of education has us in the conservation situation where we are today. And you'll notice the 6th category there is World Migratory Bird Day. So World Migratory Bird Day encompasses the Bird City idea and is like a one-day all out, like let's do all kinds of Bird City stuff for a day. And the Bird City model then kind of takes the World Migratory Bird Day one really intense day and spreads it over the rest of the year. So this is a really good marriage of our 2 organizations. So we will be giving guidance, like I mentioned, to help create the right kind of criteria and guidance on how to work with communities. The free website, free training, connections, resources, you know, we're going to be helping people create whatever materials they need to run their programs. You know, the only agreement you're going to have to kind of sign on the dotted line is that you would be agreeing to continue to follow the general model, which I think everybody would be just fine with, to make sure everybody stays on the same page. And our goal is to have each page be written in the native language with an option to translate. So you'll be on one website and some of it will be in English, some of it will be in Spanish, some of it will be in Portuguese, some of it could be in French. And so we want everybody here doing this in the language that is their native. So real quickly, where we are at the moment, ABC hired a new coordinator who started in April. We are taking steps to build the website, which is going to be a big process, but I'm hopeful we can have it done by the end of the year or the very beginning of next year. And then we're going to be working on bringing the existing programs on and beginning to work with new interested partners. And then, the long term kind of, it follows to continue to grow bird conservation, innovate and add new resources, and do everything we can to connect people while saving birds. There are, potential for conferences and different network things, but those are also features we will continue to add down the road as the network grows. So with that, I will say thank you, gracias and obrigado, and open it up for questions or maybe for a live presentation if there's an award.
Yes, we will be doing that. So we do have Bird City Lafayette on. So let's see what we can do there. Bird City Lafayette. So the Bird City Lafayette is the first bird city in Colorado. We've got Environment for the Americas staff out there. So if we can bring them on, thank you so much. They are having their dedication for their Bird City event today. And you can see that they're out at Wanaka Lake. You can tell we're learning the live remote process. So bear with our video. Thanks to all of our staff who are out there.
Renewable energy and how that fits in with all of our natural resource considerations, like birds, for instance. So one of the groups that helped us fulfill this and get the designation is the Lafayette Energy Sustainability Advisory Committee. And we have Zach Rogers from LESAC who will just say a couple words about what they do and just how they contributed to the designation as Bird City. Come on up, Zach, and I hope that this sound system works for you.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, so thanks for, we're thrilled, we're at LESAC thrilled to see Lafayette receive another recognition for our city's commitment to sustaining our environment. And not just another commitment, our leadership really. It's great that we're, again, one of the first cities, the first in Colorado to receive this. So we're thrilled to see our city's continued commitment to sustaining a healthy environment. LESAC, so we're the city's Energy Sustainability Advisory Committee. We advise the city on all aspects of energy sustainability. And then we work with RAC, the city's Waste Reduction Advisory Committee, and Open Space on other areas of just general sustainability. One of the things we've just recently put out, and this will help contribute to the points. So there was 8 points that we got to get this Bird City recognition. 8 points were from the energy and sustainability category. So 2 points were for our city passed a resolution in 2017 to be 100% renewable electricity by 2030 and to have an 80% carbon reduction by 2050. So that was so great leadership by our council there. We got 2 points for all the things we've done around solar. We're one of the first solar cities. We're a Soul Smart designated city. We have over 1 megawatt of solar garden around the city. We have PVs on the city hall, rec center, police department, the library, the water plant. We got 2 points for just our outreach for our sustainability website and the work we've done with PV and EV workshops. We've done several EV charging stations around the city and several workshops around that. We have a great green business program that gets our businesses around the city involved in energy efficiency and sustainability. And we got 2 points for the sustainability plan. And so this is the plan that we've just finished up this year that we worked with a whole bunch of groups on. And this is just a general sustainability plan for the city. So that's the 8 points that we got in category 5, energy and sustainability for this award today. So again, I'm thrilled to see us, again, being leaders in this, in being stewards for the environment and sustainability. It's a wonderful honor, and there's been a lot of people working hard to get there for a lot of years. So thanks, Martin. Great. Thank you.
Okay, now that it seems like maybe the sound system is working consistently, I'll thank Alex Silver, our high school volunteer, who's providing the energy for this and teaching kids and adults about energy at the station. So check this out when we're done with our little ceremony here. Okay, next I want to bring up Ted Floyd, and Ted Floyd is the editor at American Birding Association, and he's also the author of several field guides to birds. And he lives right over that direction and is here helping us out. He's here helping us out a whole lot with all of our bird events. So I want to pass it over to Ted to say a few words.
Hey, thanks, Martin. Hi, everybody. Am I sort of audible to y'all? Okay, very good. Well, hey, I'm Ted. Martin, thanks again for having me. Great to see all of you all here. What Martin wanted me to do was to, I can take this off, can't I? Sort of talk to you all about Greenlee Wildlife Preserve and Wanaka Lake in a bigger picture sort of context. So for those of us who live in Lafayette, you know, this is just a park. It's a place to walk the dog or throw a Frisbee or play with the kids. And that's all really, really cool. That's great. But this is actually a legendary bird watching hotspot. Every single birder in Colorado knows the name Greenlee Preserve and Wanaka Lake. In fact, birders in Wyoming and New Mexico and Kansas and Oklahoma know all about Greenlee Preserve and Wanaka Lake. This is one of the great birding hotspots in the Front Range metro region. In fact, in the whole Southern Rockies region, people come from all over here to see birds. More than 250 species of birds have credibly been documented right here where we are standing, which is an incredible total. And the question is, why is that? And there are two reasons. The first reason is just sort of because of sort of happenstance, the topography, the geography, the location. We've got mountains over there, prairie over there, rivers around here. It's all... Yeah. We're good? Okay. The second point, though, is really about all of you all and about the political will here in Lafayette. The deal is that this whole complex of Thomas Open Space, Greenlee Wildlife Preserve, Wanaka Lake, Wanaka Landing over to Heckler Pond in Louisville, even as Lafayette's getting bigger and bigger with more and more people, it's still a fairly well integrated, larger ecosystem. And the birds absolutely depend on this network of resources here. A good example is the wood duck. They nest over there, they feed over there, they roost over at Heckler Pond. They have to have all three. If you take one out, the wood ducks are gone. So this sort of integrated, holistic, landscape level management is something that, especially for those of you all who live in Lafayette or Louisville, get with your politicians on that one. As long as we preserve the integrity of this entire site, we're going to have this amazing resource for birds, and by the way, for other wildlife, as long as this place is preserved. So it's an amazing resource. Enjoy it, but it is kind of fragile because this city is going to get a lot bigger compared to every projection I've seen, and we really need to keep it about as wild and especially as integrated as possible. So thanks again for coming out. Enjoy the birds, and I'm not sure what's next on the agenda, but I'll hand the microphone back to my handler over here.
Thank you, Ted. Okay, so sorry about the wind problem here too. That's why I'm being incognito here. So next, I'd like to bring up Tim Barnes and Stephanie Walton, who are on our city council here at Lafayette, and they're going to tell you how the final part of this process of being declared a bird city came about.
Thank you, Martin, and I'd like to thank you all for being out here to recognize this dedication on this really fantastic day. And City Council did check off. We were the final vote on whether or not this is going to happen. So with that resolution, we did declare this the bird city. So you know, that's just fantastic. Give yourselves a hand. City Council just signed it for making this all possible. And there's a couple of, and this is Mayor Pro Tem Stephanie Walton here with me. So if you have any questions for us later, you can ask. But we would like to also mention that there are a couple of plans out right now. If you know about the resident survey that is out right now, and you can give us your input about life in Lafayette. And we are getting close to finishing up the comprehensive plan. So that is out right now. So we've gotten some feedback. If there's more feedback you'd like to let us know about as we close in on the comprehensive plan, please let us know. And coming up later this year, the multimodal transportation plan is will be coming out, and we will be looking for your input on that as well. And again, just like to thank Martin and everyone who has worked so hard to make this day possible. And yeah, let's give ourselves a hand for this. Congratulations.
Hello, hello, there we go. Okay, well, let's try to get through here. So I want to also thank all of our volunteers here today that are volunteers at the Shack, which is our open space education center, and Sam Peterson with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and folks from the Environment for the Americas, which, by the way, either are we right now being live streamed to their Western Hemisphere wide event, because they've got events going on all over the Western Hemisphere. Does anyone want to say a quick word about what's happening today? Or yeah, come on up and just tell people what this day is all about.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Barbara. I'm with Environment for the Americas, and today is the official day that we celebrate World Migratory Bird Day globally, actually. We as Environment for the Americas manage the Western Hemisphere, but the event is a global event where we celebrate the phenomenon of bird migration and all the threats that birds face in their journeys, and simple but effective ways that we all can, actions that we all can take to help the birds. So we are very happy to be here and supporting the city of Lafayette with this great event, and congratulations on all of the accomplishments that you got, all the requirements that you guys had to fulfill to get this. So it's a huge feat. So
Get to the end of the, can we make it to the end of this without our sound going out? Well, we're just about done, but I want to thank, recognize, and bring up Rob Burdine. He's the person that I work for here at Lafayette Open Space. He's the superintendent of open space. He'll tell you just a little bit and then introduce someone from our Lafayette Open Space Advisory Committee. You can tell there's a lot of people that have been playing a part in just Bird City, let alone all the other things that go into conservation and making the city a better place. So Rob, here you go.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, it really is an honor and a privilege to be the open space manager for the first bird city in the state of Colorado. So let's give us one more round of applause for being the one and only bird city. And throughout my life, having the last name of Birdine, you could imagine all of the nicknames I may have been called through the years, from bird to bird-eye to bird slime, and many others that we can't talk about. I want to bring up one of our open space committee members just to say a couple words. Tim Schaefer's Tim?
Hi, everybody. Thanks. Yeah, again, my name is Tim Schaefer. I'm a member of the Lafayette Open Space Advisory Committee. And I'm also a wildlife biologist in my professional life. And, you know, a lot of this designation for Bird City happened before I became a member of LoSAC. And so I kind of dug in a little bit, asked Rob for kind of the application materials to see what all was involved in getting this designation. And I was really impressed with kind of how many things that had to be checked off to really get this kind of designation. And it was a little more rigorous than I was expecting. And so I guess pretty proud of the community for really all the efforts that, you know, Rob and Martin and everybody have made, and just the general commitment. To me, it's a commitment. It shows the commitment of our community towards our open space and our natural resources, and I love the outdoors, and really that Colorado kind of way of life. So congratulations to you all for doing such a great job of taking care of the place we love.
Okay, one last piece here. Can everyone hear when the wind is at its worst back there? Good, thanks. Well, we have this wonderful Bird City sign that we're going to put up on the shack, and then there are also two others that are going to go up or have gone up or are going to be up on the road soon. So as you're driving along, you'll see two other signs, kind of like the ones you see for Tree City, but now we are Bird City. So that kind of brings us to the end of just a formal ceremony that we've done here. But as you see, there's lots of activities and displays here. And I urge you all to spend a little time getting to know a little bit of what's going on here as an educational activity at the Shack. And I'll say that the Shack, the name comes from a 20th century conservationist that we're kind of emulating here. He rehabilitated land in Wisconsin. Rehabilitated chicken coop that he called the Shack.
All right.
Our education station, the Shack, in memory of Elda Leopold, who was a great contributor to the conservation movement in the United States. I think we'll end there and not test our sound system anymore. Thank you so much for coming, and enjoy what's here.
So this is an exciting day for us, Brian. I know you've seen a lot of these events, and this is the first city, like I said, in Colorado, and we took on the role of the coordination of bird cities in Colorado. So like he said, it was pretty rigorous, not only for them to achieve it, but for us to review it, and we appreciate your help with that. I just wanted to see if you could speak just a moment about other places that might want to start a Bird City program. What should they do?
If you are interested, you can reach out to either me, which my email is blenz@abcbirds.org, or to Sue. And one of the two of us will kind of have the initial conversations with you. Really, probably until the website is ready, we won't be actually like starting a new program for anybody, but there's a bunch of work that needs to happen before you get to that point. So reach out if you're interested, and we will be happy to talk to you.
Great, thanks so much. And can you share maybe one activity a Bird City has done that you found to be really kind of above and beyond?
Oh man, that's hard because there are so many different things that people have done. Yeah, well, in Wisconsin, I think a good thing to look at would be like the range of the World Migratory Bird Day events is kind of a cool thing. Some of them of our communities have 2 or 3 day long festivals where some have, public guided bird walks, and you'll see them build a little bit over time in what they're doing as Bird City becomes something that people get used to. There have also been a lot of innovative ways that people have met their applications and pulled the applications together. And I certainly have seen a lot of very, very fun to witness relationship building. So when I gave one of the initial presentations to a city council, I walked in and, everybody knew who I was because I'm the guy with the signs. And, one by one, I talked to the people that I had been corresponding with over email. And I gave the presentation, and then afterwards, I walked into the hallway and they came out with me, and then they introduced themselves to each other. So they live in the same community, do the same kinds of things for birds, but hadn't met each other until they met at the Bird City Awards ceremony. And I'm sure some of that is going on right now in Lafayette now that the official presentation is over.
Well, and that's so true. And that's what we love about Bird City is that it brings together people that might not have worked together otherwise. So bringing together city officials, the biologists, the, caretakers, just the people, the community. That's just so important to making the whole program work and to improving things for birds.
Yeah, and the street signs go a long way too, because all the other communities around that one will get jealous when they drive through and say, "What's that sign? I want one of those." And then they will go and figure out what they have to do, and they will call you. You don't have to call them.
Well, and I have to say that developing the sign and creating the art, I don't know if people are aware of this, but the different states have a different piece of art. Wisconsin has its own art, and I think Texas has its art, and Colorado now has its art. And that was a really fun part of it, picking the species that would represent our state, and the artist who donated this piece to us, and then having it reviewed by other people in the state to talk about, well, what works and what doesn't. That was really fun. It was a really fun part of developing the program. I want to thank you, Brian, for being here today. And we're going to take we're going to have everyone who's on here waiting for our next program, which is Amigos Alados. We're just going to switch off and on a little bit and get our Facebook feed back up. I want to remind people that if you're watching us today and you need translation, you can go to birddaylive.com. English and Spanish translation is there. And you can also go to our Facebook page at Environment for the Americas. So thank you very much, Brian, for joining us today and for this amazing program, Bird City.
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you everybody who's listening for everything you do for birds and for your communities.
Muchas gracias, Susan. Muchas gracias, Brian.
Thank you very much, Susan. Thank you very much, Ryan. We're very excited about this Bird Cities program that also is going to be part of the activities that is going to of our colleagues in Latin America and the Caribbean. So the only thing that we need to do is wait a little bit longer for those group of people of those cities to grow. As Susan was saying, we're going to invite our colleagues and our friends from Amigos Alados in Mexico. We have Fabiola over here. And turn your mic on. Yes.
Hey, Miguel, we are off
We're
air.
not live.
Okay.
We're off air. Give me just one moment. I'm reconnecting the Facebook feed.
Welcome, everybody. We're back, and we're back with two wonderful guests who've been running a program that is called a twinning program. And that's a program in which you connect people in one students and families together, learning about birds and their conservation. So I'm really happy today to have with us Allison and Fabi. Allison is from California and Fabi is from Mexico, and they've been working for a number of years on an incredible program that has so many details and materials and education for the participants. And today they're going to share with us a poetry contest that they hosted and some of the winners. So I have a little bit more about Amigos Alados and then to present the winning poems.
Thank you, Susan. We appreciate the introduction. As she said, I'm Allison Koiser, and this is my co-director, Fabi Favela. She runs the program in Mexico, and I run it in the United States. And I'm going to share our presentation here. Okie dokie. So this is our presentation about Amigos Alados a little bit, and then about the contest. And we're going to present the winners to you from both countries. Amigos Alados is a nonprofit project fiscally sponsored by EFTA, Environment for the Americas. And we really appreciate that sponsorship because Sue has had a program similar to ours. She knows what we are going through, the kinds of needs we have, and we really appreciate our collaboration.
Bueno, en la siguiente gráfica podemos ver la
On the next
participación.
chart, we can see the annual participation of students in Amigos Alados during the last 13 years. As you can see, since 2007 that we started, we had a significant increase. However, now with this pandemic, there was a reduction of participating students. Currently, we have around 600 students in both countries involved.
We continued with the program this year, but in the United States, I did a whole lot of virtual presentations. But I've been very pleased that we've received letters from our teachers here and in Mexico, and we've been successful at exchanging them. So that's great. However, Fabi and I were concerned with the pandemic that we might not have the same sort of enthusiasm or participation. So we decided to have the art and poetry contest to build enthusiasm and also provide an opportunity for the children who wanted to dig in deeper. Before I leave it, this shows a map. This is a map showing where our schools are focused around San Francisco Bay, and then we have one up in Washington State. And Fabi's schools are clustered in Jalisco with one school in Michoacán.
Así es, la idea de hacer este
The main idea of creating this contest during the 2021 school year was actually because of the pandemic that we were going through. So one of the ways that we could encourage children to learn a little bit more about birds was why we created this contest of poetry and art.
Yesterday, so there's a lot of excitement. I saw on Facebook, Fabi, that there were more than 400 people looking at the winners. Okay, first we're going to talk about the winners of poetry. In the United States, our judges were Lynn Apostle, Joan Gray, Anna Menton, and myself.
Los jueces en México.
And the jury in Mexico was for poetry were Marcela Garcia, Martina Aguilar, Alex Koiser, and Fabiola Favela.
Y aquí tenemos el poema.
And here we have the poetry for the third place for Ian and Emiliano Olalde here in Mexico, from the School Cadete Francisco Márquez in Sayula, Jalisco. His poetry titled Swallow and Flying. We're going to read just a couple of paragraphs for not taking so much time. His poem, Swallow and Flying. Swallows that fly go, chatting as they pass. How beautiful is this place? With the beautiful colors, they illuminate the landscape whenever they fly.
Swallow and flying. Swallows that fly go, chatting as
Golondrinas que volando van,
beautiful is
platicando
this
de pasar.
place.
Qué
With
hermoso
their
este
beautiful
lugar.
colors, they
Con sus
illuminate the
hermosos
landscape
colores y
whenever they
ilumina el
fly.
paisaje siempre que volando van. Second place was for Alejandro Gómez Garcia from Mexico, from Ciudad Guzmán, from the school Manuel Ávila Camacho. And his poem is called Colorín Pecho Canela. Lazuli Bunting. I love your silhouette. With your multicolored feathers, you increase your splendor. When you perch in the branches, you show your agile gaze. Your song in the open sky with blooms that pass.
Colorín pecho canela, lazuli.
Colorín Pecho Canela.
I love your silhouette. With
Me
your
encanta tu
multicolored
silueta.
feathers,
Con tus
you
plumas
increase your
multicolor
splendor. When
aumentas
you
tu
perch on the
esplendor.
branches,
Cuando te
you show
posas
your
en las
agile
ramas,
gaze.
dejas
Your
ver
song in
tu
the open
ágil
sky
mirada. Tu
reblooms
canto a cielo abierto reflorece los senderos. Hermoso. And the first place in Mexico was for Moisés Delgado Garcia Moncayo, poem titled The Hummingbird. It comes from the school, elementary school, 20 de noviembre from Ayuquila, Jalisco, and here it goes. The hummingbird. In Amigos Alados, one day I discovered, with binoculars in my school garden, a beautiful hummingbird, drinking the nectar of the roses, and also the living. From top to bottom, from left to right, and if necessary, it goes in reverse. This is how a hummingbird flies.
El colibrí, the hummingbird.
El colibrí,
Amigos
the
alados,
hummingbird.
one day I discovered
En Amigos Alados,
binoculars
un
in my
día
school
descubrí
garden
con un
a
miralejo en el
beautiful
jardín de mi
hummingbird
escuela
drinking
a
the
un
nectar
bello
of the
colibrí,
roses,
viviendo el
and also
néctar de
the
las
living.
rosas y
From
también del
top to
himno.
bottom,
De
from
arriba a
left to right,
abajo, de
and if
izquierda a
necessary,
derecha,
it
si es
goes in
necesario,
reverse.
se va de
This is
reversa.
how a hummingbird
Así como
flies.
vuela, así es como vuela un colibrí.
Had this experience. Okay, in the United States, our third place winner is Angelina Logan in fourth grade in Laurette Peterson's class in Jefferson Elementary in San Francisco. Swans. Swans are graceful and so peaceful. Swans are white like snow. They are beautiful in the lakes, glowing in the sunlight.
Cisnes. Los cisnes son agraciados y tan pacíficos. Los cisnes son blancos como la nieve. Son hermosos en los lagos, brillando bajo la luz del sol.
Nice. In second place, we have Evelyn
En
Lee.
segundo lugar tenemos a Evelyn Lee en el segundo grado con la misma maestra, Lori Pearson, de la Escuela Primaria Jefferson, San Francisco, California. El pavo real, tus plumas son hermosas y te pavoneas como si estuvieras en la pasarela. Tus plumas de esmeralda, el hermoso azul metálico, un púrpura perfecto. Lamento que no puedas volar por completo en el cielo, pero puedes tener tus hermosas.
El pavo real. Tus plumas son hermosas y te
The
pavoneas
peacock. Your feathers are beautiful, and you strut like you're in a catwalk. With emerald-like feathers, beautiful metallic blue, a perfect couple. I'm sorry you can fully fly up in the sky. You get to have your beautiful feathers.
We had a tie for first place. One of the winners is Jasper Lim, fifth grade, Laurette Peterson, Jefferson Elementary, San Francisco, California. Storm petrel. A storm petrel in the storm of birds, a beautiful black and a painting of white, like an eye in a fish, like a pebble in sand. Petrel, a saying for Saint Peter walking on water. Small or big? The smallest, in fact, the smallest bird of water. Oh, did Fabi freeze? Oh, no, you froze for a second, I think, Fabi. Estabas congelada.
Oh, perdón, sí, mi conexión.
Yeah, I'm
Petrel de
sorry, my connection. Storm petrel. Storm petrel is the storm of birds. a beautiful black and a painting of white, like an eye in a fish, like a pebble in sand, petrol, a saying for St. Peter walking on water, small or big, the smallest in fact, the smallest bird of water.
Yep. Now my computer's freezing. Help. That did not wake it up. Okay, I will go mechanically. Let's see. Oh, okay. Here it is. Okay, the other first place is by Austin Knopf in 5th grade, Lorette Peterson, Jefferson Elementary, San Francisco, California. Golden pheasant. Golden pheasant, the golden flying creature, soaring in the air, the beautiful glow out of the darkness, the second son of the Milky Way, a gold speck out of a bucket of dirt. Bobby, are you frozen?
Segundo sol de la Vía Láctea.
Paisán dorado, el segundo sol de la Vía Láctea.
Oh, well. Okay, let's see here. Next slide. We're going to show art now. The winners in art. Judges in the United States were Lynn Apostle, Fabi Favela, Joan Gray, Gerald Kawamoto, Anna Menton, Meryl Sundove, and myself.
Y los jueces en México fueron
And the
David
judges in Mexico were David Escandon, Martín Aguilar, Alison Poyser, and me, Fabiola Favela.
In 3rd place, we have Charlie Ignacio in 4th grade with Laura Honda at Brookside School, Black-Headed Grosbeak. Nice job, Charlie. In 2nd place, in 3rd grade, Abigail Proctor. Her teacher is Kim Soups at Park School in Mill Valley, and her work is called Zumbador Canelo. That's the rufous hummingbird on a branch. Beautiful. In 1st place, Samrita Arial in 4th grade with Alyssa Green at Sun Valley School in San Rafael, and his drawing is called Black-Banded Kingfisher. Lovely.
en México, en las
In
categorías.
Mexico, on the categories for small children, 3rd place was Pavel Fuentes Armentari from his school from Michoacán, Morelia, from Morelia School, with his work titled Fénix Vaquero, Cowboy Phoenix. And for big children, the winner for 3rd place was Carolina Estefania Alcántara from Cadete Francisco Márquez School in Sayula, Jalisco. In the categories of small children, 2nd place was from Jose Maria Garrido from 3rd grade from the Morelia Educational Center in Morelia, Michoacán. On the category of older kids, his name was Gerardo Guzmán Alfonso with his drawing called Toucan. His school is the School Manuel Ávila Camacho from Ciudad Guzmán, Jalisco. And the 1st place on of young children was Ana Sofia Gómez Zamora. His drawing is called Birding. She comes from the Morelia Educational Center in Morelia, Michoacán. And the category of older kids, Khaled Neftalí Martinez Andrés, with his drawing called Amigos Alados, two brother countries. He comes from the school 20 de Noviembre from Ayuquila, Jalisco.
Used for logos for our program. They're so perfect.
Sí, son perfectos para un logo de Amigos Alados.
Yeah.
Amigos Alados.
Winners together, and I just want to say we had honorable mentions in poetry, Caitlin Higgum and Charlie Ignacio again, and in art, Sylvie Smolikowski and Vivica Harper Ervel.
Las menciones honoríficas
And honorable mentions for poetry in Mexico were Jesus Israel Camacho Peña from Ciudad Guzmán, Jimena Carolina Bernardino, and Catherine Roquelin Negrete Medina. Now, on drawings for for little children, were the honorable mentions were from Camila Sapien, Miquel Barba, Esteban Avila, and for all the kids, we have Luis Fernando Palma, Mia Adriana Peña, Analina Guadalupe Zabaleta, and Renata Garcia.
Perdón, Renata García López.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Renata Garcia Lopez. She is an honorable mention as well.
For having us today. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here and talk about Amigos Alados and these wonderful works by children in the United States and Mexico.
Well, we sure appreciate having you, and we feel like programs such as yours make such a big difference to our young people and to their understanding and awareness of migratory birds and migratory bird conservation. So thank you for all that you do for young people and their families too, across the borders.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
So for all of you out there who are listening, there is translation, whether we're speaking in English or Spanish. If you want to go to birddaylive.com, you can find that translation. We will be switching back and forth just a little bit on some of our presentations because we do have people like Fabi and Allison who are coming together, speaking different languages. So thank you for your patience with that. You can also see the transmissions on Facebook, and both English and Spanish are also translated there. And while I'm talking about translation, I want to take a moment again to thank our translators, Claudia and Edmundo. They've been translating now for 3 days, and we really appreciate their help. We know that those of you out there who want to hear and listen in have enjoyed their translation and the opportunity to listen in your own language. So thank you so much to them. We know it's hard, but you have done a fantastic job. And so now I want to bring on Miguel, and we're going to have another program, another session that takes us across the flyways. So I believe we're going to start, wow, maybe even as far south as Tierra del Fuego. Miguel, are you there? I don't know where Miguel went. All right, so we may have lost him with a bad connection. I'm not sure about that. So perhaps, Daniela, you might have to help me with this, since I believe we would be starting in Spanish. And our first presenter on the flyways comes to us again from Tierra del Fuego. Are you ready from Tierra del Fuego?
Sí.
Muy bien, gracias y muchas gracias, Carmen, para participar en nuestro
Thank you
día
very
de
much, Carmen, for participating in our World Migratory Birds. I don't speak Spanish that well, and hopefully Miguel could go back and to enter the program, but thank you very much. We are very, very happy to learn more about the migratory birds from Argentina.
¿Se ve bien la presentación?
Sí, muy bien.
Can you see my presentation? All right, thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Carmen Espoz, and I also have Heraldo Norambuena. We want to talk to you a little bit about the pathway, or let's say the stay of the migratory coastal or coast birds in this beautiful place called Vallalomas in Tierra del Fuego. So, due to the pandemic, we are in different places right now, and we try to choose those images that, so we all can have a picture in our mind of how this place is like. The first, we would like to tell you that Vallalomas, this site in Tierra del Fuego, is a Ramsar site It is also, aside from a hemispheric network of coast birds, of shore birds, and very little while ago, in April last year, this was declared a sanctuary of nature by the government of Chile and the Chilean state. Now, this is an overview of the bay. I'm going to show you just a couple of images that are from Bahia Lomas. This is a part when you can see how the river flows. That is it, right in the middle of the bay. You can see a little flood right here. This is a coastline sea wetland. Right in the front, you can see the Strait of Magallanes. It is a valley, a tide valley, when you can see the tide going up and down. In this place, tide goes up and down every day around 7 kilometers in lower tide, and it goes up 7 kilometers in a high tide situation. It has a very particular endemic and coastal vegetation around the Magallanes, Argentina and Chile and Magallanes region. For example, right here we see some sort, of course, called Sarcocornia, which are like big mattresses, and birds, when they use it for feeding or for protecting themselves from the wind, particularly in the Patagonia, in this region that is very, very windy. This area is characterized because they have a lot of weather changes. We have the 4 seasons in one day, and this is a contrasting land, without a doubt. Now, the bay, this is, again, it's a satellite image. We have the Strait of Magallanes right here. Between both ends of the bay at 69 kilometers, I was already telling you that the tide goes up and down 7 kilometers during the day. The winds, since, as everybody knows, these are very, very strong winds, where you can see some wind speeds of 140, 180 kilometers per hour, sometimes we report here, and winds have actually reached speeds of more than 200 kilometers per hour. Temperature in winter are below 0 degrees Celsius, and during the summer, they reach between 6 and 12 degrees Celsius. In the last years, sometimes it has gone a little bit above, and generally they are within this range of variation. And another feature that is very interesting, another characteristic, is that during the summer, our summer, between, when the southern hemisphere, between December and March, we have 18 hours of daylight a day. The sun goes up around 4:30 a.m. and at 10 p.m. we still have full sunlight for going out and doing activities. Here we can see an image of what you observe. You can see in Bahia Lomas, when the birds come down here in our summertime, we have large flocks of birds that fool the sky. I mean, the sky is full of those birds. You don't see that many species. I mean, there are many, many species that come together in this night. We've counted more than 60,000 individuals of different species. A privileged place, and in particular, Bahia Lomas internationally and nationally is known for those birds that go from, they reproduce in the Canadian Arctic, particularly Calidris rufa. We in Chile is called Playero Ártico, red nor in English. In Bahia Lomas is about 5 or 6 months of the year they stay here. And in this specific place, we have a concentration of more than 56% of the population arriving to South America. Some other species are also known in Bahia Lomas, with with around 10,000 individuals each. We saw this, uh, and we have another species here, like the Calibris frusicoli or whiteback shorebird. We're talking about thousands of individuals that are here in our summer and winter. Summer when they are in the bay, when they arrive at first.
El micrófono.
There's a problem with the sound. I don't know if you're close with the microphone. Could you please try it once again? I'm gonna try.
Oh, okay. Está bien.
¿Escucha? No. ¿Ahí?
Can you hear me there? All right. We can see. Look here, the lines. They're eating. We can see the blocks right there. We can see very large blocks or godwits right here, and in the middle we have the Arctic shorebirds. When they arrive, let me remind you that we're talking about that they travel around 13 to 15,000 kilometers and they need to gain weight. So when you see them in Vallalomas, when they come here, they are feeding day and night, and they move with the tide. This is not an effect. The tide is going down. It's very fast. And in that very moment, they take advantage and they eat. These shorebirds, they like to eat sea worms, and the Arctic shorebirds, they rather eating clams that are very small, that are called darina. That's what they're eating there, so they can gain weight and they can regain energy after flying so long. Some other species of birds are also found in this bay. Other species that the reproduction habits are in the southern hemisphere. This is the Magallanes plover, the Australopithecine, and also a lot, we see thousands of double band plovers. We can see some images here. There's some times that you don't see the singing of this. Let's hear it. This is a master catcher, and you can see it. They're in Vallaloma. Thank you for the audio. We have a detail from this oyster catcher. In this case, an oyster catcher that was banded in some of captures. Some other species that we also see here are Cassius. We can see a piebald dolphin. We see guanacos. It is not weird to see guanacos walking in the valley. Some other thing that I would like to tell is the main activity of Tierra del Fuego is sheep farming, animal husbandry. So we're working in Vallalomas. We feel observed, feel watched by so many sheep that you can see here are pretty abundant. Now I'm going to show you a little bit about the pictures of some of the work that unites all of the flyways, which is the work of capturing and banding of birds, as well as bird watching. Now, in the case of Vallalomas, we have a very important group of people coming from different countries who work here to locate the best sites. These are the meshes that we use, sometimes used mist or canyon mesh. We have our lines. We have people here from several countries. We have Larry lines. Um, the capture and also the full process of bending. We would like to tell you that the tags from Chile are red, and in the follow-up process, we might have a lot of people here observing and birding, and it is very important for us, the registration. We are in Vallalomas working with motus, placing them in transmitters and also registering on the migration sites. Very, very important and valuable information, and also all of the information coming from the direct observation of people of those bands and rings. The present for all of us is when someone reports a sighting, in this case, right here, bottom right, we have Milo Bullcramp, what that in May 2020, he told us that this bird that was banded in red it was a sighting in Cordova, Alaska. This is our pretty much the awards that we receive, and you can tell the story of every bird that is uniting us. Lastly, I would like to let you know that Vallalomas is the nearest city is Punta Arenas. You need to fly there, and then by car you need to move up to the first strait of the first narrow line from the Strait of Magallanes. We cross that strait through a ferry, and right when we cross the Magallanes Strait, we have Tierra de Fuego, and when you find immediately when you cross is Vallalomas. I would also like to tell you that in the center of Vallalomas, that I represent in the University of Santo Tomas, we work women, most of us wearing lilac color, and we received Geraldo just a little while ago, who is here with us. So it is a group that is growing, and there are many, many people working with us from different countries and different organizations that are also supporting the site in Tierra del Fuego, key for shorebirds. We would like to invite everybody. We are located in Punta Arenas, in the city of Punta Arenas. We have a place where we can receive people that would like to get to know Vallalomas. Obviously, when we recover from this pandemic, you're all invited to this association of this place. And everybody who would like to know us a little bit better, we are in social media. So I'm gonna leave it here to the next slide that comes over next.
Thank you, Carmen, for those beautiful photographs. You've truly transported us to one of the places that migratory birds visit that are further away. And we know all the restrictions that we have because of COVID, so it was amazing to be able to visit the place at least virtually and hearing your story. And so the migratory birds are coming back to their breeding sites. So we're going a little further up north, and now we are going to have the opportunity to get to know the Peninsula of Valdez. Soledad and Luis Oscar, I invite you to turn on your microphone so you can share your presentation with us. Hi, good afternoon.
We have a video for Luis You want to play the video, just let us know, Luis. Luis, bienvenido. Puedes introducir un poco acerca de tu experiencia y cuando estés preparado para compartir el video, déjanos saber.
So, Luis, we're ready to hear about your experience, and if you want to share the video, you can start whenever. Well, I don't remember if I sent you the video and you're going to play it, or should I play it myself?
Yeah, let me ask. Melinda, we have the video for Oscar Bala here. Ok, podemos esperar un poco. Mientras tanto, por
I think
favor.
we can wait for a bit. There, we can watch the video. Well, I'm sure that the video is going to go slower than me. Good morning.
Y junto
I'm
con
Luis
Soledad
Oscar
Díaz
Bala,
Ovejero
and
somos
along
consejeros
with
por
Soledad,
el sitio Península
we are
Valdés
advisors
ante el Consejo
by the
Nacional
side of Peninsula,
de
for the
la
side
Red
of Peninsula
Hemisférica de
Valdés,
Reservadores Playeras. Tengo el gusto
through
de
the program
contactarme con ustedes
for
para charlar
protected
sobre
beaches.
ciertas historias de las aves
So I'm
playeras
going
en
to
la
share
Península
a couple of
Valdés.
stories of the shorebirds
Vamos
that
a
we have in
ubicarnos
the Valdés
primeramente al
Peninsula.
sur del
First of all,
continente
let's locate
americano.
ourselves.
Tenemos
We're the
Argentina,
southern
la
part of the
Patagonia,
Americas. We
y
have
en
the
el norte de la
Patagonia,
Patagonia,
Argentina,
justo en la
and in
ciudad
the
de Puerto
northern part of
Madryn, la
Patagonia,
Península Valdés.
we have the Valdés
¿Qué es la
Peninsula
Península
right
Valdés?
here. So what is this?
Es un accidente geográfico
Is a
muy
geographical
llamativo.
accident,
Es
which is
prácticamente
very
una isla
interesting. Is
que está
practically an
conectada al
island that is
continente
connected to the
por un
continent
istmo de unos
by an
5 kilómetros
isthmus that
de
is
ancho.
about 5 kilometers wide.
La península Valdés presenta una
Valdés
maravillosa
Peninsula
riqueza de especies,
has
algunas de ellas emblemáticas,
a wide
tanto en
richness of
tierra como en la
species
costa
that are
y
emblematic,
en el
both
mar.
land species, shore
En este
species,
pequeño
well,
video
the three
estamos
of them,
viendo
and aquatic species,
algunas de
water
las
species.
especies
Here on
características
the
de la
video,
zona,
we can see some of the most
donde
emblematic
se
animals of the
destacan,
place,
entre otros, los grandes mamíferos
where we
marinos.
can see great water mammals.
Por ello, la península Valdés ha logrado las
Therefore,
máximas
the
calificaciones
Valdés
internacionales de
Peninsula has
conservación.
had the highest
Es
rates
sitio MAP, es
worldwide for
sitio Patrimonio
conservation.
Natural de la
It is
Humanidad, es sitio IVA
a heritage site for the
y
humanity. Is an
presenta
important bird
numerosas
area,
playas
and
concatenadas,
it has
separadas por pequeñas puntas
concatenated
rocosas.
different beach that are
En
separated
ellas,
by rocks.
en
And
algunas
within
de
them,
ellas,
in
podemos
some of them,
encontrar
we can find
una riqueza de avifauna muy grande,
a
muy
whole
variada
range,
por la
a
cantidad de
very
especies y
wide
por el
range
número de
of very
individuos.
different species, because it's amazing not just the number of
Como
species, but
especies
also the number of
significativas
individuals.
sirvan como
And
ejemplo
as
la
meaningful
gaviota
species, we
cocinera,
have the kelp gull,
la gaviota capucho café,
the brown-hooded gull,
distintas especies de gaviotines,
different species of
flamencos,
terns, flamingos,
algunas especies de patos,
some species of ducks,
cisnes de cuello negro,
black-necked swans,
y ya yendo más hacia los playeros,
and
distintas especies de
focusing more
ostreros,
on shorebirds, we have different types of oyster
y
catchers,
los chorlos, el chorlo doble collar,
and the
que aquí
plover,
se reproduce,
which
y
breeds
las grandes
here,
migradoras que alternan Patagonia con el
and the
hemisferio
Hudson and
norte,
Godwit
la limosa hemástica,
that connect the Patagonia to the
el
northern
playero de
hemisphere,
rabadilla blanca,
the white-rumped sandpiper,
el playero blanco,
the sanderling,
y Calidris canutus, el playero rojizo,
and the red
que es
knot,
aquella especie sobre la cual más
which is
hemos
that
trabajado en nuestro
species that we have
laboratorio
focused the
durante
most
las
in our
últimas 3
lab
décadas.
for the last 30 years.
El playero rojizo pasa
The red
prácticamente
knot
6 meses en
spends
Argentina, en la costa
about 6
argentina,
months in the
mejor dicho, en Tierra
Argentinian
del Fuego,
shoreline. Well,
donde está
no,
prácticamente toda la
in
primavera y verano
the land of
australes.
fire in the Patagonia,
Cuando
Chile,
comienza
where
el
it
otoño en
basically
esta
spends the
zona, hacia
entire spring and
marzo,
summer.
comienzan su
And
migración,
when the fall starts in this
y
area,
después de
which is
recorrer
around the
unos
month of March, they start migrating and they travel about
1.300 kilómetros en línea recta,
1,300 kilometers
paran
in a
en la
straight
península
line.
Valdés, que es donde nosotros les
to arrive to the Valdez
De aquí
Peninsula,
después
which is where
seguirán
we
hacia
are.
el norte,
Then they continue flying towards the north
hacia el sur de Brasil,
to the
donde la
southern part of
distancia es de unos
Brazil,
1.700
where
kilómetros en línea
they
recta.
travel about 1,700 kilometers in a straight line.
La pregunta que nos hacemos
So the question that we ask
es, ¿los
ourselves
playadores
is,
rojizos
are
paran en
red
cualquier
knots
playa de la península Valdés?
stopping at
La
any
respuesta es
beach
no,
at the
y es un
Valdez
no rotundo.
Peninsula? And that is a hard no.
Historia hemos encontrado que existen 3 sitios
Throughout
donde se
their
concentran los
flyway, we
playeros
found
rojizos,
that they concentrate
que
mainly in
son 2 en el
3
Golfo San
beaches,
José, Playas Blancas,
which is in the San Jose Bay, like Playas Blancas,
Playa
which is the
Fracaso,
name of the beach,
y una en el Golfo
the
Nuevo,
Fracaso Beach, and one
que
in
es
the New Gulf,
Playa Colombo.
which is Playa
Habrán visto
Colombo
que las
or
3
Colombo Beach.
tienen
As you
forma de
can
media
see,
luna, son
they
arenosas
have a
y
half
tienen
moon
muy
shape.
grande intermareante.
They have sandy
Aquí
beaches,
vamos a ver, o estamos viendo,
and they have a very wide
Playa
shoreline.
Fracaso,
Here, this
que el
is
intermareal que se
Fracaso
descubre
Beach,
2 veces al día por las mareas
and
expone
the
en
intertidal
la
that
parte
we can
central,
see that appears
dependiendo de
twice a
la playa,
day
un intermareal de 1
exposes
hasta 2
an
kilómetros de extensión.
intertidal that it is 1 to 2 kilometers wide.
El laboratorio en
The
el cual yo
lab
trabajo, que es el
in which I
laboratorio
work, which
humedales
is a
utilizados por aves playeras,
which
nació
focuses
en
on the wetlands that are
1992,
used by shorebirds, started
tratando de
in
estudiar 3
1992, and they
líneas
were trying to follow 3
encadenadas.
research lines.
Estudiamos las aves
So,
playeras,
studying
estudiamos la
shorebirds,
oferta de
we
alimento, que
study
es la comunidad de
the food
invertebrados que
availability,
vive
which is the
enterrados
community of
en el
invertebrates that
sedimento,
are
y la
buried
interacción entre los 2
under the
mundos, el de
soil,
las
and the
aves y el de las
interaction
presas, es
between
decir, la
the
ecología.
birds and their prey.
Aquí muestro, quizás no estén muy
Here, I can
acostumbrados a
show
ver
you
una
that
muestra de invertebrados, pero en un pan de
we
arena
can
vemos las
find a
almejas
sample of an invertebrate,
y se
but in
notan
the
las huellas de los
sandbag, and we can see
sifones
the
con las
clams,
cuales se
and
conectan
we
con
can
el agua
see
para
how
respirar
they
y
connect to the
alimentarse.
water so they can continue to breathe and feed themselves.
Aunque parezca sorprendente,
And it
las
may seem
densidades con las que se
amazing,
concentran los
but the
invertebrados en estas playas
density
son
of
extraordinarias.
invertebrate concentration in
Basta
these
hablar de
beaches
que la
is
almeja Darina
very high.
solanoides, por
For
ejemplo,
example,
si
the
bien decimos que
clams,
tiene en esta
we
figura
say
4.000 individuos por metro cuadrado,
we
es
can found
indicativo.
about
Hemos
4,000
visto
individuals
a
per
lo
square
largo del
meters.
tiempo
So
densidades
these
que
numbers that
varían
you can
entre
see are the
2.000 y hasta
representations
picos de 10.000
of
individuos por metro
densities that
cuadrado.
we can find
Lo
per
mismo que
square
digo para
meter.
las almejas es válido
So it
para
can
los
range from
gusanitos y los
45 or
caracoles.
4,000,
Son
and then
playas
this
que
is the
tienen
same
una
for
oferta
sea worms
energética
as
absolutamente
well.
extraordinaria
So
y son
they
muy puntuales.
offer a really high level of energy, and they're highly
Una
available
bandada de
at
playeros
these beaches.
rojizos se está
So we can see
alimentando
a flock
con
of
ritmo
red
frenético
knots
como siempre y van
feeding
introduciendo el
themselves
pico, pero van
very
también extrayendo
fastly.
almejas.
So they're
Eh,
extracting clams with their
Ahora
beaks.
vamos a ver unos valores para que entendamos
Now,
cuán importante es la oferta de alimentos.
we want to understand how important the food availability is.
Nosotros estudiamos la
We
dieta
study
a
the
partir
diet
del estudio, el análisis de los
based
excrementos de las
on
aves.
the research of the
Y en
birds.
general, considerando todos los playeros
And considering
que
all of
visitan
the
nuestra zona,
shorebirds that
hemos
visit this
visto
area,
que
we've seen that
la variedad de presas
the
es
variety
bastante
of
importante, pero no
prey
todas tienen el
is
mismo
really
peso.
important, but
En general, de
they
todas
don't have the
ellas,
same importance between them.
muchas de ellas
Among
son
them,
ocasionales o raras, y
most of
la
them are
economía
rare to
trófica para todas
find,
las especies de aves
and
playeras pasa básicamente por la ingesta
all
de 2
species
almejas, las que están aquí en la figura,
feed
la de la
themselves
izquierda
with
se llama
clams.
telina,
The
la de
one
la
on the left
derecha
is
darina,
Atelina, the one on the
y
right
2 o
is
3 especies
Darina,
de
and 2 or
poliquetos.
3 species
Para el
of
caso particular del
polychaetes or
playero
sea worms.
rojizo, los poliquetos, los gusanitos,
In the case of the
son
sea
presas
worms, the red one
secundarias, muy
are secondary
secundarias.
prey.
Todo pasa por la ingesta de almejas.
They
Así,
mainly look
sabiendo
for
qué es lo que
clams.
comen, una
And
cosa
so by
importante que
knowing what
tenemos
they
que
eat, something important
discernir
that we need
es saber qué
to
cantidad de
realize
fecas
is to
produce una
know
ave playera, un
what
playero
amount of
rojizo
fecal
por
matter
día.
a red knot produces a
Las
day.
cifras son realmente
So the
sorprendentes. La
numbers are
tasa de
truly
defecación
amazing. The rate
promedio
of
es de
fecal
un
matter
excremento cada
on
72
average
segundos.
is
Y como se alimentan un mínimo de 18
one
horas diarias,
incidence every
porque solamente
72
dejan de hacerlo
seconds, and
cuando
because they're
el
feeding
mar
themselves
sube y les
at
impide el
least for
acceso
18
a
hours a
capturar
day, because
almejas.
afterwards then the sea tide
Esto
goes up
implica
and they
que un
cannot
playero
catch any
rojizo
plants
produce
anymore.
como
It
mínimo
means that
900 excrementos
a
por
red
día.
knot poops at least
Ahora bien,
900 times a day.
en cada excremento, ¿qué
And
cantidad de
so
almejas
in
tenemos? La
each
cifra va a seguir
of
sorprendiéndonos.
these
En una
samples, then
feca
what can we
promedia
find? In
tenemos
a single poop, we can find
8,2 almejas.
8.2
Entonces,
clams. So
asumiendo
if
que
we
un
do the
playero
math,
produce 900 excrementos por
assuming or
día,
supposing that a
cada
red knot
individuo del
poops
playero rojizo
900 times or
ingiere
produces
7.000
900
almejas diarias en
instances of fecal
promedio,
matter,
más
then
algunas otras
they
presas
consume
secundarias.
about 7,000 clams per
Pobrecita
day,
la
plus the
almeja recibe
secondary
una
species that they feed themselves with.
carga predatoria muy grande y cabría la
So
pregunta, me
now
imagino,
this raises the
entonces, ¿me
question,
extinguiré?
so
En
are
realidad no.
clams going to go extinct?
Este juego de
Honestly,
tanta presión entre
no,
predador y presa me
because
ha
this
hecho
game
que tanto
between
los
birds
predadores
and
evolucionen en
prey,
sus métodos de captura como
both
las
the birds
presas
evolve in
en
their
encontrar
catching
métodos
methods
para
and the prey
contrarrestar esa
find
carga.
methods
Entonces, en realidad,
to continue to
hemos
reproduce as well.
descubierto
So we
que
found
estos invertebrados
that these
evolucionaron
invertebrates
en su comportamiento
evolved in
para
their
evitar
behavior
ser comidas. Un
to
juego muy
avoid to be
interesante,
eaten. So
evolutivo,
it's a
que va
very
más allá de
interesting
esta charla.
interaction.
Esto es una bandada de playeros rojizos
This is a
en el año
flock of red knots
94,
back in
cuando
1994,
contábamos
when we used to have
bandadas de hasta 8.000
flocks of up to
individuos
8,000
simultáneamente
individuals flying
en una
in the
playa, en
same
este caso
flock.
Playa Fracaso.
In this case, this was
Estos registros
filmed at
son
Fracaso
históricos
Beach, and these
y
sightings
lamentablemente
are
ya no
historical because
podremos volver a ver este
unfortunately
tipo de
we are
fenómenos,
not going to see
porque
this type
como
of
sabemos,
phenomena
la
again,
reducción
because as we
de la
well
población
know,
de esta especie
there has been a decrease in the
está
population
en
of the red
límites
knot,
realmente muy
and
críticos.
now
Pero
it's
valga
at a
este
critical
documento
limit,
porque
but
realmente
it's
es
worth having
muy
this
lindo.
documentation because it's really beautiful.
Bueno, estoy lindos recuerdos
Well,
de
it's a
cuando
beautiful
contábamos
memory
tantas aves
of when we used to have
en la
so many
península.
birds in the
Hoy,
peninsula.
en
Nowadays,
lugar de miles,
instead
podemos ver
of
solamente
thousands,
bandadas
we
de
get to see
cientos
flocks
y además de muy
only
pocos
by the
cientos. Aquí
hundreds
estamos viendo
and
todo el
just
registro de la
barely
bandada
making
más
it to
grande que hubo
the hundred. This
hace un par
was
de años,
the biggest flock that we
con
saw
menos de
only a
300
couple of
individuos.
years ago, and it was less than 300 individuals.
El estudio
So the
que hemos seguido
study
desde el año
that we've
94,
carried out
los
since
registros, nos
1994, the
muestran que
records
hasta
show
el año 2000
that up to year
la cantidad de
2000,
playeros
the
rojizos
amount
siempre
of
fue
red
mucho
knots
mayor que la que encontramos post-2000.
was
Esto se
way
debe
higher
al
than
evento
when we
catastrófico
started counting
ocurrido en
after
Bahía
the
Delaware
2000s,
con
because
la disminución de los cangrejos limulus,
and this is
que
due to a
produjo
decrease
una
in a crab
declinación muy
population in
importante de la
Delaware, which
población de
also
playeros
caused
rojizos.
an important
Esto
decrease in
también se ve
population of
reflejado
the red
aquí
knots because
y
that was their
pasamos de
food
ver
source.
bandadas de
This was reflected
6.000 u
here,
8.000
so
en una
we came from
temporada,
seeing
previo
flocks
al
of
2000,
6,000
reitero,
to
a
8,000
bandadas
birds
de muy
to
pocos
flocks
miles o de pocos
of
cientos en la actualidad.
only a few thousands or even the hundreds already.
Este gráfico muestra
This graph
la proporción de playeros rojizos
shows us
que
the
se
rate or
representa en la que
proportion of red
encontramos en
knots
la península Valdés
that is present
en
in the
función
Valdés
de
Peninsula
la población de Tierra del Fuego
in
en cada
connection
año,
with the population in Tierra del Fuego
con
or in the
valores
Patagonia
que
in Chile,
están por encima y
with
que están por
values
debajo.
that are
El
above and
promedio es
below.
que la península
The
Valdés
average is the
sostiene
Valdés
al
Peninsula
7% de la
holds
población de playeros
7% of the
rojizos
population
que
of red
pasan
knots
primavera y verano
that spend
australes en
spring
Tierra
and
del Fuego.
summer in the Patagonia in Chile.
Si bien no tuvimos tiempo para explicar en detalle las
So
historias
we don't have a lot of time to
de
explain
carácter
in
ecológico que
detail
pasan en estas playas, créanme
the ecological phenomena
que
that happens
las las
that
poblaciones de
happen at this
playeros
beach. Believe me that the
dependen en una
population of the
síntesis muy
shorebirds
ajustada de la
depend
oferta de alimento.
on the
pero
food
que la oferta de
offer,
alimentos, los
and
invertebrados,
the food offer, the
dependen de las
invertebrates
características de las
depend
playas,
on the
básicamente del
beaches and their
sedimento.
characteristics, and
Estos
basically
animalitos son
on
muy
the soil.
sensibles
These
a
animals are
la
very
calidad de su
sensitive to the
casita,
quality
que
of
es
their
el
homes,
sedimento donde viven enterrados.
which is the sediment in which they are
Así,
buried under.
hemos visto que,
So we've seen
a modo de síntesis,
that, as
muy
a summary,
pocas playas tienen
very few
una doble
beaches
condición,
have the right
que es la
conditions,
siguiente.
which is the
Tienen a sus
following.
espaldas, continente adentro y varios kilómetros
So
adentro,
on the
muchas
part of
veces,
the land,
una cuenca que les aporta
there is
cierta
usually a
calidad de
basin
sedimentos y
that provides
nutrientes,
a certain
que
quality of
sumado
sediments and
al
nutrients
alimento y las
that
larvas
if we add up
que
to the
provienen del
food
mar,
and the larvae that come from the
crean una
ocean,
doble condición que
create
se da
the perfect
puntualmente en
condition.
muy pocas playas. Por eso
But this
decimos que
does
son
not
sitios
happen in
elegidos.
every beach. It's only in
Por
certain
ejemplo,
beaches, and
en esta
that's why we
playa que
say that
tenemos
these are
aquí
special
representada
spots. For
podemos
example, in the
encontrar
beach that we
varios
can see
miles de almejas,
represented in the
pero
image, we
si
can find a couple
de donde
thousand
termina del
clams.
extremo la
But
playa
if
vecina,
we
puede
see the
tener lo que
beach
son
next to
valores
it,
normales a niveles internacionales. Puede haber, en
they
vez de
have
3.000, puede
regular
haber
levels of
50,
clams
100 o 200 almejas.
that we can find in
Estos sitios
other
son
beaches around the world.
bendecidos
They
por
can
esa
find
doble
only
condición.
from 50 to 100 clams per square meter in comparison to the other,
Siendo
where we
tan
can find
puntuales y tan
thousands. And
tan
being
puntuales los
so
sitios donde
specific,
paran y tan específicas las aves playeras
being
para
these birds
alimentarse,
so specific
estos
in the
sitios son
places they
realmente
stop to feed themselves, these
sumamente
spots are
críticos.
really
Entonces, ¿cómo podemos
critical.
ayudar a estas aves y a
So
sus
how can we
hábitats
help
para
these birds
conservarlos?
and their
Nuestra amiga
habitats
Mafalda se está haciendo esa
regarding
pregunta
conservation? Like we can see Mafalda, she's
y
asking
nos
herself
dice
the
que
question, how can we take
encontró dos
care
líneas de
of the
acción.
birds
En
and
realidad,
their
fuimos
habitat?
nosotros
So
los
we
que
basically found
pensamos en
two
esto.
action lines, or this
Y
is the
esas
ones
dos
that we
líneas de
thought about.
acción tienen
These
una
two
primera
action
línea que fue
lines,
gestionar, lograr darle
well,
estadios de
first it
conservación
was
a los sitios donde
about
paran estas.
as
Así
appointing
fue
them
que en el
as
año
a
2012,
conservation site.
trabajando
So
mucho con
back in
Soledad,
2012,
trabaja
we
en la
worked
parte
along with Soledad
gubernamental en áreas
to turn it
protegidas,
into a heritage
logramos
area or a protected area
que
with the
la
government
península
involved,
Valdés, en
and we
realidad
were
dos
able to
subsitios de la
achieve
península
that
Valdés,
the two
sean
subsites of
incorporados
the
como
Valdez
sitios
Peninsula
RAP
are
y como
now
sitios Ramsar.
considered Ramsar sites and
Este fue el día
RAD sites.
del acto.
This was the day of
Y
the
estas
event,
dos zonas, una sobre el San José
and
y una sobre
both
el Golfo Nuevo,
areas,
son
one
los
in
dos
the New
subsitios que
Golfo
tienen el
and one in
estatus
San
que acabamos
Jose,
de
are
decir.
the two sites that
Así,
have those certifications.
la península Valdés, más allá de esos
Therefore,
títulos
the
que
Valdez
nombramos
Peninsula,
antes,
beyond the recognition or the
ahora
certifications
sumó dos
that
sellos
we
muy
named
importantes,
before,
pero además específicos para la conservación
now
de
we
las
have now we are protected by more
La
specific
segunda línea de
titles.
acción
And the
fue
second
que
line of
comprendimos
action was that
que
we
si
understood that
el problema no se socializaba, no
if we
se
didn't
instalaba en la
socialize the
sociedad,
problem,
de
that if
nada
the society
servía
did not find out about the problem,
decretar
then
que un
none of
sitio
the
sea
efforts that
RAP,
we
por
were
ejemplo,
making
porque lo
would
importante
be
es
worth
la
it, because the
concientización
important part is
de
to
todos los
raise
estamentos de la
awareness
sociedad. Así
in
que nuestro grupo, que
all
si
the
ven
places in
tiene base
society.
científica,
So as you can see, your group
mucho de sus
has
esfuerzos en lo que
scientific
serían
basis,
tareas de transferencia y educación.
and we have made great efforts in translating all of this
Así fue
information for
que
education
diseñamos y
materials or
desarrollamos
publishing
materiales
articles, and
didácticos y de
that's how
transformación
we decided training and
que voy a
education.
resumir aquí rápidamente
We
en algunas
decided to create training
diapositivas,
and education materials, and I'm going to
diseñar
show them to
un
you in a
manual,
couple of the slides. This is a
un
manual.
libro que nos dio muchas
This is a
satisfacciones
book
realmente.
that we were very proud of,
Bueno, afiches,
and
trípticos.
brochures.
Esto ya es viejo, pero bueno,
This is a little
hicimos
older,
muchos
but we did make
CD,
a lot of CDs,
las páginas web,
the
presentaciones
websites.
multimedia,
We did PowerPoint
modelitos
presentations.
para que los
We
chicos
also
más
made
chiquitos
toys and
aprendan a
dolls,
trabajar con las aves,
so the younger people could start to get in
y
touch
juegos
with
de
birds.
mesa y juegos de piso.
And we
Esto es
also
un
created
muy
board
ajustado,
games.
por favor, créanme. También hicimos la muestra
And
estable de interpretación
we also did a
en la entrada de la
stable
península
sample of
Valdés,
interpretation of the
en el
Valdez
Istmo,
Peninsula,
contando todas estas historias de la problemática
and we
de
wanted
wanted to tell
las
all of the
playeras,
stories about the
principalmente el
obstacle
playero
that the
rojito.
shorebirds face, especially the red knot.
Diseñamos y
And we
colocamos
also
cartelería
designed
informativa en distintas
and
playas. Esta es
installed
para el
different
chorro del
posters
collar,
or
donde se
signs
reproduce.
in the beaches
También
that these
siempre
birds
enfocándonos
visit.
mucho en
And
los flagelos rojizos.
we usually focus the
Y
most
las
on red
actividades
knots.
fueron tan diversas
And the
que es
activities were so
imposible
diverse that it would be
contar,
impossible
porque
to tell
fueron
you
varias cientos de
about all
actividades
of them because
puntualmente,
we
pero
had
que
like
fueron
more than 100
desde
activities, but it
el
ranged
ministro de áreas
from
protegidas hasta
the
el niño más
Ministry
pequeño
of
de
the
un
protected
jardín de
areas
infantes,
to the
abarcando
participation of the smallest kindergarten
lo que
in the
pudimos.
area. So we covered as
Hemos
much
dado
areas
curso a guardafaunas
and institutions
de la
and communities
parte
as possible
sur del Atlántico,
in the southern part of the Atlantic.
y los niños trabajan.
And here you
Esto
can
es
see the
un evento
kids.
que se llama
This
Sempat
is
Abierto. Nuestra
an
institución se
event
abre
that is
ciertos días
called
al año para que
Sempat
la gente
Abierto or
concurra y nos
Open
vea
Sempat,
trabajar.
which is a day in which we have
Acá los niños están
a
mirando las
day
aves
open
que
to the
están
public and the
en la
kids can
playa
help
frente al
us
edificio.
carry out our work. They can take
También
pictures of the
trabajan
birds
en
that visit the
laboratorio,
shoreline.
trabajan
They also work
entre
at the
comillas,
lab.
obviamente.
Well, they work with quotation marks, right?
Muchas de las señoras que
A lot
trabajan en el
of
grupo son ya madres, así
the
que
women
son muy
that
aptas y
volunteer and work with
disfrutan
our
mucho
group are
transferir a
mothers,
los niños las
so they
actividades.
really
Aquí, por
enjoy to
ejemplo,
carry out these
ya cada
activities with the
niño
kids. For
tiene su ave
example,
que ha
in the
capturado, entre
picture
comillas,
here,
y
each
van a
of the
anillar.
children has the bird that they have captured, and they're going to start banding them and working with
Aquí
them.
están haciendo una extracción de muestras
Here,
de sangre para estudios
they're
genéticos
extracting a blood sample for
y
genetic
distintas
studies
actividades trabajando
and different
en el
activities,
procesado de muestras, tomando medidas,
processing the samples, measuring the
midiendo el
birds,
pico.
measuring a beak.
Alguna vez, como una actividad que nos divirtió
We had
mucho,
a
fue
very
en
fun
una
activity
comunidad en
once. It was in a
Camarones, al sur de
community
la
with,
península Valdés,
it's called Camarones, which is
donde
towards the south
invitamos
of the
a
Valdez
todo
Peninsula.
el pueblo prácticamente
And we
a
invited basically
comer
the whole
pizzas y a
town
contar
to
historias
have
de
pizza with
chorros.
us, to a pizza party, and to tell
Nos metemos mucho en la comunidad todo
us
lo
stories.
posible.
We try to
El
participate in
trabajo
the
con los
community as much as
establecimientos
we
rurales
can.
es muy
We
importante. Ellos
work
son los
with
verdaderos
rural
dueños donde están
settlements
los
because they
sitios
are the true
donde nosotros
owners
estudiamos las aves playeras.
of the place where we are
Aquí
studying the
estamos con unos
shorebirds.
gauchos, con una presentación.
Here we are giving
Ahí
a
se ve una bandada
presentation,
proyectada
and you can see
que está por encima de algo que es rojo, que
that,
es una brasa, y que por supuesto es el
that
premio
we're
con el
projecting
cual
the
después
video
disfrutamos la charla con los
on
gauchos amigos.
a fireplace, and
Todos los
this is the
chicos
prize that we get
nos dan
after
su
the
comprensión
meeting.
de las charlas que les damos. Tenemos un
And
tesoro muy grande
afterwards,
que
all of
son
the kids
muchas
give us a
cajas
sample of what
con
they
las
understood,
interpretaciones de los
and
chicos.
we have many boxes with interpretations of the kids.
Y a modo de resumen,
And just as a
si
summary,
bien estamos trabajando desde el año 90 y monedas con
we've
todo
been
esto,
working
desde el
since the
2002 no
90s.
cuantificamos más ya las cantidades
Since
de
2002, we no
receptores de
longer
las charlas
quantify
abiertas a todo público o de
the
niveles inicial
number of
y
audiences
primario,
that
pero
attend to
fíjense
these
que
presentations or
con
conferences,
20 años
but
de atraso ya podemos hablar de que
after
impactamos
20
casi
years of
6.000
experience, we
personas.
can say that we have an impact of
Finalmente,
in
lo
about
último que
6,000 people.
destacó es la formación de recursos
And
humanos de
I
nuestros
also want
grupos,
to highlight
donde ya han
our
salido,
human
se han
resources
realizado 11
in
tesis
our groups.
doctorales,
We've had
12 de grado,
11
y hemos
PhD
ofrecido
theses,
y financiado pasantías de
12
formación a
bachelor's
alumnos
theses, and
universitarios
we've
de
financed
muchos países de Latinoamérica, de
training
150
internships
horas
in many
cada una, que
countries
son
in Latin
11.000 horas
America,
invertidas.
and each internship is
No me queda
150
más que
hours.
decirles
And
que
well, that's all in my behalf.
en septiembre del año que viene
And I just want
vamos
to say that in
a
September next
organizar
year,
la novena
we're
reunión
going
del
to
Grupo de Aves
organize the
Playeras del
9th
Hemisferio
meeting
Occidental
of the group of
y
shorebirds of the
donde
Western
felizmente
Hemisphere,
esperamos que
where
concurran. Los esperamos.
where
Muchas
we
gracias.
will expect you to attend. So thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Luis, por todo ese increíble resumen.
Thank you, Luis, for the amazing summary that you gave us about everything that happens in Argentina. It's amazing to see the dynamic between the resources
of these birds and how you connect that to educational resources to promote their conservation in the community. So we hope that the conditions are favorable for your reunion next year. And I am sure that a lot of people that love shorebirds are going to be able to attend the meeting. You're muted. Sorry, Luis. Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't realize. Thank you so much. Well, we hope that the pandemic will allow us to host the meeting here in Patagonia. Because yeah, I mean, it is difficult to summarize 30 years of work of my group. So if I went over the time, I'm really sorry. No, it was perfect. And thank you so much for your time. We know that everyone is really busy during this time, so we really appreciate that you were able to join. So thank you, Luis. We're going to now travel towards the north. This is one of our neighboring countries in the Americas. It's close to Argentina. We have Agustina, who's going to share her experience all the way from Uruguay. So, Agustina, your microphone is off, but you can feel free to turn it on now. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. This is the third year that I participate in these celebrations, so thank you so much for inviting me again. I always get very excited to share the richness of birds that we have here in Uruguay. So without further ado, as you can see, I am not out in the field, but I was there in the morning and I did record a couple of videos that I want to share with you. So feel free to leave any comment or question that you have on the chat because I'll be happy to answer them. Let me share. The place that I'm going to talk about, which I live very close by, maybe about 30 kilometers, is a protected area of the Rocha Lagoon. This is an air view of the sandbank that is connected, that is an intermittent connection between the shore, the ocean and the lagoon. So while we were going further north, where I'm circling, my mouse is the Valdez Peninsula, and in the red square, you can find Uruguay. That's where we are. We have about 510 bird species, 35% of them are migratory, and we have a majority of grasslands, and we have about 660 kilometers of shoreline, of which 220 kilometers are the Atlantic Ocean. It's the shoreline of the Atlantic Ocean. So you can see Laguna de Rocha or the Rocha Lagoon here. So every time I talk about the birds of the Laguna de Rocha, I talk about the Pablo Roca and Joaquin Aldave manual to identify shorebirds, migratory shorebirds of the La Rocha Lagoon. And it's worth highlighting that we've been working on this for over 10 years on this site. So this was part of the efforts. Let me try to show you the videos. I'm trying to share them. Well, I'm always on the side of the grasslands. My work is especially on the grasslands. I'm not specifically on the shoreline, but I do work with colleagues that do travel to the shoreline. My colleague Raul was the one that recorded. Here we can see them feeding themselves. And they're getting themselves ready to migrate. This is the white-rumped sandpiper. So they're very busy feeding themselves. And also the flamingos, which are the stars of the Laguna de la Rocha. As you can see, there's a really big quantity of birds back there. Actually, it's a lagoon that has a a lot of bird abundance here. And these are the videos that I recorded this morning.
Protegidos.
Agustina, es súper interesante porque la
Agustina, this is super interesting because most of shorebirds, we think of them about being on the shore, but here we are in the grasslands. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Exactly. You would think of shorebirds being on the beach all the time. That is normal, but well, I'm going to try to show you.
Entero, que es muy común acá en Uruguay.
For example, on the picture, we can see a bird, a tern, that it's a very common species here in Uruguay, and we can find it in grasslands usually. And we're working with 2 neotropical species and 2 neo-Arctic species. So they're no longer in the country anymore. They already flew back to their breeding area, or they're just arriving there. But we are finding the neotropical species, which is the different types of sandpipers. We registered 2 species today that I'm going to try to show you videos of.
Muy chocados estaban, sobre todo los chorlos
So there
cabezones.
were a lot of sandpipers, and it was difficult to approach them. So I hope you were able to see it on the video. And the other 2 species that I was mentioning that are already flew back as the Pampa sandpiper and the Calibris surofricolis. These 2 species are very abundant here in the La Rocha Lagoon, and well, the La Rocha Lagoon has over 6% of the world population of the Calidris ruficolis, and that's why the La Rocha Lagoon is such an important site for the region, according to the hemispheric network of shorebirds. This is the buff-breasted sandpiper.
Bueno, como pueden ver,
And well, as you can see in the video, well, I hope that you can see it well. They don't have the buff breast because they don't breed here. So it's common to see them with their basic feathers, not with the reproductive ones. Sometimes we do see them, but when they're about to leave to the breeding area. So they have the basic plumage, which doesn't have the buff color.
Bueno, eso era lo que les comentaba. También se han...
So that's what I was saying. We've also counted about 10,000 sandpipers. So it's a very important site, the Rocha Lagoon, because like I was saying, we come every month to survey this area, and what gives us an idea, it gives us an idea of the use that birds give to it throughout the year. So in the same site, so this is the American golden plover. In the same site where the buff-breasted sandpiper and the American golden plover are, not close by, like in the same place, we have the roughest-breasted sandpipers as well. So this highlights the importance of not having any changes in the use of land and in conserving the same vegetation in the area. So this land cannot become an agriculture site or a plantation, and it should stay like that throughout the year with the same vegetation coverage, so all the shorebirds can continue to take advantage of that spot.
Bueno, como pueden ver ahí por la coloración.
Well, as you can see, the brown color of the grass, this used to be underwater. So this is a very dynamic area. The lagoon is very dynamic, as well as the environment that surrounds it, because one month we could have it underwater and have one type of richness or abundance of birds, and then the next month is going to be completely dry and we have another type of abundance of birds. So we are being able to observe that because we come every month and we travel the same sites within the Laguna de la Rocha.
Bueno, como podían ver, ahí se estaban dando una
Well,
buena
they were feeding themselves, truly feeding themselves here. We have a high concentration of birds eating together in harmony, and that happens a lot during the winter when the resources are not available everywhere, so they have to be more tolerant and share the food. Here we have other types of shorebirds.
Bueno, estos playeros, los playeros
And well, these shorebirds, the yellowfeet shorebirds are the ones that come more often to the lagoon. They're basically present throughout the year. And in that period of time in which the migratory birds already left and the neotropical birds have not arrived, we always see these species here. So there are a couple of individuals that stay throughout the year.
Estas de las aves residentes, o sea, no es migratoria.
These resident birds and having migratory birds is pretty common here in the La Rocha Lagoon. While I was recording the video, 10 flew by within a 30-meter diameter, so they're very common and very easy to find.
Bueno, como ya se habrán dado cuenta, no soy la mejor
As
fotógrafa.
you may have realized, I am not the best photographer, but I did my best effort to show you a little bit of the species of birds that we can usually find at the Laguna de la Rocha and that I was able to see today in the morning.
Sí, ya perdí la cuenta de las veces que me han asustado.
So I lost count of how many times they have startled me. As you can see, they fly out of the blue, and so you get startled. There's no other way of saying it.
Tenemos una especie de cigüeña.
We also have a migratory species, but this is not it. This is a resident species that is here throughout the year. This is a stork. Here we can see the buff-breasted sandpiper. This is not a very great video, but the next one, I was able to approach them a little more.
Bueno, y acá tenemos otro videito. Voy a pasar
So this is another video of another migratory bird.
Bueno.
Well,
Los cisnes. Bueno, acá hay otro videito.
There's one more video.
Bueno. Otra particularidad de esa especie es que
Another particularity is that for being a shorebird, it's very colorful. It has orange colors on the head, so that's very interesting. And the last video that I'm going to show you is this Nyandu?
Bueno, por suerte no tuve que correr.
And fortunately, I did not have to run. This is a RIA in English. So this display is really interesting. This is an adult, and I'm sure that he was very upset. And there was another video. So he continued to have his normal attitude.
Bueno, y aprovecho que me estoy quedando sin tiempo y les voy
And well, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I'm running out of time to show you some aerial views of the La Rocha Lagoon, so you can have a better idea of the whole picture. And as I was saying, here we can see the sandbank that separates the Atlantic Ocean from the La Rocha Lagoon, which has an intertidal connection with the ocean. Here you can see
realizamos los relevamientos.
another body of water where we also carry out surveys. And on the east side, which is more towards Brazil. So thank you for your attention. And thank you, Miguel. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you were able to see the videos correctly. Because I'm using my cell phone data because we're at the research station and we don't have Wi-Fi. So I hope that you were able to see them correctly. And I hope it wasn't cut off a lot. Thank you so much, Agustina. Unfortunately, we don't have a question we don't have time for questions, but we love to see the grasslands and all of the shorebirds eating the insects. So now we're going to move on very quickly, like shorebirds do, towards the north, and we are going to ask Raquel, who's going to be part of the video we're going to show.
Melinda, can you play the video for Raquel, please?
Bueno, muchas gracias por todo. Nos vemos.
Well,
Chau, chau.
thank you so much for everything, Miguel. See you. Bye, Agustina.
We have a video for Raquel, so we can play very quickly with that. Raquel, muchas gracias por estar acá. Mientras que reproducen el video, puedes comentarnos quién eres y dónde
So, Raquel, while they play the video, can you tell us where you're from and what you're going to talk to us about? Well, hello, everyone.
No estoy
Unfortunately, I'm not as close As Agustina was from the birds, I'm a little further away. Right now I'm in the center of Brazil, but I'm going to introduce you to a very special person that lives in Rio Grande del Sur, close to the National Park of Lago di Peixe, a place that everybody knows is super important for the shorebirds. And not because just of him, his entire family is involved in protecting the birds, fighting for conservation of the birds. So the birds are the reason or the purpose of their fight. So in this area this is a very important area as well. This is a Ramsar site, a RAP site as well, and it's in the southern part of Brazil. And like Agustina mentioned, in Aguadopesha we name them shorebirds, yes, but we have shorebirds that arrive to the beach, but also that arrive to grasslands. So they live in different habitats that we're going to be able to see in the video that Eloy Silva made.
Muchas gracias, Raquel.
So thank you so much, Raquel. We are really excited. So we are really excited to see it. We hope that everyone likes it and we're ready to go.
Aquí viene el video.
So here comes the video.
Sou Eloir, artesão daqui da cidade de Mostardas, Rio Grande do Sul, que fica às margens do Parque Nacional da Lagoa do Peixe. E é onde eu vou observar a ave, fotografar e, em especial, os maçaricos, né? O Calídeos canutus, que são aves que vêm de muito longe, vêm do hemisfério norte, criam no Alasca e norte do Canadá. E todo ano eles voam até a Lagoa do Peixe em busca de alimento e descanso. Essas aves trazem a vida para o parque e o parque a vida para essa região.
Muchas gracias, Raquel.
Thank you so much, Raquel. It is very exciting how that person relates to the birds so much in such a way that he was able to represent the beauty of each of the species. Can you tell us a little bit about how this passion came about? We only have a couple of minutes before the questions and before we move on to the next presenter. I think that since that they've always been involved with the environment, Lago di Pesce has a very strong presence. So they have people that maybe don't relate that much between each other, but these are people that are concerned a little bit more about the preservation of the area. So like Eloy is a very good example of people that used to work in something else, but they started to work making crafts like the one I'm showing you. So that is the closest I can get to the birds right now from where I am because of COVID. And it's about making works of art that you can sell worldwide to all bird watchers. I don't know if you visit the area, so it is very famous. This place of Brazil, Lago de Peixe, is very famous worldwide, and it's thanks to the passion that we have for the shorebirds, and it's about taking care of them. And it's not only about creating art, it's also about fighting for conservation. So Lord is a very important person that gives his heart to his work.
Muchas gracias, Raquel. ¿Y puedes contarnos brevemente a qué se
Thank you,
dedica
Raquel. And can you tell us what Save Brazil does and how you can help us? Because we're very excited because Brazil is a country that it has been difficult to reach, to have celebrations for the world migrant birds. So we want to create materials in Portuguese so we can able to replicate the programs of the birthday in your country. So can you tell us how we can get in touch with Save Brazil and what they do in general terms? Well, I can leave the email of Save Brazil. We also have, I'm going to leave it in the chat. We also have a website and all of our contacts are there. So in Portuguese, we call it limícolas, to the short birds. So because limos in Latin is like the sediment of the beach. So that's where the shorebirds live. So you can easily get in touch with us through our website or via email, or we can start a conversation and we can start having a discussion about what we can do together. So just having a good conversation would be enough. Thank you so much, Raquel. And I'm going to say it in Portuguese, obrigado. We are very excited of having you here today. Thank you for sharing the work of Eloy. Yes, it's very important for us to be here as well.
Adelante, continúa.
To be able to invite more people. It is very important to be here with you so we can get more people on board to promote education, to disseminate information and knowledge about shorebirds, because threats are everywhere. So the more people we get on board, then the better. It is important to reach children, professors, and to tell them about everything that we do at Lago de Peixe as well.
Now let's go and take a very, very fast trip to the place where I live. I'm from Venezuela. I'm going to ask Dr. Sandra Quinez that is going to share with us a beautiful landscape that I really think is the last route that we jump before jumping the Caribbean. Thank you and welcome, Dr. Sandra. She was actually my tutor in my thesis, so I'm very, very happy to share this landscape for the world. We have 15 minutes for you, so we're on time. Just give me 1 second. I didn't realize. Okay, so. All right. Thank you very much for the It's a big pleasure to be here. I am very, very happy to be able to be part of this conversation. Well, I'm going to talk to you a little bit of a tour. I have to share, I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to give you a tour for I don't know if I'm sharing my screen. Am I? Okay, yes. Okay, it was in the last slide. All right. Can you see it now? Well, I'm going to be like a little tour for the coast of Venezuela, focusing more on the western coastline where I work. I'm going to present you a little bit of information about some sites that have been already recognized as important, some of them that we have a lot of information from, and the others that we don't have that much information from. We know that in the short term, we can gather data and we can show and demonstrate that those are actually very important sites. What I'm going to present right now is information coming from different groups of people working in Zulia and people working in the East that somehow they have yielded information. First of all, we need to locate ourselves in the world. With Venezuela, so we're saying, is at the north of South America. And for that reason, we are located in the very entrance or exit from the migration route of the Western Atlantic. And we're also part of the mid-continental route. Venezuela has a very long shoreline, more than 3,164 kilometers of shoreline, not only on the Caribbean, but also the Atlantic Ocean. So we have a huge diversity of environments that are associated with coastlines, and that on the Atlantic route, all of that coastline and pathway is part of the flyway on the preservation shoreline birds. We identify 53 coastlines, wetlands, and we have identified 28 stop sites that might be important for these migratory birds that are arriving here after breeding and when they go up and before breeding. Meaning at this point, we are observing those that are in the coastlines. They are showing a lot of diversity and abundance of shorebirds. Well, the habitats that we have in the shorelines are shallow lagoons, salt mines, mangroves, middle tides, lagoons, and dunes. We have some images that we have from the saline fields on Punta Caiman. That is a site that we found that is very important. We have these images. Y San Juan de los Cayos, that is on the western coast of Venezuela. Venezuela has 48 species of shorebirds. Out of those, 35 are migratory. And in the last 10 years, thanks to the huge interest that observers and bird watchers have on the shorelines, we have started to register new species that we didn't have at some point. And we have 4 new species for Venezuela that we didn't report. Out of those, 14 are species that are under the initiative for the preservation of shorebirds in the Atlantic that are those that we can see in the screen. And we go to the coast of the country, each of those little yellow dots corresponding to one of those sites that we have already identified. But I'm going to talk about, well, but in this conversation, we're going to talk about Los Olivitos from Punta Cana and Punta Maragüey, from Falcón and San Juan de los Cayos, and a little bit of the western part. We know that those are very important. That are very important. Now, on the Los Olivitos March, there's an organization that is UNED, and those are the ones who are gathering information. specific sites. The Los Olivitos mesh is located on the Zulia State. It is a refuge of wildlife and a fishing reserve. This is also a Ramsar site and it is recognized by BirdLife as an important area for the preservation of birds. This zone has 29 species of shorebirds, from which 13 are focusing species, and currently we had enough information to say that we have that this site has all the requirements to be put, to be named as an important site for this, since it receives more than 50,000 individuals of Calibris maurofila, and it has more than 1% of the biogeographical population of Amatus palliatus, Limodromos, and Tiringas and Palmatus, which means this is a site that is very important for shorebirds, particularly those migrating birds, shorebirds. Though Los Olivitos Mesh is characterized because it has bars with sandy beaches in the north part. It is a very extensive intertide muddy valley. When we have a high tide, we see that water covers all the substrate, and actually the fishermen can go and fish. But when this low tide, it is a mash. When you can actually, you cannot even, it is surrounded by mangroves. We can see a bosque, which is a very extensive mangrove, and there are black and red mangroves, as well as other types with sandy beaches, we're gonna find allophiles, wetlands. Well, the Los Olivitos mesh has a very high diversity of water, birds, and shoreline birds, 229 species. It is a migratory, but it is a very important site. It is a nesting Caribbean flamingo. This colony, which was recognized since the end of the 80s, is one of the most important colonies in the Caribbean. And for many years, we started to we follow up on it. It's little. The follow-up that we have right now is not that much, but there is a structure right in front of the nesting sites that people can watch the flamingos. Some of the birds that we can see, shorebirds that we can see here on the Senegal Los Luditos mesh, of more recent, and para los patricolors y para los barcos, we have the Loa, which the largest populations we have of Loas are the Palos, we can observe on the Los Luditos mesh. And we also have the largest populations of the Hematopus palliatus, which are in the mesh, as well as the Palma, one of the largest populations that we receive in the migration season. This mesh. And well, a little while ago, 2 years ago, we had for the very first time the registry of Carabios Post, two registries of the country for the mesh from the state of Falcon, the registry of this species. Hopefully in the future, we can gather information and we can see more individuals of those species. The other side that is of the south and Los Olivitos Saline, that is right next to the wildlife shelter. It is a salt company that extracts salt, but the concentrators are used by a huge population of shoreline birds, particularly small, Calidris, Calidris naudi, Pusilla, and Mintilla, where we have more than 100,000 individuals, by which this site was assigned as an international historical site for shorebirds. In this site, we have 10 species that are important for the Atlantic route. We can see here also the saline, this concentrator. You know, this is a flock that is flying away because when we took a picture, there was a peregrine alpha that was trying to capture some of them. So this side is part of the concentrator. We can see here that they're resting. This saline, it is a nesting site for Esporolocus lobatus. I also want to show you that one of the main stems that we, well, the main spray that we can observe here is the salt flea, which is one of the main sources of food for these birds, which is going to help them out to gain weight and continue with migration. Now, let's move on to the falcon state. We have several sites that are quite important. I'm going to show you three of them, which is Camaragüey. It's an extension, a sand band that goes from the coast up north, and it was created by the sediment of the flow of different rivers around it. We're going to see a bar, a sandy bar that extends up to the west. These are mainly sandy beaches right next to the ocean. You can see here they have very high waves, but towards the west, you can see a lot of several marshes surrounded by mangroves, mainly black and red mangroves, and also shrublands, allified shrublands that are going to be located towards the area of the pond. One of the main characteristics that this point has is that there's a colony of reproduction of the Fragata magnificent, one of the largest colony of reproduction we have in the shoreline. More than 4,000 individuals have been registered. Of every time that we made the census, and we get pictures here, the chicks that are in the young birds that we see here in this colony. We see that there are large valleys that are muddy, and when the tide is low, this mesh, these meshes are completely dry, but once the level of water goes up, this is going to have a very shallow lagoon of water, and this is going to be helping them to feed. Punta Maraway has more than 3,000 individuals, and it has 18 species of shorelines, nine species that are of special attention. And it has all the conditions to be a regional site of the RHRAP because it has 1% of the biographical population of Calidris Canutus Huisconia. We can also see the use that they give to different times and different species. We have a group here of Calidris that are resting in the sandy area. We also have Calidris feeding on the intertide valley. We also have populations of the Minnesota that they are right here. They can stay here for the wintering period. We also have them at Copaliato, which is a breast species. They breed in this type, but we actually suspect that they do it. And we have the Calibris mauri. Now, inside of this Calibris, we discover Calibris mauri. That's the most abundant group. Now, what do they eat? Those birds get here, and depending on the period that they arrive, they can find great abundance of crabs. We can see that there are a lot of crabs, that they're actually eating a lot of animal for them. We have small clams here, and those are actually one of the main sources for the Calidris canutus, is the presence of the little clams, and they also are eating seaweed. Another locality that is in the western part of the Falcon State is the Cayman, which is pretty much the same characteristics. It's a very extended bar. This is the Coro Gulf, and all of this bar goes up to all the way, and we can see some areas between. We can have muddy intertide meshes, and it's surrounded by mangroves. We also have allified grasslands. We're going to see a picture later of some birds listed here. 106,000 individuals. We have 19 species. And it gathers information since more than 1% of the population of Rubiales is Guatarola reported. We have, they're eating very actively. The tide was going up. are on the shore. They were eating mainly. The plovers were eating crabs and the little colibris. I don't know what they were eating there, but they were very active looking for the food inside. In addition of crab, we were able to find great density of mollusks on all the coast of the Falcon and the Sucre State. They have a lot of males in the beach, and those of course are sites of great food resources for the animals. You can see the shorebirds are still using the bottles with they dried out. Actually, when they have cracked, you know, when the upper layer of algae is cracked, they even rest. Now let's go to the eastern part of the Falcon State, and one of the sites we have identified is the Los Cayos area with a coastal lagoon with a bar of sand that is surrounded by a shoreline, a rocky shoreline with reefs. We have mangroves, and there are also halophyte grasslands used by the birds. We have registered in 2008, more than 3,000 individuals were registered, and more than 2,000 individuals of shorebirds were registered. 20 species were recorded, 11 of which are focused species. Of course, the Calidris mauritius is the smallest group, and we can observe a very extensive resting place with these shorebirds, particularly for breeding, and on the shorelines, these are also used as a resting place. We see them that is they're feeding very fast. Just to remind you, you have 3 minutes and you can slow down so we can make the translation properly. Just 3 minutes. And I'd like to finish. Okay. We can see them eating in the area that goes to the beach, an area that is on a coastline and on the marine area. We have the state of Nueva Esparta, which type of habitat that we have are coastal lagoons, sandy beaches, salines, mangroves, and halophyte grasslands. And we need to be emphasized on the Laguna Maristina and Mangle, the natural monument of the Margarita Island, and the lagoon, the El Saco Lagoon that is island. The Laguna de las Maritas is one of the areas where we can see a lot of shorebirds during the migration period. These are recent records on the La Restinga Lagoon as well. Punta de Mangle, there's the other side, when we have a registry of 2011 of 8,000 individuals. We're moving forward for the western area of the Atlantic Ocean, where we can see the delta of the Orinoco. The delta of the Orinoco is a site that has been very, very little studied, and even less with shorebirds. We have very little, there's on the area of census of Morrison they counted 75,000 individuals in the shoreline of the Orinoco Delta. The census, the most recent census that we had was 2007. It's the only census of the neotropical census of shorebirds, when we found 1,300 individuals. Out of those, 8 species are shorebirds and 5 focal species in the state. We have intertide muddy valleys, evergroves, and sandy beaches. This is a little bit of the ecosystem. We have large beaches that are muddy and they're naturally even, but when it goes up, they go back, they retrieve, and they go to the inland. That was what I was showing you, a little trip in the coast of Venezuela in the north of South America. Thank you very much for inviting me and for having me. I would like to thank everyone that has supported me on the field trips and on the studies that we're conducting in Nueva Esparta and in the south, that we can actually conduct more census. And then on the local people that are always backing me up. And everything is part of the preservation project of seabirds in Venezuela. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandra. It is always very, very precious to all of this. And this is the last point where the birds recharge that energy that they need so they can fly to the last place where we are going to be today in our Atlantic route. So I want to thank you for being here with us. And we move forward right now to the Delaware Bay.
I want to invite Laura Chamberlain to put the camera and video, and yeah. Your microphone is Laura, so you are free to go. We are very excited to have you here. It's look like Laura have some troubles with the internet, maybe. Susan, are you here? Hello. Ok. Y parece que hay algunos problemas para conectarnos con Laura.
So we have some trouble to connect to Laura in the north while we wait. Maybe there are a couple of questions that you might ask to the site that we just visited before. For the most renowned researchers, please help me out with the questions. We have the questions coming down from the audience and maybe all of those are here. Maybe you can turn your microphone on, and if anyone wants to answer this, maybe Sandra, Luis, or Raquel, maybe you can turn your microphone on. We're by. We have Carmen Esposo right here. We're gonna do a small Q&A round. The questions sent by the audience. I invite you to turn your microphone on. Sandra, Luis. All right, the first question is Raquel. Maybe if you want, you can turn your video on. What or how important are educational programs on the preservation of shorebirds? I think this is a very simple question, a very easy question that you can answer, and with a lot of experience. Carmen, Sandra, whomever who wants to give an answer. Well, I want to say hi to Sandra. It's been a while since we didn't meet. It's very, very, very important. Educational programs are a way to involve the communities, to work with people. There's a whole world with the citizens, with citizen scientifics, with the support that we do permanently. So, as a matter of fact, we see it as one of the three main axes: research, education, and social development. So it is very important. Somebody wants to add something? Raquel. I think it is another way to supplement the data that we already have of the science, the traditional science that we have. So it is very important for us to supplement with the citizen science, with the social scientific sets, such as Carmen said. Right now, it is very important to involve everyone because knowledge stays in the academia. It is, if the knowledge remains in the university, it doesn't work. It's not right. So we need to involve everyone. We need to involve the people. And we need to bring them together and bring them here with us, so all knowledge and all ways of knowledge can be distributed and shared. Excellent. Sandra, you want to ask something else, or do you want me to move on to the next question? You can ask the next question. All right. Now, next question is for the presenters. Now, the preservation topic of this year is sing, fly, and soar like a bird. And it is a call to take action to actively listen and watching the birds. But I want to ask you something. What does it mean for you, the preservation topic for you, Luis, and for you, Sandra? Sing, fly, and soar to the skies like a bird. What comes to your mind? Well, I don't know. I don't sing, but the preservation is a word. It's just a single word that implies a lot of things. It involves many things, and that involves many people. It's something that is not palpable. You cannot make a decree or you cannot create an act, but it needs to come out from within of the society. So that's pretty much of what I try to highlight in my presentation when I was telling you that even though we had a lot of scientific results, the only way that we can we need to start with the youth. Well, not the adults and not the politicians, because politicians they don't care. We need to work on the underlying layers that that they're going to remain throughout the time. That's why we are pretty much focused on that. For me, that's preservation. Yeah, I pretty much talk about singing. Singing is something like communication, right? We need to communicate. We need communication. So preservation can actually exist if we don't communicate all of this information that we have with all the communities to involve and everyone. The experience that I had, at least when I did workshops with community, has been pretty satisfactory. Children get excited, and teachers get surprised. They don't even think that that side that is really pretty near to their locality or where they live is so important. They have never pay attention to birds, maybe, particularly to short birds, but for them, it is pretty exciting. When at the end of the workshop, we ask them to speak, to present what they thought, they get really excited. So I really think that this part of preservation involves communication, actually, singing. Well, yes. I would like to add also that, hi, Luis. I would also like to add that also adults and the elderly, they want to hear that song. They know history and they have a lot of things to contribute. And sometimes society, for instance, Chile, you get to a certain age and then you get shunned. Actually, you get retired, but there are many things. And our elderly are eager to help, particularly in that stage of life. They also want to keep on singing, so don't forget that part. If you let me, that observation. But we have Aves Argentina, which is one of the main NGOs. And a couple of years, we have this initiative called COA, which is bird watchers, that is like 100 and something. We have one here, and then in a neighboring town there's another. And when I was visiting the COA, I realized that it has been a shelter place for retirees, people who is no longer working, and when they are older and they have enough time, they found a purpose in their life, and that's fantastic. These are amazing people who are, I mean, it's very good what you just said, Carmen. Excellent. And just Jimenez says, you're a specialist in migration birds, but what is your favorite migrating bird? Okay, who wants to say first? All of them have answered that question. It is a very, very difficult question. 30 years ago, I was looking at the red shorebird, but we love the double band plover. And for a known initiative from this community, this is the symbol bird of our city. Actually, in the logo of the flyer of the Congress of the ninth meeting of shorebirds. You know, it breeds right here, right in front of me. I'm 50 meters away from my house. It's breeding here. They migrate a little, but they go to the south of Brazil. To the Magallanes plover. The Magallanes plover. I think it's a beautiful bird, very interesting. It's solitary, but it also works as a group or goes as a group. And it's beautiful. They have these pink legs.
Aquí me he crucificado.
I think I crucified myself.
La verdad que son muchos los que todos me parecen tan espectaculares cuando llegan. Son una hermosura.
I think everything is, all of them are spectacular, but the one that I love here, the Calabria with Sonia, is beautiful. It's actually very funny. You know, its behavior is very comical, actually, when you're on the field. For both breeding time and non-reproduction time, is very fun to listen to them and to see how they behave when you are in the field. But to be honest, it is quite difficult to say. I love them all. It's very unfair. It's very unfair. I'm not a specialist on I'm a little bit more specialist in wetlands, but and for this very reason, I am amazed by the migration for all the types of behaviors, as Sandra was saying. I think I'm a biologist, I'm a oceanographer, so, but it's very, very nice when you understand the behavior, the breeding behavior in migration. So I'm just amazed. So it is very unfair to me to only choose one.
Adelante, Luis.
Yes, Luis. Just by taking advantage of what I was saying, I'm not a specialist in birds, I'm a specialist in invertebrates. So me too. But my heart is in the clam that these shorebirds eat. I'm a specialist in fish. Very nice seeing you. Thank you everyone for your time. We know that it is a very, very busy weekend. And thank you very much for the images and experiences that you shared. Hopefully we can see you on the World Day of Migration, of Migrating Birds in October for the celebration of American Migrating. Thank you very much for your invitation.
Susana, you here?
I am here. Thank you so much, everyone, for your presentations. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Here we are, Miguel. Here we are at the end of the official World Migratory Bird Day. Of course, you could go into the evening And we'll go a little bit longer tonight. We've got two presenters right now, and then we actually have one more a little bit later. And we're excited to announce that we'll be streaming Taiki James with Audubon. And Taiki will be doing a message for World Migratory Bird Day, sponsored by the Sinisippi Audubon chapter. So we look forward to having him on. He'll be on a little bit later, so we'll have a little time in between this next presentation and Taiki's presentation. He'll be at 5 p.m. Pacific, 6 Mountain, and 8 Eastern time. So stay tuned. You can watch him also on birddaylive.com and on Environment for the Americas Facebook page, as well as Partners in Flight Facebook page. So thank you. I hope you can come back for that one. But right now, two important guests. One of them is our 2021 artist, Sarah Woolman. Sarah, are you there?
I am. Hi.
Hey, Sarah. And the other is Tamara Montenegro. We have a kind of a women in arts session here. So I'm really thrilled to get you two together. I don't know if you've ever met each other. But as everyone knows, I'm just going to put up the art for this year, just real briefly, just so we can talk about it a little bit. And Sarah, I didn't know if you had anything else you were going to share.
Let's talk about the art first, and I have stuff that we can share if we want to as we go on.
Okay, that sounds great. So this art for this year is amazing, just amazing. And every year we work with a different artist. So for those of you who aren't familiar with World Migratory Bird Day and the annual art, we select a different artist each year. We try to get representation from across the Americas. And for the first time this year, Sarah went the extra mile and actually created a piece that would work with for our partners in Europe, the Convention of Migratory Species and other partners. And so we have another version that they are using, and then we'll have yet another version coming for the East Asian Australasian flyway. But our piece, as you can see, has 11 species on it and they're not chosen randomly. We choose them with intent. First, they're chosen to represent the diversity of birds. We like to have a duck, a warbler. We try to have a hummingbird, but that doesn't happen every year, a raptor. And that makes it inclusive so that organizations and groups that focus on different bird groups can participate. In addition, we choose them for their meaning for the program. So sing, fly, soar. We actually chose songsters and long distance flyers and birds that soar like the turkey vulture. So each one of them represents a part of the conservation theme. And then the last selection criteria is the regions they represent. So we have to take care of everybody across the Americas. We have here 2 species that were selected just for South America, the streaked flycatcher and the brown martin. We also have species for the Caribbean, and we want to make sure that we have species that go to Canada, Alaska, and the places to the far north. So that's how the selection goes, and it actually gets quite a bit of review and even public vote. So again, if you're new to World Migratory Bird Day, we invite you to get involved. You can help select the species and choose them for us. Sarah, your point of view is the most important one. we give the artist a lot, so they have as much artistic license as we can give them, but they also are given quite a bit of direction. So Sarah, what was it like to be a World Migratory Bird Day artist?
I really loved it, honestly, because you really can't go wrong with this type of work. And this is kind of right up my alley. Most of what I do is wildlife based. It's always a process as an artist. I'm an artist and I'm a graphic artist, so I'm very used to having to go through like layers and layers, and also doing a lot of science communication and interpretation through that, which is not always easy. So, but I really enjoyed this. I mean, it's just so. As I was doing this, and in the video that was shown, I think yesterday, I was just really thinking about, how many people have seen these birds and maybe the exact same bird, and how that actually brings us together. And it can sound kind of corny, I guess, but it's so much, it's very real, especially when we've been so isolated this past, year and a half, basically, that we can look outside and see all of these birds and how beautiful and colorful they are. It was just like, it was a fun thing for me to do as I was working on this, to think about it like that. And I hope other people would think about that too, as they see these birds and have this art as like a reminder.
Can you share with them what was the hardest thing we asked you to do?
let's think about that one. I don't know if you guys really had a hard thing for me to do. Sometimes, there's like last minute changes that you're like, oh my gosh, I got to fix this.
Yeah.
There's a few that I had done, and I realized I had done the non-migrant species by accident. But luckily they were a pretty easy fix.
Yeah,
although I will say the
non-migrant,
the non-migrant flycatcher was a lot more colorful, so I did miss that part.
Yeah, well, we did ask Sarah to move some birds. Sometimes you just have to move them a little bit. We actually put a vote out for the poster design, and so we got some interesting comments. I always find it helpful, actually, when people come in with their comments and let us know. We don't always catch everything, that's for sure. So they caught a few things, and I got to tell you that I think one of the species that got the most comments was the turkey vulture. People were really excited to see a turkey vulture in the art.
So funny. But
Yeah.
they should be represented, they're very important to the ecosystems that they're in. So it was fun. And actually it was interesting while drawing it. It was hard at first, because I was like, how do you make a brown bird interesting for people to look at? But then as I was drawing it, I realized, and when you actually have the poster in front of you, you can probably see it a little bit better, but there's just so many layers of like browns and deep purples that it's actually a very beautiful bird. It's just got these very subtle hints of color throughout it. So that was a surprise for me.
Yeah. Well, we had someone upset that it didn't make it onto the t-shirt, so
Oh, no.
at least one person. Well, can you tell us a little bit about the process? Do you want me to pull this down? Do you have something you want to share, or what?
Yeah,
works best
sure.
for you?
I can pull up some slides and stuff. So obviously I did this digitally this year, and I am a classically trained artist, but I've been working in digital art the past couple of years, mostly because I've been working in really remote areas, and I want to bring these places to everyone, and in a digital capacity is really the best way to do it, especially because that's kind of the way the world is moving these days. So I've started doing a lot of digital artwork, and it's great for things like exhibits and posters, because you can shrink it down and make it as big as you want to, and it's not an issue. And that's what was really fun about doing this is these are so versatile. You can use them in so many ways. They're so accessible for people, and that's really like why I like doing it digitally. And then I had to think about, all right, so if I'm doing this digitally, what is the best way to really bring the little nuances and vibrance of these birds to the public eye, because digital art is still relatively new for people, and most of the world isn't very used to it. We're used to like the very classic like Sibley drawings, which are gorgeous, but this is a little bit different. And so and I'm gonna try and share my screen here in a second. But so what I try and do is I use a reference photo that either I've taken or I have permission to use, and what I'll do is take the actual color palette from that bird and then put it specifically onto the bird itself. So I have a fun video that I can play for you. I'm just bringing it up here now. Hold on a second. Here it is. Let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. But yeah, you can just take a look at this one itself. So I sketch it out like that. And this is kind of like a preview of how I did the poster itself. So it all starts with the skeleton of it. And so what I'm really looking for when I'm looking at the bird is different color patches that I want to highlight. So really, it's not even me doing these birds. This is all real in nature. Like this already exists. And I'm just trying to highlight it. Here's another kind of, I can bring up this slide too. This is a neat one to see like from my start to finish way of doing it. little green jay that I think is fun.
That's so amazing.
Yeah, it's always fun to do the kind of the reveal at the end too. So I am using the actual colors of the bird. So none of these are colors that I've just like made up. It's from the very specific photo of the bird. So it's really just highlighting what nature has already created. So I like to even say, like, I'm not responsible for the vibrance of these birds. They're already that vibrant. I'm just like letting you see it a little more clearly. Here's a fun one of a wood duck. So yeah, so you can really see how I kind of put the colors next to each other so that they work in a way. And I don't really using gradients so much. I'm just using color blocks, and it really just kind of shows through. And it's really fun to do things like, like iridescence and stuff, because it's such a challenge. Because you just think of that as like a gradient color, but if you put all these colors next to each other, you have these really bright iridescent colors. So those are some of my more fun things to share. I can stop sharing my screen here in a second. Hold on.
Are you using some kind of trackpad to do that, or how are you actually doing
Yeah. So I use, I mostly work in Adobe Illustrator. Sometimes what I'll do too is before, because I'm still very much like an OG artist, so I like to draw and sketch it out sometimes beforehand, and then scan it in and digitize it first. But yes, I'm using a Wacom tablet, so it's just this kind of little drawing pad that I have a little pen on. Let's see if you can see it. There it is.
Yeah.
And yeah, I do that, and it's neat because you can go back in and manipulate it, and that was some of the things I loved about doing more traditional art styles, like with oil painting or charcoal, which are two of my favorite mediums, is that it's very malleable. You can go back in and rework it, and that's what's really fun about digital art, is that you can go back in and rework it.
So in terms of putting together this piece, it was so interesting for us, because we're always waiting and anticipating the piece on this end. And you actually, I think we saw maybe like an early piece, and then all of a sudden it was done. It was like, wow, it's done. Can you talk a little bit about how we tried to get a map in there and some of the other parts of trying to develop a graphic design that works?
Sure. And it's interesting because it's art is in the eye of the beholder. Like, everyone has their own opinion and stuff about art. But when you're designing, not just for like a commissioned painting or something, when you're doing something that's like a poster design, you have to think about all elements in it. Like, can people see it? You have to think about things like accessibility and stuff. Like, is it readable? Is this something that can double as like an art piece that someone can frame, and also just like an educational tool, which is what a lot of my art is made for in the first place. So we ran through a few different ideas. We put like a kind of a silhouette of a map behind each one, since I did 3 posters that are representing 3 major flyways throughout the world. It's kind of a cool way to bring it together a little bit, but some of the birds were getting kind of lost in that. So yeah, it's a lot of like taking in and putting out, but that's the fun thing again about digital art, is that your creativity is kind of unlimited. You can, if you have an idea, you can just do it, and it's fine. You're not just ruining a piece of artwork. So we had a lot of back and forth on that. And it was really fun to have the public kind of come in and say their 2 cents on it too, because then you get a broader sense of what they're actually looking at. Like, it's not just in our head, it's what the public is looking at, and you can go back in and rework it a bit. Another fun thing is too about these posters, and the next week or so, there'll be some augmented reality as a part of these too, which we can talk about.
Oh, great. I'm excited about that. So I do want to talk to you about that. Wonderful. Yeah. I'm going to ask you one more question, and then I'm going to go to Tamara, and then I'll come back to you, Sarah. So, you mentioned briefly the educational purpose of this, and we've done surveys with our participants and organizers. And when we ask them what the key education piece for World Migratory Bird Day is, they always say the poster. And it's always interesting to me because they really show the front of the poster. There's information on the back, but it's on the back, and I think they use it in some of their verbiage when they're talking about the program. But otherwise, it's the art speaking for itself. And I wanted to ask you to speak to the power of art to share those conservation messages.
Sure. Art, for as long as art has existed is kind of a reflection of what is going on in society at the time. You know, it is the best way to document our entire history. And it highlights important issues. And obviously for me, conservation is a big part of my life. It's what I do every day. I work for public land agencies in the States here. And, you know, it's what catches your eye. Obviously, because humanity has been creating and doing things for so long, we have a deep connection to it. And so when you see something that stops you in your tracks, you want to learn more about it. You want to think about it. You want to kind of take it all in. And when you do this through the lens of conservation, you're bringing more meaning to it, where with these birds, you're actually seeing these beautiful, vibrant colors of these birds, and it brings you want to look at them, and then you're inspired to maybe learn a little bit more about them and just see how amazing they are. The fact that they just fly all over the world, basically. So for me, it's something to try and get people to stop, take a moment, and actually think about these conservation issues, especially in this case with birds.
Thanks. So, you know, the sing, fly, soar, definitely that was a new type of theme for us. We've been very science focused. We've talked about habitat, shade coffee, why birds matter, climate change. I mean, we've addressed a lot of issues. And this year, sing, fly, soar, we were thinking. And of course, this was a slogan that's been developed for some other reasons as well. So we're working closely with other partners. And this theme will be used in many different ways throughout the year. But for us, we had to think about it. Well, sing, fly, soar, how do we want to what do we want to do with that message? And it's been really fun. Miguel's been asking a lot of people, what does sing, fly, soar mean to you? And even some of the biologists and, you know, researchers and birders have said, well, I had to think about that one at first, but it really has been meaningful. It has the spirit of birds as well as our feelings of, you know, freedom in a time of a pandemic. So it's been a really interesting theme to work with and fun in the sense of flight and song. And I'm going to take that as a segue into song, because we have done a lot with song this year so far. We had Shika Shika come on our launch on Thursday. We worked with the Bowerbird Collective on their virtual choir, which was spectacular. If you didn't hear that, visit the Bowerbird Collective and listen to the virtual bird choir. And one of our partners here in Colorado participated in that. So it was fun to talk with her this morning about that experience. And so that's why we wanted to speak to someone who works with birds in a song sort of way. And so, and I want to check and make sure if I'm saying your name right too. Do you say Tamara or Tamara?
Tamara.
Okay.
Hi,
Tamara.
everybody.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sarah. Beautiful. Wow. I'm so amazed by this work of art that you're creating. It truly is something. It really transports me into the wild immediately. Yeah. And thank you, Susan, for this invitation, and Miguel. And I'm really happy to be here to share.
Thanks so much. Can you tell us a little bit about where you are, what you do? And then I know you've got some audio to play for us.
Definitely, of course. I'm here in my home in Nicaragua. I'm from here, Central America. And the reason we connected also is through Shika Shika, in fact, when I was participating in the last record album that we created, inspired by the bird songs of Latin America, specifically from this region, Central America and the Caribbean. Yeah.
Great. And can you tell us a little bit about your music and how you pull birds into that?
Definitely. Since a while ago, perhaps I think since 2014, I started I'm a biologist first and foremost, and I'm also a musician and a producer and singer. And it just came really naturally to blend these two disciplines together. It became something that's quite second nature. It's like the music of life is created by the cyclical nature of the wild, of animals, of the waters, of the sky, everything. So really, in essence, music is life and life is music for me. And so since 2014, I started recording a lot of nature sounds around my environment. I would go into natural reserves, mostly here in Nicaragua, but also through Central America and Mexico. sometimes also every other country that I visited, I would make sure to visit natural spaces and mainly spaces that were endangered. So as to kind of keep a documentation, a living documentation of those places in the time that they were in, because it truly does change from one year to other, from one climate to another, from one season to another. So it was really fascinating to study the landscapes through sound. So I started doing that, and I created a platform to post all of those libraries, all those sounds into a full library that I called Heart in Nature. And I think we can listen to those sounds here. I'm not sure, but I can show my screen if that's something.
Yeah, you can show your screen, and we can also play those audio for you if you want to tell us which ones.
Okay, cool. Well, I would like to play, let's see, I'm gonna go into Chrome over here, and I wanna share. This is the platform that I'm talking about. What you see in the picture over here on top, that's the island of Ometepe. That is the biggest island in the biggest freshwater lake in Nicaragua, of Central America, the biggest freshwater lake. So definitely this land, this island is a reserve, a natural reserve, which through my music, I intend to inspire to conserve. So all of the proceeds that when people download my sounds that I record here, they go to reforestation projects in Ometepe mostly. Yes, so this is one of the records that I sent you. And this is a compilation of 7 different biological centers and reserves of Nicaragua. And most of them start with really rare sounds of birds. Most of them are oropendula and many others that I can't even list all together here. But yeah, I write here a short description of what I do. And yeah, these are really amazing sounds. These were recorded in 2015. I went all around Nicaragua recording these sounds for hours and hours. I would camp and I would record the mornings, the afternoons, and the nighttime. So the morning choirs, the dusk choirs as well when birds go to sleep, and then the nighttime. And it's funny to think that perhaps birds don't sing at night, but a lot of species actually do. So you're going to find very fascinating kind of sounds in this compilation, which more or less each one of the tracks lasts about 15 minutes, 12 to 15 minutes.
Do you want to pick one of your audios and we'll play it?
Okay, perfect.
That you sent us this morning?
I did, yes.
Okay. Well, we can actually play it for you, and it might be better through our system. I'm not sure, but if you just give me the name of it, then I can pass that along.
We can play the 3rd track of this album. Okay. Rio Frio is, in English, it's translated as cold river. And it's the river that naturally makes the frontier, the boundary between Nicaragua and Costa Rica. And I went upstream because this river actually nurtures the lake, the big Nicaraguan lake. It nurtures it with fresh water from the rainforest. So that whole area is a huge reserve of primary and secondary rainforest. And I ventured for 2 nights into the primary rainforest. I found amazing species, all of the species I could ever see. There's just a high density of birds. So we can play them and we can listen.
Okay, so actually we don't have that one. So why don't you go in and give it a try?
Absolutely. So it goes on for about 15 minutes. However, it goes on forever in the place that it was recorded.
That's amazing.
It is quite amazing. And none of these sounds are edited. It's a full natural recording. It was around 6 a.m.
Now, you incorporate these sounds into your music?
Definitely, yes. I use a lot of these sounds into my music. And the reason for that is because I find that it inspires people. There's a certain resonance when people listen to them. It resonates to something very primal that we recognize, and it immediately connects deeper to the music. Recently, I created this wonderful track for the compilation of Shika Shika. May I play it? May I play it now?
Yeah, I'd love you to. Yes, I wanted to
Okay,
definitely
great.
hear the integration of the song and
Wonderful.
music.
So basically, this has a real story about it. This is the toch bird. It's also known as, here in Nicaragua, guardabarranca. And I first want to talk a little bit about it. This bird is the national bird of Nicaragua. It is a subspecies of about 15 different species, varieties of this bird, and they live in pairs mostly. That's why they're together in that little graphic over there in the art form of the song. And I didn't know, but this bird is endangered at the moment, as are many species around these areas, mostly to, wood mining and also forest fires. This bird has a very particular song, and it has a very deep ancient legend story that goes with him. He is basically the king of the jungle, has a lot of wisdom and has a lot to say. So thank you. In this case, I intended to incorporate the bird sound not as another instrument, but offer it a space for a solo, for its message to come through. Yeah.
That's beautiful. And then you hear some other bird song too, right?
Yes. Yes.
And so what's the instrumentation? How do you, what's going on there?
Definitely. Well, I decided to use guitars, piano, and also charango, which is specific to these regions of the world. Charango is a smaller guitar with 6 strings, or actually 8. Yeah.
Now, are you playing them all, or do you have a group?
No, I collaborated with a specific artist from Portugal.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and she was the main instrumentalist However, I created the different melodies for her to play.
So it's fascinating. So then how do you, that seems like it would be hard. How did you put together the music with the bird song? Is that a complicated process, or does it flow naturally?
Honestly, what happened was that when Robin, El Búho, his artist name is El Búho, which means the owl. I've always been a huge fan of his work. He contacted me, and I was definitely like, I was so surprised to receive a message from him. And on top of it, it was an offering to collaborate on this album. So the process was that he offered me 2 different types of birds to choose from. And I immediately was connected with this bird here because of my also childhood. I would observe them all the time flying together over my house when I was a younger child. And it's just a gorgeous bird. And I wanted to offer it a space in the digital music world. It was just perfect. So it was a matter of choosing in which way I would incorporate this. So I sat with the bird song with me for a couple of weeks, just allowing it to tell me exactly what it wanted to be, where it wanted to be in the song. And I couldn't chop it up. I couldn't distribute it in a way that wasn't coherent. I needed to give it a solo piece in the middle of the song for him to offer the wisdom that he has.
Yeah. So you haven't named the bird, and is that for a reason?
I haven't named the bird. No, Guarda Barranco.
Okay.
Guarda Barranco.
I wasn't
Yes.
sure, if it was because it's a legend, because it's a,
so it has different names. One of the names is the Guarda Barranco, which is actually cliff protector. That's what it means in Spanish. And the Latin name of scientific name is Momoto Carenado, and people know him as Mot as well. And in the Mayan languages that are a little bit higher up in the Central American region, it's called Toj, T-O-J, Toj. So it has many different kinds of names. And in other languages in these indigenous lands, it has also other names. So
beautiful.
Barrancos. Yeah.
Yes, that's so beautiful. And I wanted you to share just a little bit about your music and its impact, how you try to bring about conservation through your music.
Absolutely. Wow, that is the question. Basically, I, as a conservation person, conservationalist, environmentalist, and conscious person, I intend to really offer inspiration. I feel that through music, which is a moving art, which is a dynamic art, the best thing that we can do for people to get motivated and aware is to offer it from a positive standpoint of inspiration, of enamorment, of bringing us closer to where we come from. And sound has a very deep impact on people, especially sounds of nature. I have seen how through my 16-year career path with music, I have seen the difference. And I'm an electronic musician. However, when I add nature sound to my electronic music, there is a very massive response in people to the positive. So I figured
you can use it as an educational piece.
There is education value and there is motivation value for awareness. And not so much as we need to do this, we need to do that. So what I can say is that it does work, because when we launched this project, it raised over 13,000 pounds. People trusted the project because all the money was directed to 3 institutions in Central America and the Caribbean to protect the birds, to also develop programs for conservation and education around the topic.
And then have you brought it to the communities of Ometepe?
Definitely. Oh my goodness, the response is marvelous. People are so proud. I'm almost getting emotional. Yes, people are so proud to listen to our national bird featured on this project.
Yeah, that's great. Wow. Yeah, I love that. I just love that. Do you want to play one more piece before we go back to Sarah?
Absolutely, of course. Let me show you. I dedicate a lot of time also to creating sound meditations. And on my SoundCloud here, you can find different playlists that I've created for my singles, my mixes, and collaborations, and also here meditations. So one of my latest ones is called Tierra, which means earth, and I'm gonna play it right now. And it's basically soundscape to go deep. So this is a piece that is a lot more instrumental that I've recorded shamanic drums for it, didgeridoos, a lot of forest sounds. You can hear one of the main birds here is a night bird as well. So it is something that it lives in the highest peaks of the mountains. It's quite fascinating. And it
Are the
sounds
animal
just
recordings on this one recorded at one time, or are these all pulled in separately?
these are edited on top of each other. This is a different take on how to create music.
Well, we're so accustomed to trying to identify everything. When you listen to your own pieces, are you trying to say, "Oh, there's that bird, and here's this bird, and here's that animal," or are you
No.
listening to it as a whole?
I listen to it as a whole, and in the elaboration process when I'm composing, I guide myself through the message of the texture, the length of. So this piece is a little darker because I wanted it to show us a little bit how to go deeper inside into us, into silence, and not so much follow melodies, but more of having a soundscape around us that could involve our being. So I felt that those sounds specifically would guide us deeper inside.
Beautiful. Can you tell everybody where they can find your music online?
Of course, thank you. So here we listen to SoundCloud, and you can find me as Neoba Music. And Neoba is the name of the ancient peoples of Ometepe Island, Nicaragua. I gave that name. Yes.
I wondered what that was from. I've actually been there once and just loved it. It was amazing.
Amazing, amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can also find my music and support the projects at neoba.bandcamp.com and heartinature.bandcamp.com. And successively, you can also support more conservation efforts from our part through the Patreon platform, Neoba Sounds. And this actually, the whole proceeds goes into reforestation. So we're going to have another campaign coming up in June here in Nicaragua.
Oh, good. Let us know about that when you start that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've worked with a lot of people in Nicaragua and love the country. It's beautiful. So lots of participation in World Migratory Bird Day there and other bird programs. So I'm sure you're familiar with those. And then also there's a Shika Shika, and they put together the CD or audio, and the funds from that go to support the Caribbean and Central America and other parts of Latin America. So definitely there's some opportunities not only to enjoy music, but also to contribute to conservation. Thank you so much, Tamara, for coming on tonight. We truly appreciate your time. I'm going to bring Sarah back in. I'd love for you to stay. So Sarah, I wanted to ask you, because it was so fun talking to Tamara about her work and how it contributes to conservation. And you know, your work does too. And I don't think people are familiar with everything else you've done. I wondered, I don't know if you have anything handy you can show them. If you could share a little bit of your other work and you know, how it speaks to conservation and some of the creative ways that you've done that.
Sure. And first of all, I just wanted to say that music was beautiful. It
Yeah, it's amazing,
me.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
He says it comes naturally, you know, to combine music and biology. I'm like, well, that doesn't work for me. But anyway,
It's amazing. Yeah. So my job, I'm a visual information specialist for U.S. Fish and Wildlife at Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. So I'm in Alaska. I'm currently speaking to you all from Fairbanks right now. And so what my job is daily is to bring these places to the public, kind of like how I said earlier. And I do this through a lot of visual media. So a lot of it's science communication and exhibits and social media and a lot of film and stuff like that too. So I am constantly creating in order to kind of bring a broader message of conservation to the public. So be it for Fish and Wildlife Service as a whole or for Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, that's basically where I get most of my inspiration from these places. So it's been really fun. We have actually a bird fest at Arctic National Wildlife Refuge every year, usually in October, which is really fun to do because it's all virtual, and we do it in October so that we can catch the birds that are going south and talk about that. And then another role that I do is I am a project and media manager for the Katmai Conservancy, which is a nonprofit affiliated with Katmai National Park, and we do a really fun thing every year called Fat Bear Week, which is if you haven't had a chance to look it up, I really recommend it because nothing will make your day like big pictures of fat bears. But so it is a public voting contest to see which bear is the fattest at Brooks Falls. This is usually happens in October as well, when they're big and fat, getting ready for to go into hibernation. And it's another way to really, it's a fun thing, but really the message behind it is talking about the really pristine environment of that area. And that is in Bristol Bay, which is kind of like the southwest corner of Alaska as it goes out to the Aleutians. And it's a very pristine water system that provides habitat for, oh, there we go.
Just had to show one.
Yes. for the largest sustainable sockeye fishery in the world, actually. So it's a very important conservation message that these bears would not get this huge without these clean waterways that provides habitat for the salmon. So that's just like a few examples of how I utilize my art and media to kind of give a broader message of conservation and bring it to the world. And it's very important to me too, because I can't do art without meaning behind it. And this is a great way to be able to do that.
Well, and that's wonderful that you get to do that as part of your work too. I'm not sure how common that is, that you get to be a conservation artist.
I feel very lucky.
Yeah, we do too. We do too. Well, would you like to share any last words as we're gonna, you're not done yet. We have a whole year of World Migratory Bird Day, so don't think that this is it for us or you. We do have our second highlight of World Migratory Bird Day, the second Saturday in October. And of course, we'll be planning for that as well. And that's always a fun event as birds leave and head south. So we look forward to working with you again then. But just any other words about what it meant to you to sing Fly Soar as a World Migratory Bird Day artist?
Yeah, it's really a huge privilege for me, to be able to share my enthusiasm with the world for these places and these creatures. They're so important to me, and I always say that, like, if we don't take action and care about the environment and world that we're living on, then every other problem that we have out there won't matter, because we won't have a place to live. So that's something that, just try and think about that, and conservation work and working with these wildlife and these lands is so important to us as people. And it can really just start with looking outside your window and seeing a bird, because they're the most observable animals, really. They're right there, they're in your backyard, and just some thoughts to take as you keep going.
Yeah, just for those of you who don't know, I was up early, but Sarah's in Alaska, so she was up even earlier. So when I wrote her at 5 this morning, she answered me, and I was like, what? I think it was 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning.
I think it was 3:30 because I set my alarm for like 3.
So you've had a long day, but I wanted to finish with your video again. That video has actually just been such a wonderful piece for World Migratory Bird Day. And I think someone wrote in that it actually brought tears to their eyes. A lot of people, have commented on how emotional it is, and we really appreciate your putting that together as well. Also, to your statement about, being able to work on a program that is around the world, your art has been shared so broadly, and today especially, with so many amazing messages about World Migratory Bird Day going out. It's on the United Nations Environment Program page. It's been shared by numerous other conservation organizations, which is so important, programs that conserve wildlife around the globe. And so we love seeing your art being used for that purpose and helping people wherever they are be impassioned by birds. So thank you so much, Sarah. I can't say it enough, but thank you for being our artist.
Like I said, I'm absolutely honored to be able to do this.
Well, we appreciate it. And we're gonna go out with your video, and then we're gonna come back on with our World Migratory Bird Day team to say farewell for the day. Although, again, as a reminder, we'll have a 1-hour break, and then we have Tyke James of National Audubon Society. He'll be giving a World Migratory Bird Day message sponsored by the Sinisippi Audubon. So thank you so much, both Tamara and Sarah.
Thank you so much.
Art and nature are synonymous to me. I find a relationship with the environment to be the highest form of self-expression. There's a mastery of design within nature, little nuances of patterns and relationships in every leaf and feather. Letting nature's design into our daily lives fosters our deep relationship with the world. I've been an artist as far back as I can remember. Perhaps growing up in landscapes of tall buildings and gray infrastructure gave me the ability to appreciate the contrast of the organic colors and shapes that nature provides. The constant in this giant cityscape that gave me a look into a wilder world of inspiration were the birds that made it their home. As years passed, my appreciation for birds and their freedom of expression grew. When I began working for the United States Fish and Wildlife Service in Alaska, I wanted to highlight the connection of birds and art. Birds in Alaska mean so much. We depend on them. They provide us food, company, and are telltale signs of change. We welcome the birds every year with the spring and bid them farewell as the darkness approaches. These are the stories I spoke of when I taught about birds to school children in Bush, Alaska. Birds are a universal language. They connect us. People and places tucked away in these sacred corners of the world understand birds in a way that we should all strive for. Every single one of us has a story of our personal experience with birds to share. To be able to channel that onto paper through artistic mediums really gives tangible meaning to that connection. It provides us all a space to celebrate these birds. I currently work for Arctic National Wildlife Refuge as a visual information specialist. I work to bring the beauty of this place to the rest of the world. Birds at Arctic Refuge are so incredibly important. It's home to over 200 bird species who fly here specifically to breed. They come thousands of miles to this special place, bringing with them the connection from every place they touch. They truly have a freedom in flying to the ends of the earth and back every year. Claude Monet once said, "I would like to paint the way a bird sings." Now I would like to paint not only how birds sing, but how birds fly and how birds bring us together. I want everyone to stop and look at those birds right outside your window. Think about their journey and what other people have observed that very same bird. That bird represents so much that connects us. Their freedom in flight and their beauty in song are things we have always craned our necks to observe from the dawn of humanity. Join me in celebrating World Migratory Bird Day 2021 to sing, fly, and soar like a bird and experience the true freedom, beauty, and design in these wild creatures that bring us all together.
Thank you again to Tamara and Sarah. And I want to bring on Miguel and Daniela, and I don't know who else is out there. Laura.
Yeah, Laura.
So, wow, we did 3 days of some amazing programming, everyone. So thank you so much to everyone who's made this possible. I want to, before I forget, I want to thank our tech team with the Boulder County Communications, Melinda and Dylan and David, all the team there for making this technology possible. We would be completely stressed out without you. I just want to say that. And also to our translators, Claudia and Edmundo, thank you so much for making this possible in English and Spanish. That just is so important to us when we work across the Western Hemisphere. So we really appreciate it. Does anybody else want to have any words to say before we sign off for the evening?
Well, thank you so much for everybody who watching our birthday live session during the 3 day of full activity. I think we are growing so much. I remember the first birthday live, and now see all these different kind of activity together. And during the World Migratory Birthdays conservation thing, seeing fly soil like a bird, it's a really, really good thing to. I don't know. I have so many history to share. I just want to say thank you to Sarah Woolman for the art. I know her work is amazing, and we are really appreciate that. And every coordinator on the ground, thank you so much to put together all their force to communicate bird conservation and the problems all around the world. So thank you so much. I just want to say that this is not the end of World Migratory Bird Day. We have another celebration in October, especially for Latin American, the Caribbean coordinators. So we are very excited. We want to work very close with people on the ground to make a new agenda for October. So let us know all the ideas you have in mind. We are really open to make this from the beginning with you. Thank you so much for everything. And my team is awesome. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Daniela.
Well, I just wanted to say that, can you hear me well?
Yes.
It was an excellent event. I'm really happy that everything went so well. I learned a lot in this event too. I'm really happy I came to do my list of the day to contribute. And I wish to see you all in October when celebrate again Migratory Bird Day.
Well, and just remember that Bird Day is every day. So We are always working to conserve birds. So the program, while we highlight it in May and October, we're doing things year round. So don't think we are going away until October. Leticia.
Hello, everybody. I'm really happy, and this event, it was excellent event. Many people sharing all the efforts that they are working in each country, and all sharing also their passion on birds. So congratulations to everybody that were working in this event, and as all the other colleagues mentioned, that we have another celebration, a big celebration in October, but as Susan said, World Migratory Bird Day is every day. So sing, fly, and soar like a bird.
Thank you, Leticia. And Laura.
Oh, hi. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who participated in some way, who looked on, who celebrated by song or by dance or by educating, by researching, so many ways, by just going out and looking at birds. Just thank you. And I just wanted to congratulate the EFTA team as well. You all did amazing, and it's a very successful event. And if you want to celebrate World Migratory Bird Day in the Caribbean, just reach out to me. I'm here to help, and let's just continue celebrating birds all year. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thanks to everybody. And just as a reminder, coming up at 5 p.m. Pacific, 6 Mountain, 8 Eastern, we'll have Tyke James giving a World Migratory Bird Day address. He's with a National Audubon Society, and this is sponsored by the Sinisippi Audubon. So join us for this last message of the evening coming from us, although I hope you'll see many more coming from communities where you live and indeed around the world. So thank you, our translators, our tech team. We appreciate you all.
Gracias a todos. Hasta luego.
Thank you, everyone.